N'ouvrez pas. Merci beaucoup. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Please. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled Moving the Relationship Forward, NAFTA Modernization and North American Trilateral Cooperation. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And, Mr. Speaker, as we have seen, NAFTA is a very important issue, and we want to thank the Minister and the government for their hard work.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We recently had a comment from Canada's ambassador to China that Canada has more in common in terms of certain values with China than the U.S. With that in mind, I want to table a petition recognizing the ongoing persecution of religious minorities in China, in particular members of the Falun Gong movement. Thank you.
Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition signed by more than 1,000 citizens requesting that the government create separate categories for cigarettes and e-cigarettes or vaping devices.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask...
Sorry, I see there's another petition, excuse me, before we get on to the Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize being a little slow getting up there. This is a petition presented to me to present to the House that calls on us to amend Section 241 of the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, and the Civil Marriage Act to provide Christians and their faith-based institutions protection from its provisions that are contrary to the religious and conscious beliefs, and also enacting a policy to provide a review of any legislation as it may be future brought forth by the government to ensure it does not impinge upon the religious rights of Christians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Anybody else? Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, excuse me. For that, on December 5th, 2017, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge raised a question of privilege concerning allegedly misleading statements made by the Minister of National Revenue. Je remercie le député de Calgary Rocky Ridge d'avoir soulevé.
I would like to thank the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge for raising this matter, as well as the Minister of National Revenue, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for their comments, which assisted me in assessing the prima facie merits of this question of privilege.
Ridge explained that some responses to oral questions made by the Minister of National Revenue regarding disability credit eligibility criteria contradicted information found in an internal departmental memo obtained through an access to information request. The member explained that the Minister had repeatedly said that the disability credit eligibility criteria had not changed, nor were there any changes to the way the law is interpreted. However, in the member's opinion, the departmental memo showed otherwise. This, he contended, was proof that the minister had deliberately misled the House. He then raised this matter again on December 11, adding that comments by the minister's parliamentary secretary in a recent media interview were further proof of this allegation. Pour sa part, le secrétaire...
In turn, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader noted that, as the minister's statements were neither inaccurate nor contradictory, the requisite conditions for determining that the House had been misled have not been met. Thus, he concluded that this is simply a matter of debate.
The Minister of National Revenue rose in the House on December 12 and maintained the validity of her previous statements to the House on this matter. However, she did concede that the internal departmental memo in question, even though she argued it did not outline a change to the eligibility criteria, may have had unintended consequences in contributing to confusion. For that, the minister apologized. Before addressing the matter at hand, I would like to remind members of the conditions involved in raising a question of privilege. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, at page 141 states, quote, "First, the Speaker must be convinced that a prima facie case of breach of privilege has been made, and second, the matter must be raised at the earliest opportunity," unquote. Il est tenu pour acquis que les questions qui touchent l'essence.
There is a tacit understanding that if a matter goes to the heart of a member's or the House's privileges and immunities, or that contempt is involved, it is of the highest importance and should be addressed urgently. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, at page 143, reminds us that, and I quote, "The member must satisfy the Speaker that he or she is bringing the matter to the attention of the House as soon as practicable before becoming aware of the situation. When a member has not fulfilled this important requirement, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is not a prima facie question of privilege," unquote.
Et transmettre un avis écrit au président au moins 1 heure.
This, of course, is in addition to the need for members to provide a written statement to the Speaker at least 1 hour before rising in the House.
Led the House. The Speaker is strictly limited with respect to what can and cannot be considered. As recently as November 20, 2017, at page 15325 of the debates, I reiterated the following, quote, "Members know well that in any case in which the veracity of what a member of the House has said is called into question, the Chair's role is very limited to the review of the statements made in a proceeding of Parliament. In other words, the Chair cannot comment on what transpires outside of the deliberations of the House or its committees," unquote. Le Président Milliken.
Speaker Milliken also upheld this important principle on February 10, 2011, at page 8030 of the debate, stating that, quote, "The Chair is bound by very narrow parameters in situations such as this one. It may sound overly technical, but the reality is that when adjudicating cases of this kind, the Chair is obliged to reference material fully and properly before the House," unquote.
As has been acknowledged, in examining this case, involving a series of statements by the Minister, there are 3 necessary conditions to be met. The statements must be misleading. The member must know when making them that they are incorrect. And finally, there must be proof that the member intended to mislead the House by making the statement. In reviewing the statements made by the Minister, which is all that the Chair is able to assess in this instance, I am unable to find evidence that they were deliberately misleading when measured against the threshold set by the House. En outre,
This is in addition to our long-standing practice of accepting members at their word, something I am bound to do. As my predecessor stated, on April 29, 2015, at page 13198 of the debates, quote, "As your Speaker, I must take all members at their word. To do otherwise, to take it upon myself to assess the truthfulness or accuracy of members' statements, is not a role which has been conferred on me, nor that the House has indicated that it would somehow wish the chair to assume, with all of its implications." Unquote.
Consequently, for these reasons, I cannot find that a prima facie question of privilege exists. That being said, this situation should serve as a pointed reminder of the need for clear and accurate exchanges of information in the House. Members' inalienable right to clarity and consistency in the information they receive underpins their ability to carry out properly their responsibilities as legislators and representatives. Any information that fails to support this right and obligation is, in essence, a disservice to all members. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement,
Senate bill. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise and I address what is a very important, I would argue, health issue for all Canadians. You know, it's estimated that every 14 minutes that we have a Canadian that dies from tobacco-related illness. That's approximately 37,000 Canadians every year. And so there should be no surprise that this is an issue in which the government wants to advance and move forward on. And that's really what this legislation is all about protecting the health and well-being of Canadians. It is not a new issue. Many of us are in a generation in which we can recall very much so the problems and that nicotine and smoking has caused over years. Being a health critic for a number of years in the province of Manitoba, one of the greatest expenditures in our healthcare system is related to tobacco smoking or cigarette smoking, secondhand smoke, and so forth. Literally hundreds of millions of dollars every year spent on smoking-related illnesses in our healthcare system, and that's just one could ultimately argue the part of the economic cost or the social cost, which is even that much greater. You know, through time, we have seen a great deal of changes. I can recall going through school where smoking was perceived as a cool thing to be doing. It was very much encouraged. We can recall watching television programs where often your actors and actresses would be smoking cigarettes. This is something at the time which was perceived as an okay thing to do. But what we found out as the years went on is that not only was it not overly cool to smoke, but science became clearer and clearer as we understood the cost, the health costs in particular of smoking. And that is something in which I believe, unfortunately, came far too late. And as a result, we had such a high percentage of our young people, our adults, that were engaged in smoking cigarettes at a substantial cost to society. One of the encouraging things, if you fast forward it from the days in which I was going into school to the time in which, whether it was my daughter or my son going into school, and there was much more of an educational programs that were in place. And in fact, you had student bodies that were leading the educational fight to discourage individuals, in particular young people, from smoking. And Canada at one time was, I would ultimately argue, on the leading edge in terms of just providing necessary legislation, promotional materials, educated student bodies that were really highlighting the negatives of tobacco. There was pushing on issues such as packaging and how we can make sure that the proper communications were out there, that it was not healthy to be able to smoke, Madam Speaker. And we as government and population, Canadians as a whole, really started to recognize that. In fact, I remember as a younger person being in the house, and it was always smoke in the air. Secondhand smoke was being breathed every day in my household. Today, individuals, if they are still smoking cigarettes, will often exit the house. They will go outside in order to be able to smoke because they understand the value of having that cleaner air inside our homes. Through municipal governments, provincial governments, national governments, and so many other different stakeholders, we have seen through time changes that have actually been of great benefit to non-smokers and ultimately even smokers as they have become more and more educated. You know, there was a time in which, not that long ago, where people were critical of putting a tax on tobacco, saying, well, you know, the government is actually raising taxes again by increasing the tax on cigarettes, not realizing that actually there is much more of a cost as the consequences of smoking than there was ever in terms of the revenue generated from cigarettes. It is in the government's best interest to see less people, less of the population actually engaged in tobacco smoking. And that is something that has been well established now for decades, Madam Speaker. So I think that today, when we look at the legislation that we're debating, much like yesterday, there seemed to be a great deal of support on an issue that was important to Canadians. I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker, that this too is a very important issue that all Canadians are concerned about, and I would suggest to you that all parties inside this chamber are very much sympathetic to, and that is the issue of addiction and the costs to society that nicotine has had over the years and continues to have today. In other words, there is so much room for improvement, and I believe that the contributions that all members, no matter what side of the House that they might be sitting on, would recognize that, yes, there is more that we can do, and this legislation that we're talking about today is a positive piece of legislation. Our government is, in fact, committed to working with the many different stakeholders to make a difference, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about the stakeholders, we're talking about the different levels of government, which incorporates also our Indigenous or the Indigenous people of Canada, Madam Speaker, and looking at ways in which, as the different stakeholders work alongside the national government, that in fact we can improve our situation overall. In fact, there was a national consultation that was done just last year in which there was a report that was provided, targets were set. You know, we talk about wanting to see an ongoing decrease in dependency on nicotine or smoking of cigarettes, and I believe the target was established at 5% reduction over the next couple of decades, Madam Speaker. And I think that is an applaudable approach and would encourage others to get engaged in terms of establishing and supporting that particular target. As it's been pointed out, Madam Speaker, there is a very important role. In particular, I want to highlight provinces because provinces, in many different ways, I made reference to the fact when I was the health critic at the provincial level, the provinces in many different ways play very much a grassroots level in terms of the regulations and the legislation that they have put into place. In fact, when we talk about vapor, and I'm going to be getting into the issue of vapor shortly, many provinces have already introduced and brought forward legislation dealing with vapor. But it is important for us to recognize the need for national standards, understanding and better promoting those standards throughout the country, developing that long-term policy that is going to have a positive, profound difference for all Canadians. We look at it in terms of government supporting different initiatives, working with, for example, our First Nations and Inuit communities in development and implementation of tobacco-controlled projects that are socially and culturally appropriate. This is something in which the government has actually already done, Madam Speaker. But today it is all about Bill S5, which is amends the Tobacco Act to regulate vaping products as a separate class of products. As such, the Tobacco Act would be renamed the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act and would include provisions to protect youth from nicotine addiction and tobacco use. Madam Speaker, the new federal regime would in fact regulate the manufacture, sale, labeling, and promotion of vaping products. It would include provisions to restrict sales to youth, restrict promotion of certain flavors, such as candy and other enticing flavors that might be used in order to bring vapor or have more young people engaged in vaping. So by including provisions to restrict sales to youth, restricting promotion of those certain flavors will have I believe, a positive impact. It would also enable the government to put in place regulatory measures to reduce the health and safety risk related to vaping products by requiring, for example, child-resistant packaging to help protect children from nicotine poisoning. The issue of cigarette packaging is once again dealt within this legislation. We know that there are some countries that have gotten ahead of Canada in terms of taking a proactive approach in dealing with this type of packaging, Madam Speaker. One of the countries I think that we need to look to is, in fact, Australia. Even though we have seen other countries such as the United Kingdom, Ireland, and France, Australia has somewhat led the way in terms of the generic packaging or standard packaging that has been brought forward. And within this legislation, what you'll see is that we have a government that is committed to looking at the type of things that Australia is doing in regards to that standardized packaging, which once again ultimately is meant to discourage individuals from being brought into smoking in the first place, Madam Speaker. Because we do know that there is such a high percentage of individuals that are 18 or are young adults begin smoking at a much younger age. And by dealing with the packaging issue, we know that, in fact, that would assist us in preventing some young people from even getting engaged in smoking cigarettes. The Tobacco Act will, in fact, allow for requirements to be set out in regulations with respect to this, Madam Speaker. Following passage of the legislative amendments, regulations specifying requirements such as the permitted color, font, and even font size on tobacco packages and products, and restriction on the use of logos, graphics, and promotional information would need to also be developed. That is a major part of the legislation, Bill S5. So it enables the government to develop the regulations, which will, in fact, bring us closer to what other countries are, in fact, doing. And ultimately, I believe that it is the will of the Minister of Health to get back at the front end in terms of just protecting the interests of our young people. when we talk about vaping, Madam Speaker, the key message that I think that really needs to be emphasized is that, that while scientific knowledge is still evolving on the issue, there's much more work. There will be many, many more reports that will be coming down. It is clear that the vaping products may bring public health benefits if they reduce tobacco-related death and disease by helping smokers quit or switch completely to a likely less harmful source of nicotine, but they may also bring harms, particularly for our young people. And that is something in which concerns me greatly, Madam Speaker. You know, I have, as much as possible, want to see legislation that takes a proactive approach when it comes to health of our young people, of all Canadians, but in particular in dealing with this issue, the well-being of young people. And today I believe that there is a misconception that is out there, and that misconception is based on the issue of vaping. When people think that vaping is something that is a healthy thing to do. And in certain circumstances, I suspect that it is healthy, Madam Speaker. But I believe that there needs to be so much more research done on this issue. And until we see that additional research and better understanding of both the good and the bad of vaping, that if we are going to err, I would rather err on the side of caution, on better health, and so forth. One of the concerns, for example, that I have is that many young people have actually led the fight in discouraging our youth from getting engaged in cigarette smoking. To what degree are we seeing that educational component today on vaping with our young people? And we know that there is nicotine that is being used in vaping, Madam Speaker. There is an addictive side to vaping. Do we, and I would ultimately argue we don't have enough information dealing with the possibility of young people that might take up vaping as an example, which ultimately lead then to them giving up on vaping and then going to cigarette smoking, Madam Speaker. I think there is a real risk that's there, and I don't believe that I have seen the information that clearly demonstrates that that is not the case. And that's why I think that it's important for us to recognize what it is, the vaping industry, and it is a growing industry. You know, it's something that's relatively new. I believe you're talking, you know, maybe 15 years at most. 10 to 15 years is really when it's become quite popular amongst society. And now with the many different flavors that are offered, the imagery that is projected on the issue, I think it is a lure for many individuals, smokers and non-smokers alike, that are in fact looking at it as almost like a lifestyle issue. I'm not convinced that that is a positive thing. In fact, I have grave concerns. And that's why I think that it's good that within the legislation what we're doing is we're bringing that vaping area under the tobacco legislation. And I would like to hear the different perspectives on that particular issue from members opposite. Vaping has grown in popularity with the rise, in particular, of e-cigarettes when they were actually introduced. It's important that we recognize vaping is an act of actually inhaling and exhaling an aerosol, often referred to a vapor, Madam Speaker, which is produced by most commonly known as an e-cigarette, but there are many other similar types of devices that are used for vaping. It does not produce a tobacco smoke, but rather it's an aerosol, often mistaken for a water vapor that actually consists of fine particles, and it's those fine particles that we need to be concerned about, Madam Speaker. These particles can contain varying amounts of toxic chemicals, which can and have actually been linked to many negative health effects. Generally speaking, when you think of vaping, there's a device that consists of a mouthpiece. There is a battery component to it. That battery component in itself often causes issues that we should be concerned about. There's a cartridge containing the e-liquid, or that juice, and the heating component for the device that is powered by the actual battery. That's the makeup of something that is used for vaping, and there has been a great deal of concern where harm has actually been caused. There is a growing body of evidence indicating that the chemicals in these products actually may be dangerous. There are many health advocates that are recommending caution in using and calling for additional research into the potential risks versus benefits, Madam Speaker. Most e-cigarettes do contain nicotine, the same drug that is found in cigarettes. You know, there was an NBC report, and I see my time is quickly running out, that highlighted issues related to the nicotine. The cigarette aerosol can, in fact, cause bodily harm. A recent study conducted by the UNC School of Medicine that highlighted that particular problem, Madam Speaker, that they can, in fact, cause injuries. Flavoring can, in fact, target the very young. So with those few words, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns.
Sonia Lambton.
And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks. Certainly I agree with many of the things that he said in terms of the vaping industry and the need for regulation there, and the importance of actually including all the different technologies that have come out, you know, these nicotine sticks that are not being smoked but are being burned, and so on. But I wondered if he was aware that France and Japan, two countries that have implemented the plain packaging, have come out with some commentary. The Minister of Health from France says, "We know that plain packaging does not lead smokers to stop smoking," and concluded that, unfortunately, this program did not reduce the sale of cigarettes. And Japan has called the program a failure and is calling to end their policy. I didn't know if the member was aware or could comment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. What I am aware of is that Australia is virtually leading the way in regards to the whole idea of standardized packaging and plain packaging. I think that you will find that there is a consensus amongst many stakeholders here in Canada, both health and otherwise professionals, that are in fact looking at the impact of plain packaging and standard packaging. There's been many a study that has been done, and we have seen that it has had a positive impact. The previous packaging, ultimately believing this is the next step. And I would suggest to you that there is so much room for improvement. Us to move towards that standard packaging is something that will, in fact, be effective and deter young people from getting engaged in cigarette smoking. And therefore, I support that aspect. I think it's something like Australia has demonstrated. It's the right thing to be doing at this time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, well, the New Democrats believe this is incredibly important legislation. We know that tobacco in this country kills. Cigarettes and products are carcinogens and they're highly addictive. And so we need this legislation passed as soon as possible. I'm disappointed to see that on the government side, they're putting up exactly one speaker to represent the 180 plus Liberal MPs on the side. I don't think that speaks to the importance of this issue. Madam Speaker, we know that 115,000 Canadians start smoking every year, and 82% of them start before they're 18. We know that 1/3 of those people will die of a smoking-related illness, and yet this government, even though the mandate to bring in this kind of legislation was in 2015, We are now in 2018. So in the time period that this government has stalled, we have had probably close to 300,000 Canadians will have started smoking, most of those young people, and many of those kids are going to die because this government took over 2.5 years to get this legislation before this House. So my question to my honourable colleague is, given that Australia brought this legislation in 2012, given that we have France, UK, and Hungary brought this in 2016, what took this government over 2 years to bring in this legislation, given that it regulates a product that we know are going to kill Canadians from coast to coast?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I believe that we have had a government that has worked with the different stakeholders. I know it would be wonderful, and many ideas that the New Democrats have, often they think of, day one, introduce all the legislation you can, and then the following 2 days it passes. That's not the way that things work. At the end of the day, that this government did have a consultation period working with the different stakeholders. Many of the provinces, I believe it's 8 provinces, already have some form of legislation. It takes time to be able to develop the legislation in itself. To try to give the impression that this is not a priority issue for the government is just wrong. It is a priority issue for this government. That's the reason why, for well over a year, we've been working with the many different stakeholders, the ones that have the expertise in bringing forward legislation. The member says, well, we should be passing the legislation, and he would like to see all the members of the Liberal caucus and possibly the opposition speak to the legislation, which would, in essence, keep it for the next 2 years being debated, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, we do believe it's good, solid legislation that will have a very positive impact for the young people of our country, for all of society. We hope and believe that the NDP will support the legislation, or at least we would hope that would be the case, Madam Speaker, because it is ultimately in the best interest of all.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to thank my honourable colleague, for his excellent presentation. So 115,000 people a year in 2015, every year, become daily smokers. About 82% of those start smoking at or before the age of 18. So about 100,000 Canadians each year begin to become addicted to nicotine. And I think that's a big challenge for us, whether they ingest the nicotine by smoking or by vaping. And smoking is clearly the worst of those two by a margin. But nicotine itself, particularly when you're addicted to it and have increasing quantities, is an unhealthy substance to be ingesting. So I thought it'd be helpful if my honourable colleague would again remind the House, what are the steps in S5 that will regulate vaping and reduce the attraction of this particular way of ingesting nicotine for our young Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, and I thank my colleague for the question. He's right in terms of the severity. At the end of the day, I started my speech off by saying, we have every 14 minutes a Canadian is dying from a nicotine-related issue, Madam Speaker. And when we take a look at S5, the purpose of it is to regulate vaping products as a separate class of products. As such, the Tobacco Act would be renamed the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act. So it's taking the vaping and the issue of vaping and putting it into the Tobacco Act. I believe, even though it's been around, vaping's been around in a significant way for the last now 10 to 15 years, we have a government that is recognizing that, working with the different stakeholders, bringing forward legislation, amongst other things, Madam Speaker, to try to make a difference. And this legislation ultimately, I believe, will make a positive difference, and that's something in which I think we all want to see happen. Fewer young people getting engaged in cigarette smoking, and the population as a whole being better educated as to what the health risks are with respect to vaping.
Comments, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for his speech. When we're discussing plain packaging itself could create an opportunity for contraband tobacconists to go onto the website of Health Canada, download the plain packaging, and then start to use the same template that other companies would use Now, the only thing we've heard, Madam Speaker, that would stop a Canadian, from purchasing that and not knowing that it was a contraband product would be the CRA excise stamp that is put on legal products, Madam Speaker. The problem you run into is that the industry has actually found cases where the CRA stamp has been found on contraband baggies of tobacco. So, Madam Speaker, if the member opposite believes that plain packaging is a good step forward, how does he address this issue of illegal use of the excise seal, which is supposed to protect Canadians from contraband tobacco products?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not convinced that having a standard package versus what we currently have is going to have any more increase in contraband cigarette sales. I don't believe the argument that the member has put forward. I do believe that having a standard packaging, that what we will see is fewer younger people actually getting engaged in smoking. That's what I do believe, and that's why I would encourage my colleague and friend from across the way is to think about how we can reduce the number of young people, as it's been illustrated. It's our young people that are getting engaged still in tobacco smoking or cigarette smoking, and if we can prevent the number or a greater number of young people from starting smoking, society will be a whole lot better off, not only in terms of health and social, but even from an economic point of view. We all win, and the standard packaging is, in fact, a positive step forward. I don't believe for a moment it will have a negative impact in terms of the contraband sales.
Reprise au débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank the member for Sydenham, the Minister of the Shadow Cabinet for Health, for the excellent work that she's doing in the field of health, especially with regards to this Bill S5, but also many other issues, namely agriculture. Thank you to my colleague for her excellent work. Today, we're here to talk about S5, a bill that wishes to regulate vaping, an industry that is in full growth. There are boutiques appearing in all of our municipalities. We're seeing more and more people go out and exhale a large cloud of vapor. It's visible from afar. We can even see it when people are driving, when people are vaping in their cars. We see this big cloud of smoke come out of their car. This industry is growing quickly, and it's something we're going to see more of in the next few years. Unfortunately, this year is not yet regulated. We're going to also be dealing with packaging, and I'm going to come back to that particular point in my speech. Bill S5 deals with an issue that is very serious. It is a hot topic. The decisions we're going to make here are going to have an impact on us, but also on future generations. If we look at the past, if we had known all of the terrible effects for one's health that tobacco would cause, would legislators have made the same decisions? Would we have used tobacco to finance the state? Would we have allowed the use of tobacco in such a general way throughout our society? It must be understood that scientific knowledge at the time was not what we have now. Legislators did what they could with what they had. They made decisions. And tobacco is today on a decline, but for years it was on the rise, exponentially, in fact, to the delight of many private corporations, but also all levels of government that benefited from taxes on the use of tobacco. Today, it is up to us to be responsible with regards to electronic cigarettes. do we have all the information we need to make a good decision? To make a good decision not only in the short term, but for the long term. If I come back to the situation of tobacco and its use, on nicotine, on the costs of smoking in Canada, Health Canada not long ago published a report. This report was commented by the Conference Board of Canada. There was a description of the use of tobacco in 2012 throughout Canada. Using tobacco is one of the main causes of avoidable death throughout the world. According to the World Health Organization, tobacco kills more than 5 million people a year. The report on the cost of tobacco in 2012 talked about mortality and its costs in Canada, but also in various provinces and territories, based on 2012 data. Over 45,000 was the number of deaths attributable to smoking in Canada. Half of those deaths happened in the last years of life, 75 and older, and more than 3/4 of people 65 or less. There were over 26,000 deaths among men and about 18,000 for women. This rate of mortality represents 18.4% of all deaths in Canada every single year, 1 out of 5 deaths in 2012. To summarize, 125 people every day in Canada die because of smoking. That's higher than roadway collisions, accidental deaths, and assaults, as well as other factors. In 2012, mortality attributed to cigarettes meant there were about 600,000 years of life lost because of tumors, cardiovascular disease, and respiratory illness. One can be affected because there are costs associated with this. We need to care for the people who are suffering from tobacco-related illnesses. $16.2 billion every year is spent on this. Indirect costs are half of the total cost. The total healthcare costs are obviously the main component of costs associated with smoking. Madam Speaker, I could go on about the costs, but everyone agrees that when the decision was made one day to allow tobacco to be used, no one suspected that our society would have to face costs like this one. Human costs, first of all, which are all too high, and financial costs that have an impact on our entire society for smokers and non-smokers alike, essentially for all of us. We all have a story about tobacco, a personal story. Either one is a smoker, a former smoker, we've never smoked, we hate smokers. We have somebody in our social circle that smokes, or no one in our surroundings smokes, but we are completely intolerant of it. We all have a story about this, and here's mine. I started smoking when I was 15. Why? Just to be cool. To be cool because in my group there were people who smoked. And there were some lovely ladies who smoked in my group, and I wanted to be part of it, and so to do so I had to smoke. And one evening, I smoked half a pack of cigarettes in one single evening. I was sick, Madam Speaker. And in spite of all that, even though I was sick, the attraction of the girls around me who smoked was more important, and so I continued to smoke. I smoked for a few years, and at the very end, I was up to 2 packs a day, and I was barely 23 years old. And that's my story. But that's the story of how many young Canadians? It's our story. Tobacco leads to addiction, and depending on the circumstances, some people are more addicted than others, and I have to admit that I was probably of part of that latter category. when one smokes, when you got up late and you try to smoke a cigarette in the shower because you're running late, that's a problem, and that's the kind of problem I had. But that never stopped me from smoking. What actually caused me to stop, Madam Speaker? One day, my father, who was about 40, went to the hospital for a sore throat. And, unfortunately, I see some of my colleagues guess what happened. He had throat cancer. For many months, I was at my father's side. He had to live with the consequences of smoking for 8 months, and it ended very badly because at the end of those 8 months, my father died. When I decided to stop smoking, that was the day that my father got his first operation for throat cancer. That day, I made a pact with myself, saying I would never smoke again, in order to be at my father's side during that illness, during the problem with cancer, which is an issue that affects many smokers. Even if my father passed away, I decided to continue to refuse to smoke. That is my story. I'm convinced that many Canadians have similar stories about cancer to tell. A loved one who suffered the consequences of smoking. Last year, my wife's father died of cancer, of lung cancer. Just like my father. It's sad, and at the same time, it is ironic. In the last moments in the hospital, what do smokers ask us? Is to go and smoke one last cigarette outside. We know very well that that's what led them there, and they know it. But during that last mile, please let me go outside to smoke a cigarette. That's where tobacco leads us. That's where nicotine leads us. Is there something good to be found in that? Not really. Some would say that smoking lets them relax, it lets them be more social. But if that crutch hadn't been implemented, perhaps it would be something else, maybe something worse. I don't know. All I know today is that tobacco got my father, got my wife's father, got 125 Canadians every day. And that's something we need to keep in mind. We need to think about that when it's time to make a decision about vaping, Madam Speaker. Today, as parliamentarians, we have the opportunity to say what we think about the regulation of vaping. I know that the regulation in Bill S5 doesn't say we're going to forbid or not forbid vaping. It's just intended to regulate it. Do we go far enough? Do we not go far enough? Do we have enough information? Over the next few minutes, that's what we're going to try to discuss. But with what I've just said, you will understand that I am fundamentally anti-smoking. I'm not going to go attack my friends and my colleagues who go for a smoke or who vape from time to time. On the contrary, I have nothing against it. Society has allowed them to have access to tobacco. Tobacco is something they've become addicted to. It's nicotine in those cigarettes that is such that today my colleagues who smoke, my friends who smoke, can't stop. I have nothing against smokers, but I resent those who profit from it, especially corporations. And I have to admit, different levels of government who, year after year, collect taxes on tobacco. Taxes that do help us to run our society, but at what cost? What is the human cost? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. Which leads me to vaping. Vaping, Madam Speaker, I like the description that the Children's Hospital for McGill University gave us. It's important to talk about it because I have a young person at home and I know what vaping is. When we chat, there's a lot of people who are intrigued by these electronic cigarette machines. And on the McGill University Children's Hospital site, what is the difference between vaping and smoking a regular cigarette? And the answer is that it's not necessary to look very far to see that the use of e-cigarettes designated as vaping, is rising. Many people see e-cigarettes as a safe alternative to cigarettes. And so how are they similar? Electronic cigarettes do not contain tobacco. It has a battery, it includes a heating element, and a cartridge with liquid. It's a very sticky liquid, by the way. That's my own personal editorial note. The heated liquid produces vapor. It's a bit like the smoke generated from a classic cigarette. The danger for the smoker is that the e-cigarette can seem less harmful, but when we look more closely, everything in the liquid can raise concerns. Like classic cigarettes, many of the liquids for e-cigarettes contain nicotine. And even if nicotine for e-cigarettes is not officially authorized in Canada, these liquids contain other ingredients like glycol. It's considered a popular food additive, and there are flavors like strawberry and tea and others, which makes these cigarettes attractive for children and teenagers. The creation of liquid for e-cigarettes has not been closely monitored in Canada, which means that the proportions of ingredients indicated on the label may not be exact. And the e-cigarette industry is so recent that there's no data on the effect of inhaling these liquids in the long term. To conclude, public health authorities are now talking about the danger of smoking by making it acceptable and could lead to undermining decades of anti-smoking awareness campaigns. It's seen as a better way of starting to smoke. Pediatric experts agree that children and teenagers should never get into the habit of smoking, whether it's e-cigarettes or regular cigarettes. And I think that we can all agree on that, Madam Speaker.
So, are e-cigarettes a solution? We've just begun to see the results of studies, and there's one study that several media outlets have mentioned, and they say that vaping can increase the risk of cancer and cardiac disease. And this, according to the preliminary results of a study conducted by researchers at the Faculty of Medicine at NYU. And this has been written up in the Journal of the Academy of Sciences in the United States. And they say that although electric cigarettes contain fewer problematic additives than cigarettes, they can still be a problem for cardiac disease. Mr. Speaker, it may be less harmful than regular cigarettes, but they're not really saying this yet. Does it have advantages vis-a-vis cigarettes, conventional cigarettes? Is it less harmful? What they say is that at the present time they don't have sufficient information, but one thing is certain, and that is that the use of vaping is increasing. More and more people are using that particular crutch, and we don't have the information necessary to know whether or not or how much this practice is harmful. Now, this study has been talked about for some weeks now by the media, but what I would like to mention is that e-cigarettes cannot really be beneficial or harmful. We can't really know the degrees to which they are either. There is a Mr. Eaton who said there can be harmful effects on young people, and this justifies our concern. We have to find out. And he said that users of e-cigarettes and users of vaping, it is known that these people can have to face the harmful effects of these products. Now, I know that the media has popularized, simplified the information, the scientific information on the use of these products. But we need to know more, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that in Quebec, the government of Quebec has brought in very strict legislation in this area, and they have subjected e-cigarettes and vaping to the same regulation as cigarettes, and they have to be sold, the products have to be sold at specific places just as cigarettes have to be. And there are restrictions with respect to advertising. So they're trying to provide a framework for this industry in order that it doesn't have as big an effect as it might on young people. Once again, I think that our will to go further in our studies and in our research, I think this is a very good thing, and I think that this bill should go to committee. Madam Speaker, I'd like to see it go to committee so that my colleagues on the Health Committee can really study it. And I think we could ask the authors of the study I mentioned to appear so that we can learn even more about these products. We've talked about neutral packaging for cigarettes. Now, they brought this in France, and cigarettes only decreased by 0.0 something percent. And Marlboro cigarettes actually increased in sales in France. So, cigarette, whether it's in neutral packaging or not, just as dangerous. Now, I would hope that the Health Committee will analyze this bill in depth, and always bearing in mind the health of Canadians, the health of our young people, rather than protecting an industry or a business. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like to thank you for your very thoughtful comments. But first of all, I'd like to express my condolences for the effect of tobacco on your family. I'd like to say that it would be better if young people chose to never use either cigarettes or vaping. But this isn't really a practical point of view, and sometimes they will choose. And given that they may choose vaping, is it best to restrict it? Is it best for the government to place strict restrictions around it? In order to try to stop the use of these products. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her kind words and her words of sympathy. I think here in this chamber, I think all of us probably have known someone who has lived through a health problem caused by tobacco, and it's very difficult for all of us. And that's why we have such an important role to play here. Now, we do have to regulate. Of course we do. We have to make the product less attractive. And I can say that over past years, the government has tried to decrease the use of tobacco by young people. I don't have the numbers in my head, but I'm sure we'll be hearing them throughout the day. So we have to continue our efforts at prevention, whether it's preventing smoking or vaping or marijuana use. Madam Speaker, none of these products should be used by our young people, and none of our young people should begin to use these products. So yes, regulate, but let's not forget the importance of prevention campaigns and making our young people aware that these products aren't good for them. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which is one that really emphasizes the need for prevention and helping young people not start smoking, because it does create a dependency and addiction. And he recognizes that there are prevention campaigns and prevention methods that can prevent a young person from beginning to smoke. But we know that there are about 4 million young people between 14 and 18 who have smoked at least once or who have tried an e-cigarette. And what we need to do is to decrease the number of tobacco, of a regulation around this. There will be neutral packaging, and we might try to make sure that there are no positive connotations around these products. France decided to do this. Now, in 2015, there was a report from the Health Committee which had 14 recommendations on regulations to manage vaping products. So we have already had a study, and here we are about to do another study. Perhaps we could begin by applying those previous recommendations in order to decrease the number of young people who will begin using tobacco products in order to avoid illness and also certain deaths. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I think we should do anything we can to stop children from using these products, be they cigarettes, conventional cigarettes, e-cigarettes, vaping. I would agree with doing anything we can to stop them. I think we have to deal with this. We have to act. Now, have we done the proper thing? And here's where experts agree. Well, we have to ask, is vaping worse? Or is vaping something that would help young people stop smoking? Or by changing the label on something, would that stop them from smoking? But we could have, there are these no-name cigarettes that have really nothing on the packaging and they still smoke them. I think, Madam Speaker, we have to better regulate in order that these products become less accessible. There are some people who think that by bringing in all kinds of regulations that this is going to stop people from smoking. I think what we need is to bring in measures to avoid seeing young people, teenagers, starting to smoke, rather than bringing in all kinds of regulations that prevent them from smoking in the first place. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech, but I would like to mention an element of the legislation which I think is a problem in drafting. It's in Article 3.21, where they say it is prohibited to advertise vaping by celebrity endorsements or by inviting packaging. Now, there are people who have stopped smoking by using vaping. Now, I'm going to read something in English because it is one of my constituents who wrote this.
You know that vaping has saved my life. I am 36 years old and had smoked cigarettes for 19 years until I started vaping. Madam Speaker, he then goes on to describe why he stopped. He says, "One day I noticed my daughter coloring. She picked up one of her markers and pretended it was a cigarette and said she needed a smoke. When I saw that, I knew it was time to quit. Donc, pour les députés, je voulais juste...
So, there is this section of the bill where it talks about not having any advertising of these kinds of products. But there are people who have stopped smoking through vaping, and I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague what he thinks of this. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a good question, because vaping, if vaping could become a means of weaning people off smoking, then I think it's a tool we could use. And if it's useful in controlling, if we have to control the amount of nicotine in e-cigarettes, we might do that. But these things might be prescribed in order to help people stop smoking, because our ultimate goal is to make sure that people stop smoking and smoke less tobacco. But some people have to do it gradually. And opinions are divided on whether people should stop right away or stop gradually. Some experts think we should allow vaping because it helps some people stop smoking, and there are others who say we shouldn't allow any form of cigarette whatsoever, because that might give people the desire to smoke. Now, if it's used, if these products are used under supervision in order to help people stop smoking, well, I don't know how we can be against that.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam President. Je partagerai mon temps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for with the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying, I think John Wanamaker first said it about advertising, but it works for politics too. Half of what you do in politics is useless, but you never know which half. Well, even if some of what we do in this place is fruitless, that certainly can't be said of our efforts to combat smoking. The reduction in smoking rates in this country is a great success story. It demonstrates that well-designed legislation can improve Canadians' health. It's part of the half of what we do that really matters. It is really worth reflecting on how far we've come. I can remember when smoking was absolutely everywhere. We've made huge strides. 1 in 2 Canadians in the 1960s was a smoker. Every second person was a smoker. Today, that number is just 13%. Huge strides. But not all jurisdictions made similar progress. Smoking is still very prevalent in some countries in the world. I'm reminded of a story from a book on the history of tobacco use worldwide. The author was on a train in another country when a local offered his friend a cigarette. His friend declined. The local was flabbergasted. He simply couldn't understand why someone would decline a cigarette. Well, the cigarette used to have a similar cultural power in Canada. Not that long ago, those ashtrays on a desk in this place were in use. What started as a public sector ban eventually spread to the private sector. You no longer have to inform your server if you want a smoking or a non-smoking place in a restaurant. So our country really has made progress discouraging this deadly, deadly habit. Which brings me to the legislation we are debating today, Bill S5. The bill seeks to expand our country's proud legacy of curbing tobacco use. The question is, does it successfully build on that legacy? Well, I think the bill addresses some of the very important issues. On my way to work in the morning, I've seen fewer people smoking cigarettes than used to. far less compared to 20 years ago. But I'm seeing more people puffing on small metal devices, which when I initially saw them, I didn't know what they were. They call it vaping. It doesn't quite have the cool look that cigarettes supposedly used to have. It's hard to imagine Clint Eastwood projecting his rugged image in those old westerns while puffing on a tube attached to a battery pack. But that's a good thing. We know for sure that inhaling carcinogens into our lungs is neither rugged nor cool. The Marlboro Man died a long time ago of lung cancer. So does vaping really help people quit smoking, as its advocates claim? Well, a study published by Public Health England found that vaping is 95% less harmful than smoking tobacco. Well, that's a good start. They call that harm reduction. The vapor doesn't contain the carbon monoxide and volatile organic compounds that cigarette smoke does. But it does still contain nicotine, which is, of course, what smokers are addicted to. Studies have found that people using e-cigarettes with nicotine were more likely to stop smoking compared with those who received placebos. So it's still supplying the addictive substance, but through a much less harmful delivery mechanism. I think it would still be best to get off of nicotine altogether, but it is a powerful, powerful drug. But for those who can't, vaping seems to hold great promise as a less harmful option. If vaping has such great potential to help smokers quit, then we need to be very careful in how we regulate it. However, before I speak further to that point, I want to make it clear that I strongly agree the vaping market needs some regulation. Nicotine is a drug subject to Food and Drugs Act, but as it stands, no vaping product has been authorized in Canada. All nicotine-containing vaping products are being sold illegally. I assume that would come as a surprise to many people. I see vaping going on Spark Street. I do believe that most of those people don't know that's an illegal substance. It's a Wild West market out there for these products, so this situation needs to be addressed. The vitally important provisions of this bill are those that ban the sale of vaping products to those under 18. The U.S. Surgeon General released a report in 2016 that found 25% of students between grades 6 and 12 had tried e-cigarettes. In Canada, 1 in 4 youth aged 15 to 19 reporting having tried e-cigarette. So these products are making their way to those underaged. This needs to stop. We know that educating children about the dangers of smoking is most effective before they reach grade 6. This is too often forgotten. We concentrate on warning them when they're teenagers, when it's often too late. With the rising popularity of vaping e-cigarettes, we need to educate children about their danger as well. Just because they have great harm reduction potential for adults who already smoke doesn't mean we want more people taking it up as an addictive habit. Nicotine is very addictive. Education should go hand in hand with regulation. However, to return to my earlier point, we need to protect the health of adult Canadians without robbing them of a viable way to get off of cigarettes. While I support this legislation, I hope that the committee will carefully consider certain aspects of it. For example, while some restrictions on branding and marketing are important, I'm not sure that banning flavors is wise. Many adults enjoy a variety of flavors, and access to them might help encourage them to quit cigarettes. I myself have a jar of Jubes in my office. I'm sure many of my honorable colleagues in this place have a sweet tooth. So I'm not sure about the logic of sweet flavors only appealing to children. But maybe there's a good case for completely banning flavors. I just think it's something the committee should consider in depth. The other piece of this legislation that I hope will receive some careful consideration in committee is the implementation of plain packaging on cigarettes. I support measures that will reduce the smoking rate, but we don't want to see a corresponding spike in organized crime. It's important to remember smoking is already at an all-time low in Canada. 5 decades of combating tobacco use have been successful. So we need to be careful about inadvertently supporting contraband cigarette industry by taking drastic new measures, especially when existing measures are working. Will cigarettes with no branding at all, even on the filter, look identical to an unbranded contraband cigarette? If that's the case, it becomes a consumer protection issue. Contraband cigarettes have often been found to contain ingredients that would not be allowed in the regulated Canadian market. As far as I understand, the Australian experience with plain packaging has led to unclear outcomes. They saw a decrease in smoking rates among adults, but a possible increase among those underage. Tobacco use, as measured by tobacco expenditures, were unaffected. A careful cost-benefit analysis needs to be conducted. It's up to the honourable members opposite to prove that plain packaging will not aid in the sale of contraband tobacco. I should note that while I support this bill going to committee, I'm surprised the government is supporting legislation to modernize smoking laws while at the same time legalizing marijuana. It's a real mixed message to Canadians. If plain packaging is necessary to lower cigarette smoking rate, why has no similar rule been introduced for marijuana? The Liberals are rushing forward with C-45 despite the objections of police forces and municipalities across the country. Like many aspects of legislation, these issues have been left unaddressed. Well, that said, as it stands, I'm supportive of this bill going to committee. I think it has great potential to do a lot of good. I think the committee will need to consider some of the concerns I've raised today to make sure the bill doesn't result in unintended consequences. If they do that, I think it could really help foster a healthier Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. The idea of vaping, and I know in some of the other Conservative speakers they've implied, and correctly, that if you smoking and you can convert from smoking to vaping, that's a good thing. And I suspect overall, I think there's many benefits in terms of having that transition from cigarette smoking into vaping. The question I have for the member is, does he believe there are situations where young people in particular start vaping because they think that it's much healthier, that they can actually do vaping because it seems to be perceived differently. And by starting vaping, that could lead to the consumption of cigarette smoking or start someone. In other words, can the reverse happen? Yes, vaping can be used as a tool to help people get off of cigarettes, but does he believe that there's a possibility that the other way could also take place?
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his thoughtful question. The belief that anything that would contribute to the starting of a habit that includes nicotine is absolutely a problem. Nicotine is still part of the vaping. Nicotine is capable of, with one use, creating an addiction as it lodges in the brain. So anything that does that is a problem. That's why I believe education is critical. That's why I believe the DARE program, for example, that is one of the most effective tools where members of police forces, municipal, federal, provincial, RCMP, come into schools with grade 5 and 6 children and work on the reasons why you should say no to things that are dangerous to your health, and this would include smoking, vaping, those kinds of things, drugs, that this is the most effective mechanism we have to change or make those habits something that they never start with. So vaping, smoking, all of those things where nicotine is involved is a truly tough drug to deal with as an addiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank the Honourable Member for his speech. I have one question about vaping and one on tobacco. The question on vaping is, as I think science is starting to show us, is that vaping is depending on the studies you read, up to 95% safer than smoking tobacco, but yet we do not know the long-term health impacts of vaping yet. So my first question is, does the honourable member support restricting promotions and advertising on vaping products in some kind of similar fashion as tobacco? And second, with respect to tobacco, I know his party is generally against taxes, but would he favor imposing a levy on tobacco companies to help recover the costs of our government having to enforce a tobacco reduction strategy? Would that be a reasonable levy in his view?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. It's something that, you know, when we look at this, and the committee will have great responsibility to look at which aspects, which ways things would work best. Taxing in the sense of the tobacco industry, when they look at uses rates and addiction to nicotine, it's sort of a revenue source and not necessarily change. What we have found is the best way to change the habits to deal with tobacco is education. Education, and as young as we can get. I've been in many situations where health promotion was aimed at high school students, which I argued against very strongly. That's too late. It needs to be at grade 5 and 6. So if you can stop the addiction from happening through choice and education, I think that is the better way. Taxing on a very addictive nicotine has not proven the most successful way to curb the use. So I believe education is the better alternative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just quickly, I pointed out the previous, I thought, poor drafting in the legislation. But in flavors, under 30.481, it says no person shall promote a vaping product set out in column 2 of Schedule 3. It goes into it. It describes the flavors in there. It causes... The part of the section actually talks about a person to believe that the product has a flavor set out in column 1. It doesn't say a reasonable person would. It just says a person may believe this, and it doesn't really provide the threshold at which a person looking at this, or if it goes to court, that could then determine whether in fact a company or a person selling a retailer had violated the law. Whereas in different sections of this act, it does say reasonable. So to the member, just on this section about flavors, I know he mentioned it, but does he have any concerns that there's a lack of clarity in here exactly on what the legislation is trying to achieve when it comes to confectionery flavors?
A brief answer from the member from Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And briefly, anything that needs to be dealt with, and I think some of the things we pointed out today is challenges with this legislation, as I would support it going to committee. We need some work on this legislation. There needs to be some clarification, some corrections made to it. Basically, it's a good piece of legislation, but there's problems in it. And the challenge for the committee then is to solve those issues, and I believe this would be one of them, as I'd mentioned, and it needs to be solved in committee so it's a better piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each time someone says my riding name, I hold my breath because it's very long and it's quite difficult, in fact, to remember. Now, today we're talking about vaping with this bill. And it's interesting because oftentimes vaping is often associated with the bad habit of smoking. I read in some reports that it took some 50 years to get people to understand just how bad smoking was for their health. Now, having said that, I see a difference. Now, I worked with Health Canada from 2011 to 2013, and I see a difference between vaping and cigarette smoking, and I'll explain what I mean. Vaping with nicotine or flavored nicotine or fruit flavors, well, to my mind, those are placebos. Now, it's acknowledged that vaping helps to reduce the amount of, or the number of cigarettes people smoke. in 2016, 24 studies, including 3 clinical trials, which were random, looked into this. 2 of the clinical trials, with over 600 participants, showed that electronic cigarette users with nicotine were more likely to stop smoking for a period of 6 months compared to people in the test group who had used a placebo without nicotine. So we need to make a distinction. Now, I agree with the bill, with the importance that explaining to people that a bad habit is never good, replacing cigarettes with vaping is something people do because it becomes a habit. Now, people who smoke, and I myself have never smoked, but I did, in fact, see my mother smoke for many years. And people who smoke do it. It's like having something in their hand, like I have my pen here today. And it became a habit for them. And memory, and my mother has Alzheimer's, doesn't remember smoking as such, so she has stopped smoking. So there are other issues we need to talk about. Bad habits are often accompanied by other things. For example, people smoke when they're stressed. Some people are simply chronic smokers. Other people are social smokers. Maybe they have a glass of wine or a beer, and they'll smoke. But apart from that, they don't. And that, too, is a bad habit. Now, we have to remember that some acts, like this one on vaping, must include bans. Now, we want to ban this in public spaces as we do with cigarettes, but are we making a distinction between vaping with nicotine, which is problematic because it's used as a replacement for a cigarette and it can become a detrimental habit? It's bad for the bronchial system, for the lungs, and vaping when it comes to fruit or sweet flavors, which is a different thing. Now, I know that this bill bans or prohibits a sale to people under the age of 18. If young people have access to vaping, then we need to make or provide education, awareness, and we need to educate our young people to understand that vaping can lead to a bad habit. Not all habits are detrimental to our health, but vaping with nicotine is just as bad as smoking. And now today we're talking about vaping, and when some of our friends opposite ask questions, they say, well, will vaping encourage young people to ultimately smoke cigarettes? Well, we don't want to create habits in young people to create other habits elsewhere. Now, it could lead a young person to smoke cigarettes or to marijuana, but the people opposite haven't mentioned that yet. We're debating cigarettes here, which is something that's detrimental, but there's been no mention of marijuana, which to my mind is worse than cigarette smoking because it directly affects my children's brains. But that's another debate. Now, some people think that electronic cigarettes are not as harmful and that they reduce exposure to tobacco. Now, if vaping is done with nicotine, it's just as bad because we need to acknowledge that nicotine is the addictive substance, not the vaping as such. When there's no nicotine in it or when the e-liquid simply has a flavor, it's very different. We must also remember that nicotine is a drug. It comes under the Food and Health Drug Act. It must be authorized by Health Canada before it's distributed. on the basis of its safety, security, etc. And now I remember when I worked at Health Canada and the debate began on vaping. At the time, it was still illegal to sell vaping products in grocery stores or anywhere else for that matter. And we had the discussion. So if it was illegal and that detrimental to people's health, how then is it now in the grocery stores and we're simply turning a blind eye to it? That's unacceptable. Now today we're debating a bill. I agree with the bill, but it needs to have more teeth. Because if we want to put in place good legislation, we need to send it to committee, and it needs to be examined in great detail. Earlier I listened to some remarks made, and it's true that scientists don't agree. Some say it's blue, some say it's white, some red. There isn't agreement. And as legislators, we need to have the best understanding of what this bill seeks to do. I will be supporting this bill because I think we need some guidelines and because, as I've said in the past, vaping with nicotine, and that's the one that I'm the most interested in because it most closely resembles cigarette smoking, and it's the most dangerous. But at the same time, we're dealing with adults, consenting adults, and it has in fact been proven that vaping does significantly reduce the desire to smoke. Now, I have a friend who smoked for some 40 years. I worked with her. She was my assistant manager. And at one point, she smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Now, that is a lot of cigarettes from my perspective. I've never smoked, as I said. And she took up vaping. She completely stopped smoking in 2 months.
There's a beneficial effect for some people. What we have to make sure of now is that we have legislation that sees all of the aspects of vaping. In my opinion, we need to establish a distinction between vaping with liquid nicotine, which resembles traditional smoking, and the others that have no nicotine at all and just have flavoring agents. These can help people to vape a grape flavor or whatever it may be. We need to be aware of this, and I hope that it will be studied in committee. We need to look at all of the aspects of this bill. It is a good bill. It is a good start. It took 55 years with cigarette smoking to make people understand that it was bad for their health. I hope it won't take 55 years to tell people that vaping is bad for your health and marijuana too. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. Supporting the legislation, I think, is a good initiative in the sense that we do need to see the legislation go into committee where ultimately we can listen to what some of the stakeholders might have to say. I appreciate her concerns, a good example in regards to her friend. And I think that there are many examples where people have actually been lifelong smokers and vaping has been a way out of smoking. And I think we share the same concern in regards to, and maybe ask her to add some further comment on it, is the risk factor or the possible risk factor of those young people, especially if they don't have that educational component where they could end up vaping, which could ultimately lead to them smoking into the future, or the whole issue of nicotine being used in vapes. So if maybe she want to just provide some of her additional thoughts in regards to that component.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. I would like to thank my fellow parliamentarian for his question. Young people need to be educated, above all, whether it be about cigarettes, vaping, or marijuana, because young people will be exposed to this. We can't put our heads in the sand. Vaping can lead you where you want to go. Young people need education, and if that education needs to be offered through our efforts and other stakeholders, parents, society, it's not enough to say to our young people, stop smoking. You can't smoke. You can't vape. We need to make them aware that there are risks. And by making them aware, and by making society aware in general, it will be necessary to, above all, emphasize education. The young people of today, young people, young adults, when someone says, don't do that, usually that's what they'll go do. There's no use in forbidding. One must explain. And it must be explained in such a way that people understand, that young people understand, that parents understand. And I say that education is what we must emphasize. Questions and comments?
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I agree very much with my honourable colleague that education is the key. Whenever we as legislators are talking about important issues like drugs or substances like alcohol and tobacco, but you know, the honourable member for Thornhill before Christmas got in some trouble for comparing growing legal marijuana at home with leaving fentanyl on the shelves of children, and of course that was just a terrible analogy that had no real basis in scientific fact. But I just heard my honourable colleague say that in her view, cannabis is worse than tobacco. Now, tobacco has more than 4,000 chemicals found in tobacco smoke. Hundreds are toxic, including hydrogen cyanide, lead, acetone,
no tokens,
no
passes or cash.
arsenic, and formaldehyde, and at least 70 of those chemicals are carcinogens. One person dies of tobacco ingestion every 14 minutes in this country, and yet there's never been a single death associated with cannabis ingestion directly. So I'm just wondering, I know that cannabis, nobody asserts that cannabis should be used by children. Of course, in young people, there may be an impact on brain development. But does she really think that tobacco is less harmful as a health issue than cannabis in this country? Because New Democrats don't believe that.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. A brief response, please. We know the effects of smoking. We don't know the effects of cannabis. Unfortunately, in my family, I have someone who died because they consumed too much cannabis. Yes, I am aware of what I just said, and I will repeat it. For me, cannabis is more of a problem than smoking. However, both are bad for people's health.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill S5, the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act. Canada's New Democrats have long called for the measures contained in this proposed legislation, and we will work positively with the government to facilitate its implementation at every stage to ensure that this legislation is passed and improved as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, this legislation will save lives. Indeed, Madam Speaker, our party has led the fight in Parliament for strong tobacco legislation for decades. As we all know, tobacco products contain deadly carcinogens and many other harmful substances that are injurious to human health, and we know that tobacco products are also highly addictive. It's really a perfect storm, Madam Speaker. A terrible substance that kills, that addicts the consumer who tries it. In the 1960s, when the federal government was still unwilling to pursue an effective control tobacco policy, more than 20 private members' bills to control tobacco packaging, labeling, and advertising were introduced by opposition members. More than half of them were introduced by NDP MP Barry Mather. In the fall of 1986, now we're talking over 30 years ago, NDP Member of Parliament Lynn MacDonald introduced a private member's bill, the Non-Smokers Health Act, that was Bill C-204, to ban tobacco advertising and to ban smoking in workplaces under federal jurisdiction. Unlike most private members' bills that unfortunately die on the order paper, this legislation would go on to become law, albeit in modified form, in 1988. And in 2008, former New Democrat health critic Judy Wasilija-Lease launched a successful campaign to ban flavors in tobacco products. At that time, of course, the addition of flavors to tobacco was another insidious move by tobacco companies to try to skirt effective regulation and continue to hook Canadians with their product. Now, the legislation before us today, Bill S-5, was introduced in response to the 2015 report of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health entitled Vaping, toward a regulatory framework for e-cigarettes. So in essence, Madam Speaker, the proposed act before us today aims to protect youth and Canadians from nicotine addiction and tobacco marketing by granting regulation-making authority to the Governor and Council for the implementation of plain and standardized packaging for tobacco products, and by creating a new legislative framework for regulating vaping products in this country. Now, Madam Speaker, since it first took office, Canada's New Democrats have pressed the Liberal government to expedite the implementation of plain packaging requirements for all tobacco products. Plain packaging has proved to be an effective way to reduce smoking, discourage young people from starting to smoke, and decrease secondhand exposure to tobacco smoke. Every month we delay, more Canadians, especially young Canadians, start smoking and become addicted. And that will result in more Canadians dying from tobacco-related illness. Action is needed immediately for the health of all Canadians. According to the Canadian Tobacco, Alcohol and Drug Survey, in 2015, 115,000 Canadians started smoking daily. 82% of daily smokers started before the age of 18, meaning that of those 115,000 Canadians who start smoking pretty much every year, most of those people are under the age of 18. 1/3 of those people will ultimately be affected negatively in a health consequence and die from that tobacco use. Now, the Liberal government issued mandate letters to their cabinet ministers in 2015, and one of those mandates was to bring in this legislation. And yet here we are, almost 3 years later, in 2018, and this legislation is still before this House and has not passed. Now, what did the health minister and this government do when they were given that mandate? They decided to consult. Madam Speaker, consult about what? Did they not know that tobacco products kill? Did they not know that tobacco products were addictive? Did they not know that plain packaging worked? I'll get into that in a few moments, Madam Speaker, because all three of those questions, to ask them is to answer them. We knew the answers to all of those questions back in 2015. So it's inexcusable that this government delayed and dithered for years to bring in this legislation when we know that every single day Canadians, young Canadians, start smoking, get addicted to cigarettes, and will ultimately die in large numbers from that. Now, Madam Speaker, that means that since 2015, somewhere between 250 and 300,000 Canadians have started smoking and become addicted since this government first said they were going to act on this matter. Madam Speaker, that is not putting the health of Canadians first, and it's not giving the priority to Canadians' health that New Democrats believe is appropriate. As Rob Cunningham, Senior Policy Analyst with the Canadian Cancer Society said, quote, "The sooner we have tobacco plain packaging, the sooner we can have the health benefits. Plain packaging will reduce the appeal of tobacco packages and brands. Right now, tobacco companies are using brand colors and logos to make cigarettes more attractive. That might include mountain scenes or feminine pastels. It might include super slim packages targeted at women, end quote. I want to stop for a moment, Madam Speaker. I think many parliamentarians in this room have been approached by members of the Canadian Cancer Society and anti-tobacco groups who bring with them samples of the products that tobacco companies are using to market, particularly to young people and especially to young women. Madam Speaker, that marketing is disgusting. They market small, slim packages that are meant to look like cosmetics, that are slim so they fit in a young woman's small purse at nightclubs. They are directly trying to addict young women in particular to tobacco products and using sophisticated marketing techniques to do that. They are marketing a carcinogen that is addictive, that kills, to our young girls and women in this country. And that needs to stop. Now, plain packaging for tobacco products would standardize the appearance and size of cigarette packages by requiring the removal of all brand imagery, including corporate logos and trademarks. Packages would display a standard background color, usually a very unattractive greenish brown, and manufacturers would be permitted to print only the brand name in a mandated size, font, and position. Other government-mandated information, such as health warnings, would remain in prominent fashion. Now, the changes will render cigarette packages almost indistinguishable from each other, which makes them less attractive to consumers, especially young people, and make the health warnings clearer, more prominent, and more effective. Now, as I said, in terms of this government needing to consult, plain packaging was implemented in Australia in 2012, 6 years ago. In France, Hungary, and the United Kingdom in 2016, and in Norway and Ireland in 2017. So again, Madam Speaker, we have empirical evidence from around the world, from jurisdictions similar to ours, that plain packaging works, and this government chose to wait and delay rather than act forcefully and effectively. Plain packaging is also under formal consideration in Slovenia, Sweden, Finland, New Zealand, Singapore, Belgium, and South Africa, among other countries. Now, New Democrats believe that Canada should have the strictest and most rigorous plain and standardized packaging regimen in the world in order to promote public health. So while this act is an excellent start, it is not perfect, and it requires some scrutiny to ensure it meets its full potential. For example, Madam Speaker, in its consultation document on the proposed regulations concerning plain packaging, Health Canada did not include the option of further regulating brand names beyond limiting the number of words they can contain. Madam Speaker, I met with the former Health Minister of Australia, Nicola Roxon, who told me that we have to close every single loophole in these regulations, or tobacco companies will find a way to exploit them. And that even includes things like their name. If we don't put controls on their name, then you'll see things like Sexy Brand Smoking Inc., Young People Beauty Cigarettes Inc. You will see the tobacco companies use that kind of marketing to get their message to young people, and we as parliamentarians have to ensure that does not happen. That's why New Democrats are calling on this government to ban all brand names and terms with positive connotations, as is the case in France and outlined in the European Commission's Tobacco Products Directive. Canada should also prohibit tobacco brand variants, as they do in Uruguay. Now, in the past, partial marketing bans for tobacco have had limited effectiveness. When most traditional forms of tobacco advertising were prohibited, Big Tobacco's marketing expenditures didn't stop. They simply shifted to other channels, including packaging and the retail environment. So, Madam Speaker, plain packaging not only eliminates one of the last remaining marketing avenues available to Big Tobacco, it also enhances the impact of health warnings. Now, a bit on health warnings. They are the most cost-effective, self-sustaining way of communicating with Canadians about the harms of tobacco. Effective warnings should be large, prominent, be unavoidable, use color, and include pictures. Large pictorial warnings are the most effective way to reach children and youth and the most vulnerable members of our society with low literacy. But warnings aren't just about scaring consumers away from a deadly product. They're also about informing Canadians and providing access to support for those who need it to overcome their nicotine addiction. In Canada, every cigarette pack includes a telephone helpline number and a website for helping Canadians stop smoking. Dr. David Hammond, professor at the University of Waterloo's School of Public Health, recently informed the Health Committee that this approach has been extensively evaluated and works very effectively. Moreover, despite Big Tobacco's efforts to mislead the public, all credible evidence shows that the removal of branding does not promote illegal or contraband sales. The only research that has found any link between contraband market increases and plain packaging comes from studies funded directly by the tobacco industry. Specifically, this research comes from reports commissioned from KPMG that had to include a disclaimer that they are not to be used for any purpose other than what the funder decreed, because the terms of reference were so narrow that they cannot be used to draw any broad inferences. Indeed, KPMG took the extraordinary step of writing to the UK Minister of Health to state that the tobacco industry was misusing its work. So the argument that plain packaging increases contraband tobacco sales has been repeatedly put forward by Big Tobacco in court cases as well, and it has been rejected every time. In fact, 5 separate legal rulings have affirmed the positive impact of plain packaging, Madam Speaker. So this sort of deceptive behavior from Big Tobacco is nothing new. Today's fight for plain packaging follows a long and dark history of Big Tobacco engaging in orchestrated campaigns to deceive the public about the harms of their extremely deadly product. Indeed, in a landmark 2015 Canadian court ruling, 3 of the world's biggest tobacco companies were ordered to pay $15 billion for their duplicity. In his ruling, Quebec's Superior Court Justice Brian Reardon pulled no punches, saying this, quote, "By choosing not to inform either the public health authorities or the public directly of what they knew, the tobacco companies chose profits over the health of their customers. Whatever else can be said about that choice, it is clear that it represents a fault of the most egregious nature, and one that must be considered in the context of punitive damages." Madam Speaker, despite Big Tobacco's attempts to obstruct the truth, we know that of the more than 4,000 chemicals found in tobacco smoke, hundreds are toxic, including hydrogen cyanide, lead, acetone, arsenic, and formaldehyde. At least 70 of these chemicals are known carcinogens. We know that every day, 100 Canadians will die of a smoking-related illness. That's 1 every 14 minutes. That's 37,000 Canadians who will die this year due to smoking. Of those, more than 1,000 non-smokers will die of lung cancer and coronary heart disease caused by exposure to secondhand smoke. Madam Speaker, we also know that Big Tobacco has no qualms with continuing to aggressively market this poison to young people in order to encourage and exploit their addiction to a product that will ultimately kill them. But I am heartened to see that this generation of young Canadians is fighting back. I recently had the honour of attending Freeze the Industry's luncheon on Parliament Hill. Freeze the Industry is a youth-led coalition that is dedicated to stopping Big Tobacco from developing and marketing products that entice young people. I was inspired to see the coalition's unwavering support for plain and standardized packaging for tobacco products in Canada. I also must give tremendous credit to organizations who have been on the front lines of this battle with Big Tobacco for decades. Their tireless efforts have saved countless lives over the years, and though there are too many to name individually, I'd like to specifically recognize the advocacy of the Canadian Cancer Society, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Canadian Coalition for Action on Tobacco, Physicians for a Smoke-Free Canada, the Canadian Lung Association, and la Coalition Québécoise pour le contrôle du tabac. And of course, I would be remiss not to recognize the heavy lifting that's been done for us by Australia's former Health Minister, the Honourable Nicola Roxon, who led the global fight against Big Tobacco to bring in the world's first set of plain packaging requirements. That is leadership. Now, I might also point out that in Australia, tobacco giant Philip Morris brought a claim against Australia under investor state dispute settlement provisions in a Hong Kong trade deal in 2011. Thankfully, this was unsuccessful, and another example of the misguided inclusion of investor state lawsuit provisions in trade agreements that Liberals and Conservatives continue to push. By the way, Philip Morris also failed in a bid to challenge the constitutionality of plain packaging laws in the Australian High Court in 2012, and after a 5-year legal battle, Australia's plain packaging requirements were upheld at the World Trade Organization in 2017. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't underestimate the lengths and steps that Big Tobacco will go in order to continue to legally market their dangerous and fatal product. Mr. Speaker, Canada's New Democrats believe that we cannot give Big Tobacco any room to maneuver to continue to promote this deadly product. Canada must have the strictest and most rigorous plain and standardized packaging regime in the world, and that's what New Democrats will work towards. Now, Mr. Speaker, this legislation also deals with vaping products. Now, the New Democrats understand that this new technology holds promise as a harm reduction tool to promote the cessation of tobacco consumption. An expert independent evidence review published by Public Health England concluded that e-cigarettes are 95% less harmful than smoking, and they have the potential to help smokers quit smoking. At the same time, the long-term health impacts of vaping are presently unclear and require further research. Thus, Canada's New Democrats believe that the goal of any regulatory framework for vaping products should be to maximize their potential benefits as a smoking cessation tool while minimizing their potential health risks and curtailing access for minors. Publicly, Health Canada has not established a harm reduction policy or articulated the goals and administrative measures that one would expect for such an approach. At present, the vaping market in Canada is an informal grey market in which suppliers have kept a low profile and not aggressively marketed their products, which are technically illegal. There are growing fears that the passage of S5 will trigger the entry also of large tobacco companies into the illicit Canadian vaping market. That's why I will now highlight some of the weaknesses of Bill S5 regarding the advertising and promotion of vaping products and suggest some potential amendments to remedy these gaps. First, the prohibition on promoting vaping devices containing flavors set out in column 1 of Schedule 3 may be too narrow since all flavors could be appealing to young people. This legislation should be amended, Mr. Speaker, to prohibit the promotion of vaping products that could potentially be appealing to young people. Unlike the Tobacco Act, Bill S5 contains no restrictions on permitted locations for advertising and promotion of vaping products. That means that S5 could allow advertising on television, social media, bus stops, arenas, virtually anywhere. So this legislation should establish strengthened restrictions regarding permitted locations for vaping product advertising and promotion. While the current bill also bans lifestyle advertising, with some exceptions, there's no provision that states that only information or brand preference advertising is allowed on vaping products. This is another area that ought to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, Bill S5 would still permit lifestyle advertising in bars and in publications sent to adults. This provision serves no public health purpose and should be eliminated since there is no need for lifestyle advertising in relation to a harm reduction smoking cessation device. And finally, Bill S5 still permits extensive incentive promotions for vaping products in places where young people don't have access. So things like contests to win beach vacations, access to invitation-only parties, tickets to concerts and sport events could still be allowed, and they shouldn't be under this legislation. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will work diligently to try to make sure that the vaping provisions of this bill, again, serve the Canadian public health interests as much as possible, and will work very diligently in that regard. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, we're proud of bringing in introducing legislation that is going to take another step in reducing citizens' dependence on smoking. Back in the late 90s, I was honoured to have led a campaign which actually removed smoking from the legislature. whereby staff were not permitted to smoke. However, MLAs, because of their stressful occupations, were permitted to smoke in the legislature. It was because of the foresight and hard work of actually the Government Services Minister who took action after I had approached the individual a couple times and action was taken. But that kind of outrageous sort of privilege was the norm just in the late 1990s. Now, would the member reflect that actually in 2 years, this is a government that's taken on this issue as one of its earliest activities, and in fact has reviewed, deliberated, and constructed a bill. So over the last 2 years, we are now here presenting a bill. How would this compare with the activities of the previous Conservative government?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I suppose it's all relative, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're at second reading of this bill in the House of Commons. I suspect that this bill will likely take until June to get through this House and then into the committee and then back to this House for third reading. It'll likely be passed by June, and then, of course, the substance of this bill will be set forth in regulations that still have yet to be drafted and passed. So I suspect that this legislation that deals with plain packaging for tobacco and vaping will likely not really be enforced until the fall of 2018. Now, this government was elected in the fall of 2015. So that's 3 years. 3 years for this government to bring in legislation that we knew was essential and necessary years ago. So I don't regard that, and I don't think New Democrats regard 3 years as expeditious delivery of such an important public health piece of legislation. So I'm not going to give the government credit for that. In terms of comparing to the previous government, well, they didn't bring in the legislation at all in their 10 years of government. So that's not a record that New Democrats would think is appropriate either.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do feel compelled to stand up after that last question because I do recall very clearly as the former government dealt with the issues of flavors in tobacco, removing the flavors that were appealing to children. The former government was part of a committee where there was a unanimous report that was delivered in May of 2015. As we know, there was an election that came and we had a new government in place. That unanimous report was there, ready for this government to take action on. All parties in the House agreed on it as it related to the vaping component, and all they had to do was move forward. So my question would be, this is 3 years later, this has taken much too long. They knew they had to do the job. It was in the mandate letter, and there's no excuse for this to have taken so long in order to have action.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Yes, I would give the previous government credit for some action on tobacco in terms of the flavouring. I agree wholeheartely. You know, we deal with lots of issues in this House, and there's literally hundreds or thousands of issues that could be dealt with. But really, some of them are foundational. Some of them are more important than others. I regard the saving of public lives to be of the highest order. Now, I think this government should have introduced this bill as their first bill back in 2015, and this bill should have been passed in their first legislative session in this House back in by June of 2016. Instead, this government brought in bills to give tax cuts that the middle class and upper middle class Canadians benefit from. They thought that was a higher priority than saving lives of Canadians. I don't agree with that. I think that this should have been, when we know that 37,000 Canadians die every year, when we know that 115,000 Canadians start smoking and most of those people get addicted very quickly, and we know that a very high percentage of those people will die, I think that taking every step that we can to prevent that is of the highest order and biggest priority that we have in this House. That's what New Democrats believe.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for, as ever, a thoughtful and I think really very comprehensive educational view of what S5 offers and what it doesn't. I'm in the same boat as the honourable member. I look forward to the opportunity to plug some of the holes in committee in my capacity as a non-member of the committee summoned for clause by clause. But I do want to press him a little bit, because while the initial evidence is very clear that vaping can help people give up smoking, and therefore the statistics he shared with us are well known, that it could be a very good smoking cessation technique, the long-term health effects are not yet known. I'm wondering if he could share with us if there's any general medical concern about the direction of the long-term health effects. What kinds of health effects? Is there any kind of sense of what the medical community is looking for in terms of epidemiology, or are there lab tests? I'm just curious about that aspect of this new, smoking cessation technique. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her thoughtful and always rigorous question. I don't think very many members do their homework as well as the honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Island. So, she raises an excellent point. When the House Standing Committee on Health studied vaping products in March of 2015, virtually all the expert testimony identified the apparent reduced harm to users of nicotine vaping products compared to users of combustible tobacco cigarettes. However, the experts also voiced concern about whether the reduction in harm for smokers justified the risks of introducing new nicotine product to the market. So most of the testimony that we've heard has to do with the policy considerations that we're struggling with about encouraging in any way ingestion of nicotine. But in terms of the actual epidemiological and health impacts of vaping, I think that we need a lot more research and information on that, and that's something that I'm looking forward to receiving in the committee to help us craft the kind of regulations that we think are necessary for this new product.
Comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member if he believes in plain packaging for marijuana.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bill C-45 contains extensive provisions that regulate the promotion and packaging of cannabis products, and we went through a detailed examination of those in committee. I think we all in this House share general agreement that things like we want to make sure that cannabis products are not marketed towards children, that they are sold only in places that adults frequent, that there is accurate, safe information on cannabis products. And so I think that whenever you're dealing with a substance like cannabis or tobacco or alcohol, we want to make sure that the consumers have accurate, safe information about the product that they're ingesting so that they can make an informed choice. Of course, the difference between tobacco and cannabis is that tobacco is a known carcinogen that kills. And there are some differences in terms of the products, and I think that's a distinction that may be lost on the Conservative Party.
Comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Vancouver Kingsway on his remarks. I think it was a very frank assessment of the situation that we face with smoking, and I think a very frank assessment of the bill and some changes that may need to be made. And I have, as probably many people in this House, have seen some of those little that do look like little packages that looks like cosmetics with the fancy little cigarettes in them, and they are attractive. They do look nice, and it is a marketing vehicle. He talked a little bit, the member talked a little bit about illegal tobacco. And the tobacco industry, I know I've met with them a few times, and they do argue that there is an increasing amount of illegal tobacco being smoked in the country with other impurities in it. You don't know what's in it, actually. And they outline some concerns on that this kind of packaging will make it easier for that. I wonder if the member could expand on that and how we deal with that problem, and what his response to the tobacco industry in that regard to illegal tobacco is.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Malpeque for thoughtful intervention. And it's true, just briefly on these cigarette packages aimed at young women. I mean, they look like they're a lipstick tube container size with these very, very thin, elegant cigarettes that clearly are a sophisticated attempt to get young girls and women to start smoking, and it's something that we should really be concerned about. Mr. Speaker, 14 separate studies on the impact of plain packaging in its first year in Australia were published in a special supplement to the British Medical Journal. And the research found after the laws were implemented, there was a statistically significant increase in the number of people thinking about and making attempts to quit smoking. Key findings of the report included that plain packaging reduced the appeal of packs, particularly with adolescents and young adults. The legislation did not increase the consumption of illicit, cheap white cigarettes, as they're known in Australia, or contraband cigarettes. And plain packaging had encouraged smokers to think about and attempt to quit. So those are, I think, very positive reasons why we should do everything we can in this House to expedite this legislation and make sure it's the strongest in the world.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure for me to be able to address Bill S5 this afternoon. Bill S5 is not about the legalization of marijuana, but I'm going to talk a little bit about that anyways, because, and the member for Winnipeg North clearly holding up a lot of the government today here will enjoy this in particular, I think. The comparisons to the way in which the government proceeded under C-45 and what's happening in S5 are interesting and I think instructive. So the reason I want to, later on in my speech, talk a little bit about this issue of marijuana legalization is because there is a bit of a gap. When you hear members talk about the need to have clear information, the importance and value of plain packaging, they say, but you have, for instance, a member of the NDP can't even answer my direct question about whether or not he supports plain packaging for marijuana. So these comparisons are interesting. The push on the one hand on tobacco, and then some of the messages with respect to marijuana are clearly very much in tension with each other. The other point I want to make in relation to this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that the government has spoken about the great work that the government has done, which happens from time to time in this place. This, of course, is Bill S5, which means it originated in the Senate. So perhaps it's another opportunity to underline the fact that the Senate does not act, well, perhaps it acts more independently than the government would actually like them to. But the fact of the matter is that when you have a bill coming out of the Senate that the government says, well, this reflects the work of the government, clearly raises some questions about the actual independence level of so-called independent senators that the government is appointing. Now, I was going to move unanimous consent on something, but I won't anymore. The issues that are dealt with in this bill, Mr. Speaker, are issues around plain packaging for tobacco and vaping. The member for Winnipeg North appreciates my restraint here, I'm sure. Now, he speaks about, the bill speaks about, first of all, having plain packaging for tobacco. And this is a question I know members have probably heard from different sides of this question in terms of the merits of this as a strategy for reducing the amount of smoking. For example, there are some people who argue that, yes, there's been a reduction in smoking as a result of plain packaging initiatives in some countries. But in some of those cases, you can also see a long-term trend in the reduction of smoking in those countries anyways. So it can be difficult to establish a clear cause and effect if, yes, there was a reduction in levels, but that was sort of consistent with a general social trend of reduction in smoking. And the same argument could potentially be made of contraband, in that if you see an increase in the use of contraband after plain packaging, some might argue, well, is that again, part of a trend, or is that something new? And in general, as we try and make policy and respond to evidence, you have to, as much as possible, distill out what seems to be caused by a change in policy and what might be part of an overall long-term effect. These are questions that, as we support this bill through to committee, I will hope to see studied in detail, because it's not enough to have a good intention, obviously. You need to be able to demonstrate the link between the intention and the impact that the policy is going to have practically. But certainly one of the concerns we've heard about the issue of about the proposal to have plain packaging is the increase in contraband. There already are very high levels of contraband tobacco. Over 50% of cigarettes in Ontario, for example, are contraband. And there is some evidence, although I know it's disputed by others, there's some evidence that plain packaging increases contraband. And that creates all kinds of risks in terms of people being aware of the content of what's in them, and obviously the impact on health associated with that, and greater risks of cigarettes getting into the hand of minors and so on and so forth. So I think there's a legitimate debate to happen about plain packaging. It's not necessarily helpful when members characterize anyone who has legitimate questions about plain packaging as someone that is sort of being put up to it by the tobacco industry. There's a legitimate discussion to happen there, and I hope that the committee will explore this in the spirit of that legitimate discussion. I myself remain relatively agnostic on the question. I'm interested to see where the discussion of plain packaging goes. On the issue of vaping, Mr. Speaker, certainly I have heard from constituents who will attest to me the benefits for them in terms of smoking cessation that they have received through vaping, that they have been able to make progress in terms of cessation as a result of the access to vaping products that they had not previously been able to make. So I appreciate that feedback from constituents, and it's something that I very much take note of as I consider the legislation in front of us. There are what this bill does is it seeks to regulate vaping, and certainly members have recognized the benefit of vaping, of having the information out there, and obviously the benefits of further research. So this is, in particular, the part of the bill which marshals strongly in favor of, yes, let's send it through to committee. There are different elements of this bill, some of which are more legitimately contentious, perhaps, than others. Yes, this bill deals with these two very distinct issues. By the way, Mr. Speaker, the member for Caribou Prince George, I think members know, was in the hospital recently. I understand he's doing very well now, and he's watching these proceedings. And he had asked members he had asked someone to highlight this particular story that he had noted, which was about a teen baseball player whose stepmother is calling for stronger vaping regulations after his death. This was someone who fell in the context of vaping and subsequently passed away. So it raises again the importance of studying the issue of vaping, more of looking at the impact, and as this bill does, of exploring opportunities around regulation. So I wanted to send our best wishes to the member for Caribou Prince George, and also note this article that he had discovered and wanted to see raised. Now, Mr. Speaker, on to the issue of marijuana, because as is well known, the government is proceeding with its plans to legalize marijuana. And if you've heard the talking points on this, I almost slipped into saying it myself, to legalize and closely regulate is what the government always says, right? Now, if you look, on the other hand, at the kinds of regulations they're proposing and the kinds of arguments they're making in the context of S5, and then you compare them to C45, I think it actually becomes quite clear that they are failing on this issue of close regulation, even when it comes to their own standards. And I want to talk about some of those specific issues in terms of how we compare the agenda being advanced vis-a-vis tobacco and the discussion of the issue around marijuana. Now, first of all, I think we should acknowledge that while there was a great deal of prevalence of public health information about the risks associated with tobacco use, there's a lot of information out there encouraging cessation from using tobacco. There is just a general lack of information, of advertising around the risks associated with marijuana. It's become clear to me in some of the conversations even that have happened in this House that while you would never hear members say that they're sort of doubting evidence around the risks associated with tobacco, there's agreement here that the use of tobacco is not good for your health. On the issue of marijuana, there are members who really have downplayed the risks. Of course, we have a Prime Minister who has himself talked about his use of marijuana while he was an elected official, while at the same time he was initially voting in favor of tougher sentencing with respect to marijuana, and then obviously changed his position, perhaps had some reckoning with something that he was doing at the same time as being an elected official. But those kind of messages obviously put out their misinformation and confusion in the minds of people. And there are, frankly, I see this, health claims being made around marijuana that are not backed by science and that are very much at odds with the kinds of claims you might hear made about tobacco. A lot of people may not know that use of marijuana, especially by young people, even relative occasional use, can be associated with higher rates of certain mental health challenges later on in life. The carcinogenic effects of marijuana are, of course, well established, and generally speaking, the carcinogenic effects of use of marijuana are stronger than for smoking marijuana are stronger than the carcinogenic effects associated with smoking a cigarette. Of course, people smoke them differently. They wouldn't necessarily smoke a pack of joints in quite the same way, but the point is that the carcinogenic effects, pound for pound, are much stronger when it comes to marijuana. So these are things that I think members are not always taking note of in their discussion around marijuana. And again, when it comes to the misleading health claims that we see sometimes made around marijuana, I had a particularly jarring experience of this that was captured by TVO. The member for Beaches East York and I participated in a show that TVO put on, Blind Date it was called, where we went to different facilities and learned about different sides of a question. And we went to this facility, subsequently shut down, called Queens of Cannabis in Toronto, where we were greeted by a wellness expert who had no medical training of any sort, who was telling us about the alleged benefits of infusing one's children during pregnancy with THC. Now, obviously, this is not something with any evidentiary basis, and yet it's the kind of health claims that were being made. And you see some of these false claims being made and propagated with regard to marijuana in a way that, generally speaking, you don't see happen with respect to tobacco. There aren't so-called wellness experts out there who are claiming to tell us about the benefits associated with using tobacco. So, recognizing that, I think the urgency of having clear information, strong public health information associated with the risks of marijuana should be noted by members and should be well considered. And yet, we do not have any requirements in this legislation for plain packaging on marijuana products. If members think that tobacco products should have clear warning labels, and I agree that they should, then why wouldn't the same hold with respect to marijuana? If plain packaging is beneficial, as some have argued, for reducing the use of smoking cigarettes, then why would not the same principle apply in the case of marijuana? See, it's strange to me, Mr. Speaker. I have a hard time understanding on the one hand, approach to tobacco, and on the other hand, the approach to marijuana. Now, the government members have also talked about how, well, if we if we legalize and strictly regulate marijuana, so they say, it will be kept out of the hands of children, and the profits will be kept from organized crime. I could almost give the speech from their side. I've heard the line so many times. But when it comes to tobacco, we see how, and members have talked about it today, how very often people start smoking when they're underage. It's very common that young people still access tobacco products underage, and there is a great deal of contraband tobacco that benefits organized crime. So how do we square the claims that the government is making with respect to marijuana with the information that they are talking about? For instance, I think it was the member for Winnipeg North who talked specifically about the age at which people often start smoking tobacco. So if nothing else, the government should be considering promoting a reduction culture around marijuana as they legalize. But they're not even doing that, at least not in the same way that they are trying to with respect to tobacco. But the situation with contraband tobacco, I think, makes a point that was lost in the debate around marijuana, which is that just because a product is legal, it doesn't mean that that organized crime can't be involved in that industry and benefiting from it. In reality, organized crime don't just sell illegal products, they can use illegal methods to sell legal products. And they can benefit from exploiting instances of regulation, taxation, which provide them with an opportunity to operate outside of the legal sphere, even while selling a product that is legal. So in the case of tobacco, it's regulation and it's taxation. When you have high tax levels on a product, I think all members are supportive of the idea of having taxes on tobacco, but when you have those taxes, our reality is that it creates an opportunity that might not otherwise exist for organized crime to be involved in that industry. That's simple, basic economics. So when you have marijuana and the government and other levels of government talk about taxation, about regulation, all of these dynamics will ensure, as well as age restrictions, that organized crime is still involved. So it's a reality that you're not shutting organized crime out of the picture. And that will continue to have those risks in place for young people to access it. I think if we look at the history of organized crime, frankly, this is true. Organized crime have benefited in certain instances when products are illegal, but they have certainly not ceased to operate when said products are legalized. The organized crime made a lot of money during alcohol prohibition, but they certainly didn't go away or cease to make a lot of money after alcohol prohibition ended. The other issue that I think we need to note is flavoring. In the last government, we addressed the issue of flavored products for tobacco. But the government is very open to moving forward on, in the future, to moving forward on edibles and on questions around flavoring in marijuana. There isn't the same approach with respect to the risks of flavoring and the impact associated with it when it comes to marijuana as is the approach when it comes to tobacco, and that I think is quite interesting. The particular issue as well with marijuana is it's just much easier to grow, from what I've been told, than tobacco. And the government is in fact allowing home grow. So we don't have sort of people growing for tobacco plants in their home regularly, right? The risk with the marijuana discussion, again, is that an environment has been created in the bill where you're going to have flavored products, where you don't have clear health information, where you don't have those same warning labels. And in fact, because of allowing home grow, you have the continuance of an illegal market, a continuance of a situation where it's relatively easy for young people to access. And I just want to make the point as well, the government has argued with respect to their marijuana legislation that the current approach isn't working. Well, if you define success as the complete elimination of marijuana use, then sure, you could say that the current approach hasn't achieved complete cessation. But nothing is going to achieve complete cessation. We haven't achieved it on smoking. We haven't achieved it on very hard drugs as well. But what we can see over the last 10 years is that there were very substantial reductions in marijuana use. And the numbers bear those out. I've presented them in questions and comments and in discussion with the Minister of Justice. So if the goal is to reduce use and therefore reduce the risk, then yes, the approach that was being taken to marijuana, not perfect, certainly there were opportunities to improve. Our party favors a ticketing option, but it's quite clear that success was being achieved in terms of reduction. So, Mr. Speaker, to summarize, we are supportive of sending this bill to committee, further studying the issues around plain packaging as well as vaping, and I encourage stakeholders as well as my constituents to keep us informed about their perspective and proposals they have for potentially improving this bill. But I think it's important to highlight here how the government's approach to marijuana legalization is very much exposed by this bill, how the lack of proper safeguards and procedures in C-45 is evident in comparison to S-5. Thank you.
Questions and comments? La députée de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I carefully listened to my colleague's speech. I have to say that sometimes he quoted numbers that surprised me when it came to smuggling cigarettes in Ontario. I think he's overestimating the numbers, but I am very glad to hear him say that he understood the government's message, which is that the government wishes to ensure that cannabis stays out of the reach of young people. Tobacco is more difficult to buy because it's regulated. It's hard for a young person to buy alcohol or cigarettes because they are carded. And that's what we want to do with cannabis. He also mentioned that there was a lack of education and prevention. I'm glad to hear him raise the issue, but what are his proposals in order to try to diminish the rate of smoking among young people? We've talked about plain packaging and legislation, but what would your suggestions be exactly to try to reduce smoking among adults as well?
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Of course, this isn't the government's message, this is the Senate's message. Again, it's evident that the Senate, the appointed senators are not as independent as some people might have once thought. I was always somewhat skeptical. But on the issue of access to marijuana versus access to tobacco, the member has suggested that because of regulations, tobacco is harder to get than marijuana for young people. Now, the reality is actually that marijuana is much easier to grow than tobacco. As someone put it to me, they call it a weed for a reason. The fact that marijuana is easier to grow influences its accessibility. Legalizing is not going to change that. In fact, it will make it easier to access. And the other point to make just with respect to the ease of access that people generally have with respect to marijuana now is it comes down to the intensity with which these things are policed. People who speak about a war on drugs, I don't think have observed the reality of the way in which, by and large, marijuana is policed in the current context. So I think there are ways of improving our approach to this, certainly, and which is why we favor a ticketing option. The member concluded her question by asking, what are the other things we can do to reduce use of smoking? But my time is up, so maybe I'll come back to that later.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. There was a great there was a lot of mention of prevention, and we all agree that prevention is a great thing to invest in. When we talk about tobacco products and people who are addicted to them and who become addicted to them relatively young, about a quarter of people between 15 and 19 years old have smoked a cigarette before. But the tobacco industry also targets vulnerable populations, marginalized populations as well. We talk about First Nations between 12 and 17 years old, women who are divorced, widowed, or separated, the Inuit, and other groups of vulnerable people. In this bill, should we maybe not include a strategy where the industry should financially contribute to fighting smoking and to ensure that we have healthier social conditions at the same time?
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an interesting idea from the member. I will say at the same time, we don't want to encourage the government to include too many different issues in the same bill. Frankly, we already have a bill that deals with two very distinct issues, the question of plain packaging and the question around regulation of vaping. So as much as possible, I think we do want to see legislation that allows members to deliberate and consider separate proposals separately. Now, just with respect to the previous question from my Liberal colleague, what are the strategies we would propose for reducing smoking? I think by and large we see that the current strategy of significant information, of labeling, of making sure people are aware from a young age of the risks is having an effect. And when you change the strategy or alter the strategy, I think it's important to demonstrate whether that has a different effect, greater or less, and to evaluate it on that basis. But I think at a minimum we could ensure that there was the same kind of prevention message and regulation with respect to marijuana. The government says they're going to strictly regulate it, but again, they're not regulating it at the same level that tobacco is already regulated, which I think is quite revealing and something important for members to consider when they evaluate the government's claim to be serious about limiting access of marijuana to young and other vulnerable populations.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly want to appreciate the member's speech. I think it's a little bit ridiculous to see the way the government is proposed regulating marijuana, while in this bill they're actually saying that vaping products cannot have that flavor. It's a bit of a mixed message that they say that in this. But more importantly, I think on the plain packaging, for that measure to even have any chance of success, you would need to have some way of differentiating between illegal contraband tobacco and legal. And the way that the government has presented is that the CRA excise stamp would say what is a legal product. And Mr. Speaker, this member has raised in his speech that, again, organized crime, contraband tobacco do not face the same costs. We've had other members, the member from LPEC, say you don't know what's in illegal contraband tobacco. So that's a legitimate health issue. Does the member believe that CRA, who at committee we've heard from industry, that those stamps have gotten onto baggies of contraband tobacco? Does he believe that we need to investigate that, either as a committee of the whole in Parliament or a particular parliamentary committee, to have CRA come and explain? Because if that process is not sound, Mr. Speaker, all of this legislation is for naught.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's an excellent point, that there is a risk that, especially when there's a potential misuse of a stamp suggesting that a product is legal, that there's a risk that people will be confused about what is and is not a legal product. This is especially true for young people, because if you're an adult and you're going to a store that sells cigarettes, and it's a typical store, you can have some degree of assurance, hopefully, that is a legal product that you're buying, because you would expect that the proprietor would have done the necessary due diligence on that. But for a young person who is accessing cigarettes indirectly, then they're much more vulnerable to getting contraband tobacco in the context of a plain packaging environment. So it's something that we need to be aware of, and we need to analyze the risks in a clear-headed way. There may be, of course, other ways of addressing the contraband tobacco issue. I think the member's right to suggest that this is something that the committee could dig into further. How do we fight back against these contraband products that create a real risk? This is something that shouldn't be dismissed because the risk of contraband, the impact that has is quite significant.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Since he delved into the issue of the C-45 and legalization of cannabis, I wonder if he'd allow me to also pursue some aspects of that program that I am concerned about. I'm definitely in favor of C-45 and legalization of cannabis, but I do see that we're moving in the direction that there's a presumption that cannabis can't be grown outdoors, that we need to move it indoors. Now, in the state of Colorado, where cannabis is legalized, the city of Denver's growing operations for cannabis alone now constitute 2% of all the electricity demand for the state of Colorado. So from a carbon footprint point of view, I'm very concerned about the direction of how we regulate the growing of cannabis. It's not covered in C-45, and why we're moving in the direction of additional water use and intensive energy use by taking a product that we don't think is safe but is no more dangerous than tobacco. Tobacco is grown outside. Why can't cannabis be grown outside?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have direct experience with much gardening at all, certainly not in this case. But the issue of indoors versus outdoors, I have to say to the member, I would have significant concerns about the growing of marijuana in an environment where it could not be secured from relatively easy access by minors, potentially by thieves or even children that are part of the same family. There needs to be attention paid to this aspect of home grow. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think that it would have been more responsible for the government to not allow, well, I don't support the bill in general, but it would have been more responsible for them not to allow home grow, recognizing the risk that even with indoor growth, the chances of maybe children who live in that house or other people being able to access it who should not be accessing it increase exponentially. But that's particularly true for outdoor growth. I take the member's points about the impact on the environment, but maybe that's a reason not to grow marijuana at all.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would theme this bill, or the thesis of my speech, as helpful suggestions for committee stage, because I think on its surface there are quite a few things that are positive about this piece of legislation, and I think that something that we can all agree on in the House here is that it's a positive thing to reduce tobacco product usage. I'm sure that some of the lobbyists who are listening to this might not agree, but I think that that's something that we probably all agree on here. So the question is, how do we do that, and does the legislative framework that we're looking to introduce here drive to that end goal? Does it actually make Canada healthier? What are some of the opportunity costs and costs associated with doing this or implementing this legislation, and then how do we make sure that at committee stage some of these issues are addressed? So for anyone who's watching, what this bill does, this bill was actually introduced in the other place, and it has gone through stages of reading there. And it's an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. It was introduced in the other place on November 22nd, 2016, and the bill proposes amendments that would implement a legislative framework under the Tobacco Acts for vaping products. To clarify, a vaping product is defined in Clause 3.3 of this bill as a device that produces emissions in the form of an aerosol and is intended to be brought to the mouth for inhalation of the aerosol. It's a device that is designated to be a vaping product by regulations, and a part that might be used with those devices, and a substance or mixture of substances, whether or not it contains nicotine that is intended for use with those devices to produce emissions. It does not include devices or substances or mixtures of substances that are excluded by the regulations, tobacco products, or their accessories. And this is something that has come up in debate already, that as far as I understand it, and I'd be happy to listen for clarification, but this bill doesn't actually cover something that we would refer to as non-heat burn cigarettes. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I started studying this legislation, I'll be honest with you, I had no clue on the difference between these products, but they are different, and they are being marketed separately now, and it sort of feels like one of those whack-a-mole situations where we've introduced this legislation to put regulations around vaping products, but we're now lagging behind on this other form of tobacco. So since I've spent some time defining what the bill covers, what my understanding is the bill does not look at these non-heat burn cigarettes. An article that was in the Globe and Mail in August 2017, so August of last year, said one of the world's largest tobacco companies is rolling out a smokeless cigarette in Canada that contends that it is less harmful than conventional combustible products. Excuse me. And some call the device merely a ploy to maintain or even increase market share in face of dwindling smoking rates. Philip Morris International has developed a heat non-burn product called IQOS, or I Quit Ordinary Smoking, so they've tried to brand it as a smoking cessation product, that the tobacco giant says retains a high level of nicotine while reducing carcinogenic components found in the smoke of regular cigarettes. So as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, what this product does is it heats the tobacco stick or the cigarette up to a point where you can inhale the stuff that you want to inhale, but it's not actually combusting the product. Therefore, by the definition of the producer, you're not inhaling as many carcinogenic products. So I guess, under the theme of helpful suggestions for committee, I would just be interested to know if the regulations that are proposed in the current bill, my understanding is that they don't cover this product, but I think we probably need to have some regulatory congruency here, just so that there's some certainty both in the marketplace as well as for consumers and users and the healthcare system on what the government's intent is with this other product. The other product too, it's as far as I can tell, it's being quasi-marketed as a smoking cessation product, but there hasn't been a lot of arm's length research that has shown that it actually does that. Certainly, the research that I've read around vaping products, again, these products are also marketed as potentially as smoking cessation products, but some of the studies that I read is that they actually prolong the period to cessation because they maintain that addiction to the nicotine. So I think that as this bill heads to committee in this place, those particular claims and whether or not they're adequately addressed within this regulatory framework are important to address. And if we don't have the quantitative data to look at that, then I think it's incumbent upon the government to perhaps initiate some studies to that effect. Because I did find as a legislator there was a bit of a gap of information for me on those claims. Now, certainly, the producers of these products have done research. As a legislator, I would like to see some arm's length research be done prior to making any sort of conclusions on that particular issue. Just to continue on the particular debate around the IQOS product, or this slightly less smoky cigarette, I just want to read here one of the complaints about it, because I don't think that the health minister has commented on this yet. Yes, David Hammond, an expert in tobacco policy at the University of Waterloo, said PMI, so Philip Morris, and other tobacco companies have been making claim about minimizing health risks for decades, going back to the 1950s when filtered cigarettes were introduced. If they think combustible cigarettes are killing people and they would rather not sell them, then I would ask them why they continue to sell them. Still, Hammond agreed that any nicotine product that doesn't involve smoke inhalation is almost certainly going to be less harmful than regular smoked cigarettes. This includes e-cigarettes, and it probably includes these products. So I guess I'm reading that into the record, Mr. Speaker, because of the amount of probablys and maybes with that statement. And I think that there's a lot of claims that are being inserted into the rationale for proceeding with this regulation that we just don't have a lot of quantitative data on. And again, I'm not trying to use that as a knock on the bill itself, but more that this is something I think as parliamentarians, excuse me, we should be trying to get more information on at committee. Now, my colleague from Caribou Prince George, who is a fantastic colleague, he wanted to, he brought an article to my attention just talking about the context for why this legislation is important. And there was an article that was released a couple of days ago about a situation that occurred in Delta in British Columbia where a baseball player died under some circumstances, and his mother has been calling for stronger vaping regulations after his death. And this is, of course, the Kyle Loss case where his stepmother, Nikki, took Kyle to the hospital, and then he passed away. And she found an e-vape product where he had collapsed, and a subsequent blood test determined that Kyle had had nicotine in his system. She believes that there was some sort of associated risk here. And I guess what this case is underscoring is the fact that there hasn't actually been a lot of research on the health effects of vaping tobacco. And I think that this is something that there are a lot of claims out there, and some of them might be true in terms of the health impact in terms of them being less harmful than traditional tobacco products. But what we don't understand is what unique health challenges they might present in their own merit. So I think that as this legislation progresses, it's also important for the government to be looking at a research framework around that particular issue, so that as we review the efficacy of this framework, assuming that it is going to go into force, that we can be measuring those outcomes against quantifiable research. And I have to just reemphasize that point, that when I was doing my research for this bill, it was there wasn't a sort of a consistent body of research that one could point to from credible sources, peer-reviewed sources, that really hit a lot of these claims home. And that's something that I think we should be looking at. Now, a lot has been made about the point around plain packaging, and I'd like to take some time to talk about that as well and make a similar point. The parliamentary secretary, in his opening speech, or his introductory speech on this bill, talked about how Canada was lagging behind. We've always been sort of a world leader in legislation that aims to reduce tobacco usage, but that we're now, the words that he used, Canada has ceded the mantle of world leader in tobacco control to other countries such as Australia and the United Kingdom. They have been quicker to adapt their tobacco control efforts to address the always changing stories that tobacco companies use to recruit new smokers. It's their government's intention to once again make Canada a world leader in tobacco control. And then he goes into talking about, excuse me, the plain packaging component. So Australia has, in fact, put in place plain packaging. On the surface, this is something that I think is probably worth exploring, but there are associated consequences with it that we don't have a lot of research on, and that includes, as has been discussed at length in the House, the correlation between the introduction of plain packaging, or the potential correlation, I should say, between plain packaging and then the increase in contraband tobacco. So as always, when we as legislators use data from other jurisdictions, and I'm going to get to that in a minute because there's actually not a lot of quantifiable data on that link one way or the other from other jurisdictions, I sometimes feel like we do ourselves a disservice because Canada is a fundamentally different context than a country like France. We're more geographically diverse. We have different problems with contraband, and we also have a higher rate of contraband being a problem. So I do think that it's worth at committee stage to bring in perhaps more experts that could speak to the problem of contraband and how this legislation with plain packaging could impact that, and then amend the regulatory framework in such a way that perhaps that particular component could be addressed. I noticed when I was reading the debate, one of my colleagues from the NDP had asked the parliamentary secretary about this particular issue, and I believe that the response that came back was, well, we have a strategy to deal with that is administered by the RCMP and other agencies. I think that strategy actually terms out in March of this year, so I do have a concern that if this legislation comes into force and we haven't adequately thought about the specific measures that we need to implement within combating contraband framework that's unique to Canada, while layering on the additional pressure that the plain packaging regulations in this might have, that we're doing Canadians a disservice. So just to reemphasize the point of how much contraband is an issue in Canada, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to excuse me, I have some sort of plague, which I am now infecting all of my colleagues with. There was an article that was written that was posted by CBC in November of 2017, and it says contraband tobacco is out of control in Ontario. The convenience store lobby says more cigarettes smoked in Ontario this year are contraband than in the last 4 years. A study released Wednesday by a group of convenience store owners in the province suggests. The study found especially large percentages of contraband cigarettes in Northern Ontario. In the cities near Hamilton, the largest increase by far was in Brantford, where contraband cigarettes accounted for half of the cigarettes smoked, up from 36% last year. In Hamilton, 31% of cigarettes smoked up were contraband, up from 25% a year earlier. Across southwestern Ontario, contraband cigarettes rose to 33.9% from 26% in 2016, the highest proportional increase in the 4 regions of the province studied. The Ontario Convenience Store Association commissions the study every year, where researchers sweep a sample of about 100 butts from high-traffic locations like schools, hospitals, malls, and casinos in 23 cities. The group analyzes whether the cigarette was contraband or legally sold. The group's president told CBC News he acknowledges the survey isn't scientific, but said that it does get at a trend without relying on consumers, stores, or distributors to be honest about whether their smokes are legal. So the reason why I wanted to put that in a record is there's another theme there. He acknowledges that this study is not scientific. So we hear in the news that we see this increase in contraband, but we don't really understand how widespread the province is. This is one sample in one region of the country. And again, I think it's important to note that Canada has regional differences in tobacco usage. And without having that framework, how can we possibly look at strategies to prevent the distribution of contraband products? So again, helpful suggestions as this bill goes to committee. I think it's incumbent upon the government to look at, as the framework for combating contraband is potentially renewed or whatnot in March, that the research on how much contraband is actually a problem should actually come to bear. And I guess what I'll put in here is this is perhaps something that the government could partner with companies that are doing behavioral research on tobacco consumption using artificial intelligence technology. There's a lot of new companies that are working in this space to perhaps start looking at a better model for how we monitor this, because my concern with the implementation of this legislation is that we love to regulate in this place. It's kind of our first reaction to any sort of policy problem. But without associated metrics that we have a system to measure the efficacy of this regulation, we really can't tell our constituents whether or not what we've put in place here is working. And I guess that would be my next point. When I was looking at the legislation itself, the government hasn't put a lot of information out to parliamentarians about the cost of implementing this framework. I don't actually even understand how they're going to implement this framework. And I would like to see my colleagues who will study this bill at the Health Committee really question officials, departmental officials, about how they plan to implement it, over what time period, what metrics they're using to determine whether or not, I'll even back up a second, what the end goals are. Like, is the government stating that this particular legislation is going to see X percentage of reduction of tobacco usage over a period of time? And And if so, how are they measuring that, and what sort of quantitative analysis are they putting in place to be able to do that? Again, my review of this said that there isn't a lot of framework out there or research being done on this. And my concern, again, I'm showing my conservative colors on this, is that we shouldn't be moving directly to regulation without having that framework in place, because we should be able to communicate to our constituents when we put in place regulation, how much it's going to cost to implement, and then how we're measuring that against stated end goals. And I think that that's kind of lacking in this. So I don't, on the surface, oppose plain packaging, because I think that if that data is there and shows that it reduces tobacco usage, then it's something we should probably explore. My question is, where is that data right now? And the closest thing I could find in another jurisdiction was in France, where they have had plain packaging regulation. Official data published on January 29th by a French agency shows that plain packaging has not had an impact on smoking rates. Indeed, in the course of 2017, sales of cigarettes remained stable, with a slight decrease of a 0.7% in volume after a 1.3% increase in sales during the first half of the year. And the source is the Observatoire Français des Drogues des Toxicomanies, pardon my terrible French. And this was a study that was conducted between August 4th, 2017 to January 29th, 2018. So this is fresh data. And the failure of this was actually acknowledged by the French health minister, Minister of Health Agnès Buzyn, who stated, "We know that plain packaging does not lead smokers to stop smoking," and concluded that, unfortunately, in 2016, the official sales of cigarettes have increased in France. Plain packaging did not contribute to the decrease of official tobacco sales. So I think that the French study is worth examining in committee stage. And I also think that when we do that, we should actually look at the regional context. What sort of factors does France have that might be different from Canada in terms of tobacco usage and contraband increase as well? So, Mr. Speaker, I guess what I'm saying is, I think that whenever we seek to put regulations in place, we should be able to clearly define what we hope to see as the measurable policy outcome, which I'm not sure has been stated here, how much it's going to cost, and then how we are going to measure success. We need more robust research, and I would like to see the government put that in place prior to implementation of this framework. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. A couple of thoughts come to mind. First and foremost, the whole idea of plain and standard packaging is nothing new in the sense that we have other countries in the world that have. She made reference to France. Australia has kind of led the way. Within the last couple of years, we have seen an enormous amount of consultation that's been done by this government. We have seen legislation then brought in, some goals that have been established in terms of reducing. Obviously, the government is very much concerned in wanting to get fewer Canadians, young Canadians, picking up and taking up the habit of smoking. It is believed, I think, from most of the different stakeholders, and I suspect that there would be a consensus from at least most, saying that moving towards that standardized packaging is in fact good. And she seemed to conclude on that, Mr. Speaker, that it appears as if she's not in opposition to it. She raises concerns in regards to contraband cigarettes. I see them as two different issues. I don't see the direct correlation. One of her colleagues made reference to that. I think that maybe that's one of those issues that we could actually advance to the standing committee, in which no doubt they'll have more time to deal with it. My question is specifically in regards to the idea of standardized packaging. From her perspective, or from her party's perspective, do they believe that this is something that we should be moving forward with? The NDP have been actually very clear. They support it. They want to see it moved. Does the Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, you'll notice in my colleague's comments, he sort of reinforced the point I was making in my speech, which he says some people believe that this is going to work and other jurisdictions have introduced this. But what I'm interested in saying is answering this fundamental question: is it going to actually work? So what the government needs to state very clearly is how much do they predict that the plain packaging initiative is going to reduce demand by, how much the cost of implementation of this framework is going to be, how they're going to deal with the issue of increasing contraband, potential increase in contraband. I think we do need to study that issue as well, and also talk about, again, some of the findings that have come out, especially this report that's been published in France today, where we've got the French health minister saying, we know that plain packaging does not lead smokers to stop smoking. So again, I would go back to the thesis of my speech: helpful questions for committee. These are questions that, as legislators and regulators, we should answer prior to introducing a regulatory framework, so that we can go back to our constituents. And if, as the government claims, this is going to reduce smoking cessation, that it's going to reduce the incidence of tobacco usage, that the government can say, this is how much we expect it to be reduced by, and here's why, here's the data that we're relying on, and this is the framework that we're going to use to reduce contraband consumption.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. As the health critic for the NDP, of course, it was incumbent upon me to actually do extensive research on this bill, and I want to assure her that there is credible peer-reviewed evidence on this subject. 14 separate studies on the impact of plain packaging in its first year in Australia were published in a special supplement to the British Medical Journal. And that research found after the laws were implemented, there was a, quote, statistically significant increase, quote, in the number of people thinking about and making attempts to quit smoking. Other key findings included that plain packaging reduced the appeal of packs, particularly with adolescents and young adults. The legislation had not increased the consumption of illicit cigarettes, and plain packaging had encouraged smokers to think about and attempt to quit. My honourable colleague kept referring to France as some sort of evidence that plain packaging had no measurable effect on smoking rates, yet that legislation was only implemented in France in 2016. So we've only had a year, maybe a year and a half to evaluate. So I would suggest that that's not enough time for the French government to actually truly understand the implications of that legislation. So I would ask, does she agree, given the experience of Australia, which is the longest period of time we have since 2012 with this legislation, that we should proceed with this legislation confident in the fact that it will definitely have an impact on smoking rates, and particularly among young people, even if we can't measure the exact amount?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, even if we can't measure the exact amount, it's kind of the point of this legislation, is to say we would like to reduce it to this amount, and this is how this regulation is going to do that. That's kind of what we do here. If we're going to spend taxpayer dollars on implementing a regulatory framework, and there will be staff required and all sorts of different things to do this, I'm saying that even if we can't exactly measure it is kind of ridiculous. Why would you do something if you can't measure it?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate my colleague's speech and for wanting to have a good discussion based on data and not simply just, as she said, a knee-jerk reaction to regulate and ask questions later. I do think that we need to have a more significant discussion about contraband tobacco and its influence in this country. I've heard from industry that they are aware of more contraband tobacco factories in this country than legal ones. So the question is not only, who, but whether or not our policy response in terms of enforcement is woefully inadequate. And why is that? The government is asking Canadians to trust in them. They're asking us as their representatives that plain packaging will make it better. But there are different factors than in France or in Australia, contraband tobacco being one of them, Mr. Speaker, taxes and the cost of them being another. Anytime you have a higher cost, it's going to push more to the illegal market. So I would just ask the member, does she think that there needs to be better case made by the authorities as to why we have this problem and whether or not we are taking into consideration a problem that already exists that may be actually increased and magnified by this legislation?
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I agree with many of the points my colleagues made. Again, this is just why I think part of the discussion at committee needs to be around that whole measurement framework. My colleague from the NDP as well made some good points that there are bodies of research. I read one study showing that there might be a correlation between actually how people perceive the taste of nicotine products that are in plain packaging versus regular packaging. I guess the point that I'm trying to make into what he said is that we just don't have a lot of data on that in the Canadian context. So how are we going to do that once this comes into force? I know that the Liberals have a majority government, this is going to pass, but as the opposition party, I would hope that the government takes some suggestions in terms of the need to put in place a framework to measure not whether this works. I'm concerned that without those sort of side pieces around research, around the enforcement of contraband products, that it might not. I might be wrong, but that's what committee study is for, and I hope that the government really has a hard think about that we're not coming back here in 5 years or something going, hey, it didn't work. I'm not sure if the legislation, Mr. Speaker, has a parliamentary review component built into it, perhaps something that the committee could include if it doesn't right now. And I also just wanted to thank my colleague for his previous intervention before I spoke from Central Okanagan around the CRA's enforcement procedures for contraband cigarettes right now too. I think that it's actually with the introduction of this potential regulation that it's a timely discussion to have, that we should be perhaps putting some more enforcement around that, and that would also lead to perhaps reduction of tobacco usage in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise today to speak to this bill as well. I just want to inform you before I get started here that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to talk about this bill from three perspectives. I want to talk about the present rate of smoking. I want to talk about will plain packaging work, and I want to talk about the relationship, I guess, between tobacco use and marijuana use as well. So today, particularly going to start with the present rate. Mr. Speaker, I have some good news that smoking has been on a downward trend for about 50 years. That is the case. We've seen over the last 10 years, we've seen it drop in about 10% usage rate. And I expect that we'll continue to see smoking as it becomes less and less culturally acceptable. This will continue. Mr. Speaker, one of the questions that I ask is why are we discussing this here? One of the reasons that I got into politics is that I often think that the government takes on things that it has no business taking on. And so this is another area of where we look at, does the government even have a responsibility to worry about Canadians smoking? Well, Mr. Speaker, in Canada we have public health care. It's not necessarily administered by the federal government, but it does. A big part of our budget does end up getting transferred to the provinces, and a big part, I know in my own province of Alberta, 50% of Alberta's spending is spent on health care. And so therefore, because of all the money that we collectively spend on health care, we collectively then, I guess, at some point get to infringe upon the freedoms of others and say, no, sorry, you can't do that. Fortunately, we don't throw people in jail for smoking, but we do exert a lot of social pressure, and we also exert some legal pressure to ensure that you are not smoking. And I know that in my own life, I do find that smoking is a filthy habit, and I do have several people close to me that do smoke, and I give them no credence whatsoever, and I also have no problem publicly shaming them for smoking. And even people that I don't know very well, I must say that's part of Canadian culture, is that if somebody's overweight, you definitely don't say anything about it. But if somebody smokes, seems to be fair game to just be like, oh, that's a filthy habit and you should give that up. That is entirely the case. And so that social pressure, that legal pressure, and the fact that we have public health care, all three of these things seem to be working to reduce the rate of smoking in this country. As I said earlier, in the 60s, it seemed that I wasn't around in the 60s, but I have read a few things, and my notes here tell me that in the 60s, about 50% of Canadians smoked. Today, I'm told about 13% of Canadians smoke. And so I'd say that whatever we're doing seems to be working. This comes to the plain packaging that is being introduced by this current bill. Will plain packaging work? Well, if you listen to the NDP, they say it will definitely work. What working looks like? What does success look like, Mr. Speaker? Success looks like if we're seeing a downward trend in the percentage of the population that is smoking, we would expect to see, after we introduce plain packaging, that we would see a significant sudden decrease. We'd expect to see this trend line going in one direction and then introducing plain packaging, and you'd expect to see a blip, hopefully, in the downward trend. And that is yet to be seen. I don't think that we're going to see that, but that is yet to be seen. The other thing about plain packaging that I'd like to point out is that from the examples of the plain packaging that I've seen, I'm pretty sure that I could make a plain package on my home printer. That is going to be a gift to the contraband community. Now, the province that I come from, the province of Alberta, contraband isn't as big of a deal because there isn't a lot of tobacco being grown in Alberta. And so contraband tobacco that does come to Alberta does come from a far away. The contraband that I've heard of in Alberta is typically packaged in the plain packaging. It's typically in a package that has no identifying marks on it whatsoever. Unlike in other jurisdictions where you often see contraband in a plastic bag or so, as I see the pictures in Alberta, it seems to come in plain packaging. And so a plain packaging will just be a gift in the fact that now if you see somebody with plain packaging, you know immediately it's contraband. If everybody has plain packaging, you won't know what is contraband. That's for sure. Finally, one of the interesting things, and this kind of overlaps with the marijuana debate that we're having here. I got this. I'm not even sure who I got this from here, but somehow somebody sent to my office a thing, and they put tobacco and marijuana on either side of it. Now, it's kind of interesting that what they point out about the plain packaging, or even the shape and the size of tobacco, the appearance of cigarettes, these kinds of things, is all highly regulated by the government. And yet, when it comes to marijuana, there doesn't seem to be any interest in regulating what or how or why this product is going to be consumed. And now, granted, I know that marijuana is consumed in more ways than just smoking it, but that seems to be interesting that this particular government, or that this particular parliament, we're debating legalization of marijuana and putting in higher restrictions on the cigarettes. Now, one of the other interesting things is I know that the government would seem to be, if we're debating this and the government does seem to be supportive of this particular bill, they're bringing in plain packaging for the cigarettes, and yet they don't seem to have any kind of advertising rules or packaging rules around marijuana. Now, this particular picture has shows me some of the examples of marijuana packaging, which looks like candy packaging, and then it shows a picture of cigarettes. And I don't know if it's the same in every province. I know in Alberta, flavored tobacco is illegal, but I do know that the tobacco packages are the most disgusting things you have ever seen. 75% of the package is covered with a health warning label. The example that they have here is it has a picture of somebody's mouth and their teeth all rotten away. That I think would be more effective than plain packaging. And then they show an example of the marijuana packaging, which has no health warnings on it, and does not seem for doesn't seem to have any indication of that this might actually be affecting your health. Interestingly, marijuana may actually have even more detrimental effects to your health than tobacco. Where tobacco affects your physical health, marijuana may also affect your mental health. No, does not seem to be any. The government has been silent on warnings that are going to be on the packaging, and it says there'll be some level of branding allowed. Interestingly, we've seen like the Trailer Park Boys and the Tragically Hip have all signed on as ambassadors for the marijuana branding, but we've seen that the Marlboro Man has long been outlawed in this country, and so it's just interesting. Like for the sake of consistency, it would seem to me that we would be working on that. I know that other so-called like sin tax areas that we deal with is alcohol as well, and again, there's fairly strict guidelines as to the advertising of it, and there doesn't seem to be anything when it comes to the marijuana. So it just seems that we're very much moving quickly in one direction with one particular item and totally in another direction with another item. And this again strikes me as odd, particularly given I like to think that the free market has a lot of benefits. Or the free market gives us everything that we need, and I would say that we need to allow the free market to flourish. And so, but again, I get back to the fact that we have public health care in this country, and so we have the right to impose upon each other these health restrictions. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to seeing what happens to this bill at committee. I understand my party will be supporting it to committee, but I certainly hope that the folks that are on that committee take into consideration the present rate and the declining rate, that they look at the effects that plain packaging will have on the contraband world, and that they will consider this current government's direction where they're going with the marijuana legislation, and try to, at some way, keep it kind of consistent with other products in this country. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for, as ever, a thoughtful speech. I've been sitting here thinking about this debate and recognizing that I think I owe cigarettes the big thanks for my activism through life. Because when my dear grandfather was taken from us with lung cancer from smoking cigarettes when I was 5 years old, I became so rampant in my objection to smoking. I stole cigarette packages out of my mother's friends' purses. I blew out matches. I did all manner of things to stop people from smoking. And I'm grateful that the statistics quoted by my colleague show that Canadians are smoking less, and clearly not due to my activism. But I do want to pursue what we might know about how will Health Canada pursue the problem of smaller amounts of nicotine delivered by a different system. And I wonder if, as either on behalf of the Conservative Party or for himself as a Member of Parliament, we do need this legislation, we do need to regulate, but do we know enough about the downstream risks of vaping?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. One of the things that I find very interesting about just my own research on the vaping and its ability to get people to quit smoking is the very fact is that we really don't know at this point what the downstream effects are for vaping. So one of the things, just anecdotally, that I would say is that it helps people to quit smoking. Vaping seems to help people quit smoking, and I think that's a big positive. Now, again, I'll get back to the beginning of my speech where I talked about the government's involvement in their lives and the fact that they think that they need to. I always ask the question, does the government really have anything to do here? I would put that forward as well, is that some people come down on the fact that we don't know what's going to happen. We should definitely regulate it, and I'm going to say, we know that it helps to reduce people from smoking. We don't know the long-term health effects of this. given the fact that we have a public health care system, we seem to think that we should regulate it. I would say let's pull back for a moment and let's see what comes in. If we can work hard to get people to quit smoking by the use of vaping, I would say let's allow that to happen, and let's just get out of the way of it until we know what the real results are. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've listened to the debates that have been going on this topic throughout today, and particularly my colleague with his comments, and what appears to be a conflict between C-45, the cannabis bill, and this bill, S-5. You know, the governments, provincial, federal organizations, have spent a lot of money trying to stop people from smoking. Well, you know, we get into vaping, we get into contraband. A lot of these topics, whether you're talking illegal contraband, whether you're talking packaging, whether you're talking the health. I mean, when you go to see a doctor or have surgery done, you have to sign something saying whether you smoke or not and when you stop smoking. All of these things, it's a fear for our health. And so I guess my question is there a major contradiction between C-45, where it's almost like we're encouraging people, we're going to legalize it, the governments are going to be selling these products, different types of products, the provincial governments are going to be selling these different products, or at least sending it out to have other people do it. Is there a major contradiction in the philosophy of those two bills?
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. And that was precisely what I was trying to do, was lay it out as the C-45 and this bill. They seem to be going in two opposite directions. And I am asking the government for some consistency on this, no doubt. When it comes to a good cigar, however, I would say there's something to be said about adding life to years rather than years to life. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way could comment. He said very briefly, well, vaping helps people get away from the smoking addiction. And there's no doubt that it does have a very positive impact for many smokers. The question I have for the member is, would he acknowledge that vaping, in particular when you take a look at young people that are being enticed to get involved into vaping, that there's a very high risk factor that vaping at an earlier age could ultimately lead to more young people eventually maybe quitting vaping and picking up cigarette smoking that would not have otherwise done so if vaping wasn't there.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is, again, I guess is where we get into it. Vaping hasn't been around that long. I know that I was about 22 years old when vaping became a thing. And I remember the first time that I seen vaping, it was some 12-year-olds were just giggling like crazy because they went to the corner store and they bought these electronic cigarettes and they were smoking and they thought that was hilarious that they could buy these things but they couldn't buy those things. So I'll grant him that it's a possibility, there is for sure, but we at this point don't know, and I don't think that it's going to be I don't think that it's going to be a great issue, and I'd rather kids be smoking a vapor than smoking an actual cigarette. And again, I would just say, like, this is the government in search of a problem. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand up and add my contribution and comments to the debate around Bill S-5, which of course we know is an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And after reading that very long title, people might be wishing to go back to the days of a Conservative government when we had very catchy phrases for our particular pieces of legislation. So again, I think there is sort of three components that I would like to focus my comments on. Of course, one is the issue of the vaping. The second is talking about the plain packaging that is intended. And the final thing is to talk about the issue of the flavors. And then, of course, if there's a little bit of extra time, I might have some general comments around, the public health in general and the approach that the, public health is taking. So, first of all, I think it's important to, in May of 2015, there was an all-committee, it was a unanimous report from the Health Committee, and I was on the committee at that time, and we worked hard to say we need to have a regulatory framework around vaping. We had 14 recommendations, and they were presented to government in May of that year, and of course, looking for a government response. And so what we, I think is important is it was unanimous. It was saying we needed a regulatory framework. What happened, of course, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is there was an election a short time after that. And so, of course, the government of the day did not have the opportunity to actually respond and to move forward. And so I find it interesting that this was in the mandate letter of the minister when they were first elected way back in the fall of 2015, a few short months after this unanimous report was provided to them with recommendations. And it's taken almost 3 years to get this particular piece of legislation to the stage that it's at now. And so I think it really speaks to, when the government sets something in their mandate letters, they set it as a priority. They've had a lot of the background work already done. They have had all consensus within this House. How long it's actually taken them to get what they say is a priority to the table. And I think there was some recent articles out there showing how ineffective this government has been in terms of actually passing legislation, and especially when we have something that I think there was some pretty solid support around, and that, of course, was the framework around the vaping. Now, of course, they can never leave things simple, and they had to add a number of other issues to this particular piece of legislation, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But first of all, with regard to the vaping, it's absolutely appropriate that we have some structure around it, and I think things like prohibiting the sale to minors, prohibiting promotion of vaping products that appeal to youth, submitting information to Health Canada are all just sensible pieces of moving this forward. I do also, I know some of my other colleagues have mentioned it, but I think it is important to note the member for Caribou Prince George, who, as many know, is in hospital right now, and I think we all in this House wish him a very speedy recovery, but it speaks to certainly his dedication and his passion for what goes on in Parliament, that he has been watching the debate and he's been sending messages to all of us as we're coming up for our opportunity to talk, saying, have you seen this article? Are you aware of this? So again, I want to say to the member for Caribou Prince George, we wish you well, but perhaps but make sure you take enough rest, because you did say that you were going to look for better balance. But I will bring to the attention the article that he sent, and it's talking, and this is very recent, this is in January of this year, where it's a star baseball player, and the stepmom is calling for stronger vaping regulations after his death. He was 14 years old. He was found collapsed in the bathroom. There was some vaping products beside him. I mean, they can't, of course, directly attribute it to his death. There's a story in terms of his going to the hospital and how he subsequently died shortly thereafter. But it's enough to raise the caution. It's enough to sort of say, okay, it was a young man, he was exposed to a product, and so there's certainly some things that we need to perhaps look at and watch from there, which really speaks to the fact that we might have a regulatory framework that's in place that's going to provide some protections, but the actual need to continue the research that's been happening. So I think if I'm going to read a little bit, because I don't think anyone has talked to this particular issue. Right now it's a bit of a no man's land in terms of people selling products that are illegal, but this is, again, it's a recent study, and it talks about the importance of of research and knowing what is in the products that people are actually vaping. And it's linking chemicals in flavored e-cigarettes to respiratory disease, and they actually call it popcorn lung. So I think right now people need to be very cautious because there's no controls in place in terms of what are they actually inhaling. So this says a chemical found in the vast majority of flavored e-cigarettes tested by researchers in a new study has been linked to severe respiratory disease. The study out of Harvard T.H. Chan Public School of Health, released Tuesday, this was actually a couple of years ago, tested 51 types of flavored e-cigarettes and refill liquids known as e-juice. In our study, we focus on flavors we feel are appealing to children and younger consumers. The study's lead author, Joseph Allen, Assistant Professor of Exposure Assessment Science, said, flavors like the Wakiki watermelon, alien blood, cupcake, and cotton candy. The researchers said the flavoring chemical called diacetyl was found in more than 75% of the products tested. And this sort of goes back, I think you might remember there was the popcorn factories where they had workers in the factory were getting debilitating respiratory disease, bronchiolitis obliterans, and it's again known as the popcorn lung. And it actually is very, very serious and often can require a lung transplant and an irreversible lung disease. And the thing that's concerning about that was it would, smoking, we know it damages the lungs, but it damages the lungs over a long period of time. The effects of diacetyl and the creation of popcorn lung is much more rapid and much more concerning. So the exposure, I mean, you can ingest it, but when it's inhaled into the lungs, it's certainly a problem. So we know that it was in e-cigarettes. There's more than, apparently 7,000 in the U.S. There was more than 7,000 flavors in the market, many of them containing this. So Health Canada has not yet regulated these e-cigarettes, and so I think it's just a little bit of a word of caution for people that are using the product to be looking at what they're doing. Which leads me on to the flavors issue. And I know one of the things that our government committed to and did in the last parliament was ban the flavors that were appealing to youth. So I know there was chocolate and strawberry and banana flavors that were onto the market and certainly very appealing to the youth. At that time, we had a pretty significant discussion and we had a big debate about the menthol. There was a suggestion that we should also ban menthol. And the decision at that time was menthol had been in cigarettes for many, many years. It is a product that is legal in Canada. It is a product that adults who have chosen to smoke, they're aware of the risks. They have chosen menthol and have used menthol cigarettes for years and years and years. And we thought that it was actually unduly unfair for the government of the day to actually ban menthol. So I notice in this piece of legislation that the new government has decided to go ahead with that. I think perhaps they need to hear from people, especially adults, who had a lot to say about that issue, and a different decision was made in the past. I certainly agree with the issue around the strawberry, tobacco, chocolate, banana, but I think the menthol was something that we did give some, significant consideration to. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that you indicated that there's not a lot of time. The plain packaging is my final area that I want to sort of note. We hear that it might be very helpful. We hear that there might be, it hasn't made a difference. Coming from British Columbia, I didn't realize how much of an issue contraband tobacco was until I actually came to this place, to this house, and heard from my colleagues from Ontario. And it was a pretty consistent conversation that we had. The other thing, for the first time in my life, I saw these bags of the contraband tobacco, and of course, how the policies, the Canadian government policies, significantly impacted the contraband tobacco industry. So I think there needs to be a very thoughtful conversation in committee on that particular issue. So in general, Mr. Speaker, we support this to committee. We think there are a few areas that perhaps need some additional consideration. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech this afternoon. The area that I like to ask a question to the honourable member today is with regard to youth. Now, I've worked with youth for 20 years, and I've seen youth pick up smoking for various reasons. Sometimes because of stress. Stress has led them to smoking. And there's all kinds of reasons that youth actually start smoking. But this idea of packaging, which was the last topic that she spoke on, if I could just have the members' comments on clarification for that. There's no doubt in my mind that when you have attractive packaging, glitzy packaging, and we know that thousands of dollars are spent into how we're going to market and package products so that they gain the attention of young people. Would she not admit that there is no question that the packaging does have an impact on the purchasing of these products, and commend the government for moving forward in this regard?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
So I think that's a really good point she raises. First of all, I totally disagree that we currently have glitzy, attractive packaging. Any package that I have looked at in the last number of years has been, quite appalling in terms of the actual images that are on it. I think it's also important to point out that in most provinces, cigarette packages have to be put behind walls where children cannot see it, where the adults actually have to ask to have the cupboards open to have their package of choice. So I think what we're talking about is packaging that is not very clear. I mean, it's not sitting there on open shelves like it used to be. They're unattractive images. But offsetting that, what is it going to do in terms of the industry, the contraband industry? So, I think that's a legitimate question to ask. We have done a lot around packaging, around hiding the product, but what impact? Because it certainly would be, I hope, a concern for the Liberals also to see a significant rise in terms of contraband and cheaper products for children.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. And certainly when it comes to plain packaging, in my riding on reserve, there are little white cigarettes in a plastic bag. I don't think you can get any plainer than that. And it doesn't seem to be having any impact on the people that want to smoke it. But I'm interested to ask the question about public education, because I remember when I was growing up that there was a huge public education campaign, you remember, with the pictures of the bad lungs and the good lungs, that was very effective in preventing young people from starting smoking, and I wonder if she thinks that this should be part of the bill as well.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I think over the years we've seen many effective cessation programs. Obviously, prevention is the best opportunity, and so to discourage children through the banning the flavors from actually starting the habit. And of course, we know many public health dollars, both federally and provincially, have been spent in terms of supporting cessation programs, supporting folks through whether it's Help Click Now. Someday it would be interesting to actually look at the cost of prevention, because I think we talk about the sort of interesting dichotomy of we're moving forward with legalizing marijuana. We say it's going to help with the cost of the enforcement, and then we're going to probably be spending a lot of money trying to discourage people from using it. It is a bit of an irony.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi for her speech, I should inform her that there are approximately 10 minutes remaining of her 20 minutes, which would normally be available. Consequently, I will have to interrupt her just before the period set aside for member statements. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to support Bill S5, which amends the Tobacco Act in order to regulate vaping products and to reinforce ways of fighting smoking. As my colleagues have mentioned, the NDP has worked with many governments in order to promote and implement the principles of this bill. In 2009, an NDP bill was tabled to limit the packaging, labeling, and sale of flavored tobacco. That led the Conservative government to legislate in this field. We cannot act otherwise. 37,000 Canadians die every year because of a tobacco-related illness. Big Tobacco wants to keep their profits going while products containing nicotine are responsible for the situation that we are in. And they had lied for many years about the effects of cigarettes. We need to be clear. We need to have clear rules. They need to be strict, and we need to apply them. Tobacco companies did try to mask the negative effects of their products on public health. And that is why we must make sure that very clear and strict rules surround tobacco products and vaping products. We also need to limit its interest for young people. Too many Canadians smoke, unfortunately. About 17.17% of Canadians 12 years and up smoke every day. The average age that someone tries a cigarette for the first time is 13 years old. When we know that nicotine leads to addiction and 1/3 of smokers will die of illnesses caused by smoking, we need to take this matter seriously and legislate and regulate as quickly as possible to ensure that other young people do not start smoking, to ensure that they do not become addicted to these types of products. We also know that these companies are very imaginative. When it comes to packaging and techniques to make their cigarette packaging attractive. For example, pastel colors to attract women who are a targeted client base by tobacco companies. They can also associate words to cigarette packaging such as sexy or beauty or fun. The kinds of words associated with a lifestyle of having fun. And it gives a falsely positive image of tobacco products. And so, Mr. Speaker, these health issues are, if those health issues are not enough, the economic issues could interest you. The 3 largest tobacco companies in Canada profited by making $25 billion in 2015. However, the healthcare costs that are linked to tobacco are significant, about $4 billion a year in Quebec. That's hundreds of schools, thousands of potholes that could be fixed if we didn't have to pay for companies to make money from an addiction that they themselves created. The packaging, controlling the packaging can make these products less appealing for young adults. It's tested in Australia, and the results are clear. There was a reduced rate of smoking in several percentage points. For example, in South Wales, the most populated state of Australia, smoking went from 23.5% to 6.7% among young people. The former Australian Minister Nicola Roxon visited Toronto and explained to the press just how their plain packaging law was able to reduce smoking rates in Australia. The number of smokers went down significantly since this plain packaging initiative went through. And if we were to apply this to Canada, that's about 200,000 fewer smokers that we could have. That's an incredible number. And when we talk about mortality linked to smoking-related problems, these are human lives that we could save by putting into place measures such as that one.
The tobacco industry knew that their profits would go down because Philip Morris Asia tried to sue the Australian government by using the clauses of an investment treaty between Hong Kong and Australia. The company explained in their press release that it would be undermining intellectual property rights and used other fallacious arguments against plain packaging. They were trying to get around the law and to manipulate the public as they had done when it came to nicotine. This was completely infirmed by the highest court of justice in Australia. The company has been making less money in Australia since, and that doesn't make me sad at all. This anecdote shows us that not only should we implement plain packaging regulations as quickly as possible, but we need to make sure that we sign our free trade agreements such that companies cannot use our legislative arsenal. And now I'd like to talk about vaping products, or e-cigarettes. The NDP understands that this new technology is promising for harm reduction and perhaps even smoking cessation. However, the long-term consequences of vaping on health are not clear, and they need to be thoroughly studied. Hopefully, we will be able to look at this more closely during the committee study. Some products are not well known. Some vaping products can contain nicotine, which is still dangerous for public health. The minister has prohibited the importation and has conducted many seizures at the border, which demonstrates how important it is to set up new ways of limiting access to these products that contain nicotine. There are some means to sell electronic cigarettes that are similar to tobacco, for example, by adding a flavoring agent. A first step would be to forbid adding these types of ingredients to make the product more appealing. Another positive point of the bill, it's limiting the promotion of these products, as well as forbidding the addition of ingredients that could be considered healthier. Children and young people need to be protected from advertising campaigns that are not in their interests because we don't know the long-term effects of vaping. We need to apply the precautionary principle and limit access to this product and not allow companies to add additives such as vitamins or another product to give an image that this product is actually healthy. I think that every regulatory framework that applies to vaping products should optimize the advantages of this product as a way of limiting the harms of smoking while limiting their potential risks for health by limiting their access to young people. In January 2018, I would say that we should accelerate the passage of this bill because in 2015, a report was published by the House of Commons Health Committee. The report was a report on vaping. There were 33 witnesses who appeared before the committee, and one of the recommendations is that the Government of Canada, along with stakeholders, should create a legislative framework to set limits for nicotine. We already had the information we needed for this bill, and the Liberals took over 2 years before presenting a bill that went through the Senate and not through the House of Commons. I will tell you that we can save lives with a bill like this once it's implemented. And so I hope that it will be passed quickly and that we can implement it before it is passed. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi will have 11 minutes remaining for her speech when the House resumes consideration of this motion. Member statements.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, 350 years ago, in 1667, Antoine Picaudy, the captain of the Carignan-Salière Regiment, established an establishment on the southern banks of the St. Lawrence called Contrecoeur. I'm proud to highlight the launch of festivities celebrating the 350th anniversary of this founding. This is the city where the 1837 patriots met in the Maison Le Noblier du Duplessis, and where they wrote their 92 resolutions. Today, this city is a modern, dynamic community that is flourishing economically thanks to its industry. Soon, this city will become an important transport hub thanks to its port. But the most important thing is the warmth of its more than 7,700 inhabitants. Happy 350th anniversary to all residents of Contrecoeur. The Honourable Member for Laurentides de la Belle. Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise to pay tribute to Marc Cormier, a resident of my riding who died suddenly on January 19th at the age of 48. He was committed to promoting physical activity and working with youth. Right after the federal election, Marc, who was a triathlete and coach, explained how important it was for the community to have a sports arena, something that they had been calling for years. Last summer, a $32 million project was announced. It was funded equally by all three levels of government. Marc's work played a big role in that success. To honor his leadership, he was selected to receive a Canada 150 pin. Unfortunately, he passed away before I could give it to him. And to his wife, Patricia, and their children, Alexandre, Simon, and Sandrine, the entire community gives our most sincere condolences. Marc, you will be missed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, in the late 1960s, the town of Grande Cache was created and envisioned as a model mining town as people moved in to work at Grande Cache coal mine. But on Christmas Eve of 2015, the mine was closed, putting the last of its 650 miners out of work. Since then, the community has struggled with the loss of businesses, residents, and medical professionals. Mr. Speaker, Grande Cache is turning a new page. I am pleased to announce the purchase of Grande Cache Coal by Sonic Field Global. The court approved the sale on January 8th, and the closing transaction is scheduled in May of this year. There will be an open house tomorrow at the local Métis Hall, and company officials will be there. Mr. Speaker, to the residents and business of Grande Cache, this is great news. For the Yellowhead riding, coal mining is still a viable economic driver for the region. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to announce that this weekend marks the 50th anniversary of the Richmond Hill Winter Carnival, a winter event that has become a proud tradition in our community. From February 2nd to 4th, people from near and far will come together at Mill Pond Park to brave the cold weather and have some true Canadian winter fun. From the Carnival's hockey tournament and wood carving to the fireworks and live music, our community knows how to celebrate the best part of Canadian winters. The Carnival is run by a team of dedicated volunteers with support from the town of Richmond Hill and local sponsors who bring this event to our community each year. Join us in Richmond Hill this weekend. Bring your family and your friends for an outing that is sure to put the wonder back in Winter Wonderland. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in recognition of Tamil Heritage Month. Over the month of January, events were held across Canada to celebrate the richness of the Tamil culture and language, as well as the immense social, economic, cultural, and political contributions that the Tamil community has made to Canada. Tamil Heritage Month also provides us with an opportunity to learn about the unique and distinct culture of the thriving Tamil community in Canada. Through this knowledge, we are better able to understand and celebrate the diversity and individual values of the different communities that make up Canada's dynamic multicultural fabric. I would like to acknowledge the resiliency of the Tamil community as they continue to overcome the hardships, challenges, and the fight for social justice and equality for all. New Democrats look forward to continuing to work with the Tamil Canadians to build a more just and fair Canada. Happy Tamil Heritage Month.
Member for Mississauga-Straitsville.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to remember those that lost their lives in the Quebec City mosque mass shooting, and to extend my gratitude to those in the emergency, medical, and community services that extended their support in the aftermath. Last night, members of the Mississauga Streetsville community attended a vigil, not only to remember those that we lost, but also to stand in solidarity with our friends in Quebec City. Mr. Speaker, I continue to share open and honest dialogues with the entire Muslim community so that we may promote compassion, understanding, and collaboration. Our country is united and diverse, and as our Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says, we are stronger together.
I think the honourable member for, I believe the honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville is aware that we do not use personal names here, and I would ask him to refrain from doing so in the future. The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talks a lot about respecting diversity, but his actions tell a different story. He has launched a dangerous attack on the fundamental freedoms with his new liberal values test within the Canada Summer Jobs Program. With this new values test, if you don't agree with the ideological positions of the Liberal Party, your organization will no longer be eligible to receive funding for a summer student. Of course, this is outrageous, and Canadians know it. The Charter protects freedom of religion, conscience, thought, belief, opinion, and expression from exactly this type of government overreach. Canadians must be free to apply for government funding or programs without fear that they will be rejected simply for having different values and beliefs than those of the Prime Minister. So what's next on his agenda? The attestation on the Canada Summer Jobs application is a blatant violation of the Charter, and I call on the Prime Minister to immediately withdraw this outrageous new requirement.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton has lost one of its greatest cultural treasures, a former senator, broadcaster, an officer of the Order of Canada, a truly brilliant jazz musician, the legendary Tommy Banks. He worked as a professional musician, music director of the Orion Musical Theatre, and coordinator of the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra, all before he was 20. The Tommy Banks Show, which he hosted from 1970 to 74 and again from 1980 to 83, delighted Canadians. As a senator, he championed the arts, the environment, and the ever-important balance between security and government oversight. Il appuyait grandement ma
He also supported me when I decided to run for office.
One event as a local candidate, I said, "Senator, now that you're retired, how do I refer to you?" His response, echoing his musical career and his deep humility, was, "Hey man, will do." He was devoted to his wife Ida and was a doting dad and grandfather. Mr. Speaker, through you, to this great Canadian, I would simply say, hey man, rest in peace, you certainly earned it.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Bonar Vista, Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to stand today in this House for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Bonar Vista, Burin Trinity. I would like to take this opportunity to thank a number of people, starting with my outstanding campaign team, organisers and volunteers. My gratitude extends to each and every one of you. It is through your persistence, dedication and empowering work ethic that I am in this incredible House today. Also, to all my constituents in the riding, I would like to reaffirm my commitment from the campaign. I am eager to serve you as your representative here in Ottawa, and I welcome the opportunity to be your strong voice. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to give thanks to my family and close friends, most especially my wife Yvonne, and for their love and support towards me and this incredible journey I chose to pursue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend we marked Holocaust Remembrance Day. We remember the killing of 6 million Jews and many others by the Nazis, and we say, never again. Today, as I reflect on the past and the present, I am deeply frustrated. We have defined genocide, we have codified international responsibilities, and we have created mechanisms for prosecution. But we continue to live in a world marked by impunity for international crimes, and where many states avoid undertaking their responsibilities by refusing to recognize acts of genocide until they are already over. We need to create the political technology for effective intervention to stop violence while it is happening, and we need to prioritize the basic security of the innocent. We must put that ahead of our own self-interest. If we take Never Again seriously, then we must be prepared to count and pay the cost. Acts of remembrance should drive us to acts of prevention. Let us ensure that this remembrance pushes us forward to do this hard and vital work.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, 2017 was a stellar year of celebration for our country. One that I am particularly proud of was close to home, the anniversary of Humber College, located in my riding. For over 50 years now, it has been building minds and expanding the horizons of students. 215,000 Humber alumni are changing their communities in Canada and around the world. With courses in media studies, information technology, creative and performing arts, liberal arts and sciences, athletics, social and community services to hospitality and tourism, Humber is propelling students forward into successful careers. CBC's George Stroumboulopoulos, Grammy and Juno-nominated music producer Matthew Burnett, grocery mogul Anthony Longo all got their start at Humber, just to name a few. Winning award after award, Humber is a world education leader. Congratulations, Humber College, and your success over the past 50 years, and we look forward to the next 50. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to pay tribute to the life of an extraordinary person. My constituent, Susan Hutchinson, died earlier this month. She devoted her entire life to public and community service. Susan was ordained in the Diocese of Quebec in 2000. She was a minister for congregations in Gaspé, Trois-Rivières, and La Tuque before moving to British Columbia, where she served at Anglican parishes in the central interior and the city of Vancouver. Before being called to the ministry, Susan was a feisty young liberal and a strong vocal feminist leader, pushing tirelessly for gender equity policies. She touched the lives of all she met and was an inspiration to young women. Susan was the lead designer and seamstress for my Pride Parade costumes, and I will always remember her wicked sense of humor and her flair for the dramatic. Here's to you, Susan, and a life well lived.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, it's early January, New Year's resolutions are beginning to fade, and surprise, surprise, the Liberals' much-vaunted trade agenda is in shambles. The long-promised softwood lumber agreement is nowhere in sight. Remember the Prime Minister's bromance with Barack Obama? And then there's the TPP meeting in Vietnam, where the Prime Minister was a no-show, embarrassing his hosts and burning all his bridges to Southeast Asia. A visit to China to beg for a trade agreement was similarly embarrassing, with the Chinese dismissing our Prime Minister and sending him packing. Now our reckless ambassador has suggested that China could replace the U.S. as our best trading partner and ally. All of this is happening while our hapless Prime Minister is trying to negotiate a NAFTA trade agreement with Donald Trump. Mr. Speaker, cozying up to communist China isn't going to help our relations with the United States. When will the Prime Minister finally realize negotiating trade agreements isn't for rookies? When will he get out of the way?
Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, January is Alzheimer's Awareness Month. More than 400,000 Canadians have been diagnosed with dementia. I've seen firsthand the devastation caused by this disease. After my motion to develop a national senior strategy was passed in Parliament in May, I began traveling across the country to co-host seniors' town halls with my colleagues. Countless Canadians have expressed the need to proactively get to the root cause of this disease, eliminate the stigma, and identify the most effective ways to prevent and diagnose and treat it.
I'm proud that we listen to Canadians and that the Government of Canada is responsible for developing a strategy on dementia that will establish an advisory committee. I encourage everyone to learn about Alzheimer's disease and to visit the Alzheimer's Society of Canada's website. Together, we can improve the quality of life of people living with dementia, as well as that of their families and caregivers.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Saint-Hyacinthe now has its own biomethanization factory and is a pioneer in reducing greenhouse gases. It's the largest factory of its kind in Canada and the 5th largest in the world. By transforming organic matter in this factory, it will be possible to meet my entire riding's energy needs for 3 years. Having worked on this file since 2009, I was even able to visit the interior of a biodigester. As the chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee for 6 years, I was proud to promote this innovative example of green infrastructure. Saint-Hyacinthe Technopole is developing a new biotechnology hub and inviting entrepreneurs to choose Saint-Hyacinthe, where they can use their organic matter to produce gas at a low cost. I'm proud of this federal investment worth $11.4 million that will help contribute to the region's economic development.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and give tribute to Bev Schwernick, who passed away suddenly on January 2nd. During the Veterans Mental Health and Suicide Study, veterans testified on mefloquin's impact on those who served in theater from Somalia to Afghanistan. This is where I first met Bev. She was there to support the veterans who were testifying. I was honored to endorse her Vimy Ridge bike ride as she drew more attention to the mefloquin crisis. And as I traveled Western Canada this summer meeting with veterans, Bev was there at round tables from Victoria to Saskatoon to Brandon. She also played a major role in organizing the Mefloquin Warriors rally on Parliament Hill last fall. Bev was not a member of the Canadian Forces. She was not a veteran. She was a Canadian civilian who was prescribed mefloquin on a trip to Thailand. That's when her own experience began, and yet her advocacy was not for herself. She had a deep bond with those veterans who are now grieving so deeply at the loss of one they considered their own. Rest in peace, Beth. I know we'll meet again.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month. We celebrate the countless contributions of Canada's Black communities to the building of our great country. We recognize what one generation to the next has done, from Matthew da Costa in the early 1600s to today's Dr. Gervin Fearon, Canada's first Black university president. Many communities faced joy and achievement, others pain and setbacks. They all faced anti-Black racism, and yet they chose to overcome.
Today, the Black community is active in all spheres, professions, and vocations. We still face anti-Black racism and its consequences. And yet, we choose to overcome. Earlier today, the Right Honourable Member for Papineau did what no other Prime Minister has done. He acknowledged the scourge of anti-Black racism in Canada.
With eyes wide open, this and future parliaments, governments, and indeed all Canadians can unite in fighting anti-Black racism. Together, Mr. Speaker, together we shall overcome. Happy Black History.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refuses to take any responsibility for his illegal actions. He continues to expect taxpayers to pay over $200,000 for his trip, his illegal luxury trip. When will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility and refund taxpayers for his illegal trip? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, immediately after the Ethics Commissioner's report came out, I took full responsibility as any leader should, and I accepted all her findings. I will continue to follow all her advice, or his advice, and I will ensure that for all future family trips, everything will be cleared with the Commissioner. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Means paying taxpayers back. In 2016, his own health minister had to repay over $3,000 for her own luxury travel, limousine rides that were deemed to be inappropriate. That was the right thing to do. So can the Prime Minister explain why he forced his own health minister to pay the money back that she charged inappropriately, but he refuses to pay back the money he charged taxpayers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the report was released, I took responsibility, as a leader should, and I accepted all the recommendations of the Commissioner. I continue to follow the instructions and the recommendations that the Commissioner gave that I should do, and that's exactly what we've done. I will, in the future, make sure that we work with the Commissioner on any personal or family vacations, because that's what the Commissioner has asked.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me quote. This situation is a reminder for all of us to be extremely careful about our expenses and about the public trust that we wield. Those are the words from the Prime Minister himself when his health minister was found incurring inappropriate expenses back in 2016. So if the Prime Minister is going to ignore the Ethics Commissioner, ignore questions in the House, and ignore Canadians, can he at least take his own advice and repay taxpayers the $200,000?
Honourable Prime Minister. As the former Commissioner stated herself, as Prime Minister, as is the case for all previous Prime Ministers, security costs are incurred whenever and wherever the Prime Minister travels. That's what the Commissioner has recognized, and we follow the instructions and the recommendations that the Commissioner made in this case.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No one has ever recommended that taxpayers should have to pay for the Prime Minister's illegal and inappropriate trip. Canadians understand that security has to follow the Prime Minister, but when the Prime Minister is engaged in inappropriate activities, he should pick up the cost when he's found to be breaking the law. Will he pay Canadians back?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, when the Commissioner put out her report, I accepted all responsibility and have accepted all the recommendations that the Commissioners had put forward, which will mean that on matters of personal and family travel, we will work with the Commissioner's office to ensure that there is no conflict or appearance of conflict, and furthermore, we will continue to work with the Commissioner on anything they recommend.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, at a time when the Prime Minister was in opposition, he made speeches before charities, but they've been caught and had to pay back thousands in inappropriate spending. If that was the right thing to do at the time, then why is it no longer the right thing for him to refund his illegal trips? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said a number of times last year, Canadians can rest assured that whatever the personal attacks here in the House, the Ethics Commissioner is there and the office is there to ensure that everything is done according to the rules and that there are consequences. The Commissioner released her report. I accepted all her recommendations, and we are moving forward because Canadians know that the Commissioner has investigated and released a decision. The Honourable Member for Rimouski. During the Harper Conservatives have failed to be transparent through the entirety of the negotiations, especially in regards to what Canada is conceding in order to be accepted into this Trans-Pacific Partnership. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The member for Papineau when he was in the opposition in 2015. Now that he's Prime Minister, he has apparently forgotten his own words. I asked the Liberal leader today, what is Canada conceding in order to be accepted into this new Trans-Pacific Partnership? And to show some transparency, the Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, We know how important openness and transparency are, and that's why we've been transparent with Canadians. And we also know that official languages are important. And once the documents are translated into French and English, we'll be happy to share those documents and the deal once it's been entered into. The honourable member for Rimouski.
What's in the deal? New Zealand was transparent with their people on the new Trans-Pacific Partnership, and there is no reason why the Liberals can't do the same. If we stand to lose 58,000 jobs because of this trade agreement, I would say that an explanation is in order, and Canadians are worried. The Prime Minister has promised to be transparent on trade deals, and so far he hasn't been. Will he release the deal?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have consistently engaged with stakeholders, and the text of the deal will be released once it has been translated and approved, as is the case for all trade deals. This is something that is really important, but let me highlight the fact that if it were up to the NDP, no trade deals would ever be signed. If it was up to the Conservatives, every single deal, no matter how bad for Canada, would have been signed. We make sure that it's the right deal for Canada, and that's what we're moving forward with. Right.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
The conversation of shifting the culture on Parliament Hill. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for agreeing with us that we need more women elected here in the House of Commons. And while I do applaud him for having a gender-based cabinet, the fact remains that only 26% of MPs that's in this House are female, including 1 in 3 in his own caucus. Time is up on words and slogans without follow-through. It's time for action now to get many more women elected to Parliament. So the question is simple to the Prime Minister. What is his plan?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know there are multiple barriers to women engaging in politics, and that's what we have to work on reducing. That's why, as part of moving forward in our nomination process, every single riding will have to reach out to great women, to women across the riding, before we will trigger a nomination contest. We know how important it is to ask multiple times to get women to run for politics. That's one of the barriers there, and that is just one of the ways we are making it easier and more encouraged for women to come into politics and change this place for the better.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Au chapitre de la parité femme.
When it comes to gender parity in legislatures, Canada ranks 64th in the world, behind Rwanda, Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, and 59 other countries. The Prime Minister has rejected 2 concrete steps to improve the situation by 2019. Proportional representation, and my colleague for Burnaby's bill to encourage gender parity among candidates. So I repeat my question, Mr. Speaker. What is the plan in concrete terms to elect more women here to the House of Commons? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I already talked about one concrete step, which was to have Liberal riding associations seek out women candidates. That's one way of improving the representation of women here in the House of Commons. But there are other things. There are women who choose not to run because there are barriers, because the workplace may be hostile or not very inviting. So there are a number of things we need to look at to make this place more welcoming to women. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to claim that his government respects the work of the Ethics Commissioner. The Finance Minister, when under investigation, he said that it was and that his own trips were under investigation. But now that the Commissioner has found him in violation of 4 sections of the Federal Act, will he show the same respect to Canadians and refund the hundreds of thousands of dollars that taxpayers spent on his illegal trips? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Government House Leader, rather. The Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister took the necessary steps so that all future trips, family trips, will be approved in advance. The Prime Minister continues to follow all the advice and recommendations of the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it's simple. The Ethics Commissioner's investigation revealed that the Prime Minister mismanaged his personal affairs and is guilty. Will he commit to refunding taxpayers the $200,000 he spent on that illegal activity? Yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader. As is the case for the current Prime Minister, wherever, and the former Prime Minister, wherever they go, there are security costs associated with that travel. We appreciate the work of organizations tasked with protecting our security, and as the Prime Minister said, for future personal and family trips, he will clear everything with the Commissioner.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Prime Minister who is found breaking the law, and it's the Prime Minister who should be answering these questions on Now, the Ethics Commissioner's investigation into the Prime Minister found that on the charge of accepting illegal gifts, the Prime Minister is guilty. Will the Prime Minister commit to repaying Canadian taxpayers the money that he charged him for his illegal act?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Immediately after the report was released by the Prime Minister, he took responsibility and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister has taken steps to ensure that all future family vacations are cleared ahead of time. The Prime Minister will continue to follow any advice and recommendations that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we have a saying where I come from, and that's there are no free rides. The Prime Minister has been found to have broken federal ethics laws. The Ethics Commissioner found that on the charge of accepting a ride on a private aircraft, the Prime Minister was guilty. Will the Prime Minister commit to repaying taxpayers the money he cost them by taking this illegal trip?
Honourable Government House Leader.
And as is the case for the current Prime Minister, wherever and whenever the Prime Minister travels, there are costs related to security. We always accept the advice of our security agencies as to how to best ensure the safety of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister has said, going forward, he will engage with the Commissioner to discuss personal and family vacations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is the Prime Minister actually saying that taxpayers should be on the hook when he breaks the law?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said on numerous occasions, he has accepted the recommendations and findings of the Commissioner. Since the new year, the Prime Minister has also taken part in a number of public town halls where Canadians have asked him direct questions on issues that matter to Canadians. One issue that came up time and time again was related to citizenship delays, which we are fixing after years of neglect under the Conservatives. We are cutting processing times for spouses, partners, and dependent children to 12 months, down from the 24 months under the Conservatives. Excellent. And we will always do what is in the best interest of Canadians. We will continue to engage and listen to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's too much noise today. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, producers in our regions are tired of being a bargaining chip in trade deals. The CETA is already having a devastating effect on them. I quote a constituent from Saint-Anicet. This year has been really tough. Our business is in financial difficulty, and I've had to find another job. Unquote. What guarantee do we have that the Liberals renegotiating NAFTA won't bleed our regions dry of our producers, nor further jeopardize our supply management system?
Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our negotiators for their excellent work in Montreal. We have made significant progress on a number of technical issues. We've concluded the anti-corruption chapter and are on the verge of concluding other chapters. We have worked constructively with our partners in the face of atypical American proposals. We will continue to promote our Canadian values and interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yesterday, the U.S. Trade Representative emphasized that the U.S. is pushing for the right to opt out of Chapter 11's investor state provisions in NAFTA renegotiations. Canada is the most sued country in the world under these provisions, which erode Canadian sovereignty, our health and environmental regulations. Chapter 11 has already cost us hundreds of millions of dollars in legal fees, settlements and payouts to private investors. Why are the Liberals still fighting tooth and nail to keep the NAFTA Chapter 11 that allows foreign investors to sue our government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NAFTA has created a stable environment for trade for the last 24 years, which has benefited and resulted in a win-win-win for Canada, United States, and Mexico. Chapter 11 provides certainty and security to Canadian companies that are investing abroad. And we're working to find a way with our U.S. partners in preserving the benefits for our business community and labourers. This is the kind of creative approach that Canada has tabled and will continue to table in a cooperative fashion. We will always defend our national interests and stand up for Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's take some stock, Mr. Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner found that the Prime Minister broke the law when he accepted this illegal gift. The Prime Minister says, "My bad, won't do it again," refuses to reimburse Canadian taxpayers. Now, when the Minister of Indigenous Affairs was found to make inappropriate expenses, she was told by the Prime Minister to pay it back. So my question is actually for the Minister of Indigenous Services. Does she think this is equal treatment?
Oh. Government House Leader. Order. Could be a shorter question period. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was trying to say, immediately following the report, the Minister accepted responsibility and accepted the findings from the Commissioner. I would like to share with Canadians that since the new year, the Prime Minister has answered a number of questions from Canadians across the country in open, public town halls. Canadians continue to be concerned about jobs in the middle class and those working hard to join it. With our plan, Canadians have created 422,000 jobs in 2017, the best single number in a year since 2002.
Member for Milton.
Speaker, well, let's try the House Leader then. Mr. Speaker, two of her MPs both break rules. One's a man, one's a woman. Man gets no punishment. The woman does get a punishment. Does she think it's equal treatment?
Government House Leader.
The work that officers of Parliament do. In this case, the Commissioner released a report. The Prime Minister accepted her recommendations, accepted responsibility. We will continue working hard on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in this place, all members have to comply with the ethics and conflict of interest legislation. We were all told about this when we first took office. We got training on this so that we would behave properly here in the House. The question on everyone's mind are there two laws, a special one for the Prime Minister and another one for everyone else? The question is, when will the Prime Minister do the right thing and pay back the taxpayer for his illegal vacations? The Honourable Government House Leader. Once the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the Commissioner's findings. The Prime Minister has repeatedly answered these questions. Since the beginning of the year, the Prime Minister has answered a number of questions coming from Canadians all across Canada in town halls that were open and public. Canadians remain concerned about job creation for the middle class and those working hard to join it. With our plan, Canadians have created 420,000 jobs in 2017. We understand the opposition doesn't want to talk about the economy. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, imagine for 1 second a member making the same illegal trip Imagine that, would that member be able to keep his seat without reimbursing taxpayers? I don't think so. The same rules apply to everyone, even the Prime Minister. In the Commissioner's report, the Prime Minister was found in violation of not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 sections of the Conflict of Interest Act. So what's the Prime Minister waiting for? When is he going to pay Canadians back? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we've answered those questions over and over. And since the beginning of the year, the Prime Minister has answered many questions coming from Canadians all across Canada at town halls that were open and public. We understand that the opposition doesn't want to talk about the economy because our plan for growth is working for Canadians, and we will continue working hard for Canadians. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, companies like Sears and Carillion continue to fail our workers, and these workers need more than information sessions with Service Canada. They need to know their retirement is protected. The Minister said he would work with anyone that puts forward a proposal towards this goal. Well, Mr. Speaker, I introduced legislation to protect workers like those at Sears Canada from losing their hard-earned pension and health care benefits. The Minister says he's concerned. But when will he turn to action so that Canadian workers will never find themselves losing their pensions and benefits again?
Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising this issue. We share those same concerns when it comes to Sears employees and other companies as well. We know how difficult this is for the workers and many of the different communities that have been impacted. That is why we're engaging with the members opposite. We are assessing all the different options that exist. With regards to Service Canada, this is an important service, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the representatives have been engaging with Sears Canada's employees. They've held 302 sessions across the country. And with respects to Sears, I understand Sears Canada's pension funds are held in trust and must be used for the benefits of the pensioners, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, yesterday the Innovation Minister blew off the ongoing corporate pension theft at Sears Canada so he could brag about the economy. And afterwards I had Sears family members contact and say, what's with this government? This isn't about them needing to go find jobs. This is about their elderly parents who can no longer afford their long-term care facilities because the pensions that they built up were robbed by hedge fund bandits. So to the Liberals who hang out there on Billionaires Island, when are they going to put the interests of Canadian pensioners and workers ahead of their Bay Street cronies?
Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. We support pensioners. We support workers. We stood beside them. That is why our government has put forward different measures to strengthen the middle class and those working hard to join it. When it comes to the Sears issue, Mr. Speaker, we are evaluating all the appropriate options that are before us. We're going to continue to work with the families. We're going to make sure that they have options and services available to them. And at the same time, we are focused on growing the economy and creating additional opportunities. This is a commitment we're going to make, and we're going to make sure we work hard on behalf of all Canadians, including the Sears employees, ex-employees.
Guelph.
Speaker, Canada's automotive sector employs over 500,000 Canadians. From coast to coast to coast, we have 700 automotive parts suppliers. I was pleased to take part in recent investments in Guelph to Linamar Corporation that employs 9,300 Canadians in 24 operations. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Innovation please expand on how the government is working to ensure our automotive sector will continue to be at the forefront of innovation and to create good-paying jobs for Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Guelph for his hard work, his advocacy, and his commitment to the automotive sector. And he is absolutely correct. Our government is committed to the automotive sector. That's why we launched the Strategic Innovation Fund to attract investments. And I was pleased to be alongside with them when we invested $49 million for Linamar. This will help create 1,500 new jobs. These are full-time jobs, good quality jobs, Mr. Speaker, and this underscores our commitment to supporting the middle class and those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, returning to the Ethics Commissioner's report, titled in the Prime Minister's name, this Prime Minister has been found to have broken the law. This Prime Minister accepted an illegal gift. This Prime Minister's illegal trip
and the hundreds of thousands of dollars of improperly generated costs made Canadian taxpayers complicit in the laws that he broke. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister simply repay Canadians for his illegal gift?
Good question. Honourable Government House Leader.
This Prime Minister accepted the responsibility and accepted the recommendation from the Commissioner. And this Prime Minister, since New Year's, has been answering a number of questions at town halls across the country. Canadians continue to be concerned about jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it. With our plan, Canadians have created 422,000 jobs in 2017, the best single-year number since 2002, and the unemployment rate is at its lowest since 1976. We can totally understand why the Conservatives do not want to talk about the economy, because the economy is doing very well under our plan.
Honourable Member, order for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner found that the Prime Minister did not only violate 4 important sections of the Conflict of Interest Act, but that the Prime Minister violated his own guidance document for ministers, which he sanctimoniously titled Open and Accountable Government. Mr. Speaker, an ordinary citizen who accepted substantial illegal gifts would face serious consequences. Why won't the Prime Minister do the right thing and simply repay Canadians for his illegal gift?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The Prime Minister has answered these questions repeatedly, and the Prime Minister remains open and accountable to Canadians. He will continue to engage with them as he has done in town halls and as he will do in future town halls in places like Edmonton and Nanaimo. And Canadians continue to be concerned about jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share that Canadians have created 422,000 jobs in 2017, and the unemployment rate is at its lowest since 1976. I'm not surprised that the Conservatives don't want to talk about the economy, because the economy is doing very well under our plan. Thank you.
L'honorable.
The honourable member.
Alors.
Order. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, when he accepted a family vacation on a private island, the Prime Minister put himself in a blatant conflict of interest. Canadians have a right to expect that the Prime Minister of Canada comply with all laws in our country. Mr. Speaker, in order to dispel any confusion over the illegal nature of his decisions, can the Prime Minister tell us what the value of his gift was, and will he pay taxpayers back for the entire value of this illegal gift? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, security organizations decide on what's best to be done to protect the Prime Minister. We always follow their recommendations. The Commissioner agreed that those expenses were necessary for the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner to clear any of his family vacations in the future. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, not only did the Prime Minister accept an illegal gift, but the Prime Minister's family asked for illegal gifts in the shape of illegal vacations from someone who does business with the federal government. Mr. Speaker, given this evidence of a conflict of interest, be it accepting the gift or asking for another one, I am certain that Canadians do not want to be complicit in these illegal actions. When will the Prime Minister answer for his actions? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the report was published, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. Since the very beginning of the year, the Prime Minister has responded to many questions put by Canadians throughout the country during open town hall meetings. Canadians are concerned about job creation for the middle class and for all those who are working hard to join it. We understand that the opposition does not want to talk about the economy, because our economy is growing very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker,
Parks Canada is planning on moving artifacts that are very important to Quebec City to Gatineau when members of the National Assembly are opposed. They feel that these artifacts should stay in the national capital or in the Mi'kmaq Nation. Last week, we want to know why these artifacts should be moved to another city when we could be working on keeping them in their own city. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working very hard to protect and preserve artifacts, and Parks Canada is responsible for this. Parks Canada is currently preserving artifacts in national parks in every province and territory. And in 2012, the previous government decided to move items from Gatineau to Quebec. But these items should be conserved in a sustainable way.
Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, 6 months have gone by since the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that there would be an investigation into Canadian weapons being used against civilians in Saudi Arabia.
Worsen under the devastating attacks of the Saudi coalition. So I'd like to know, has the minister suspended any export permits to Saudi Arabia, and when will the minister release the result of her report?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to an export control system that is transparent, that is rigorous, that is predictable. Our government is taking steps to further enhance our system through Bill C-47, which the member knows is at committee right now. We look forward to having that back in the House. That will help Canada take a leadership role in the regulation of exports of arms around the world. We've allocated $13 million to help Canada accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, and we will ensure to continue moving forward in that effort to ensure that our controls are robust, effective, and they reflect our human rights considerations.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been found guilty of breaking the law. Now, we all know that when somebody breaks the law and takes something that does not belong to them, they are expected to give it back. Now, that's exactly what the Prime Minister did. He took something he should not have taken, and he used taxpayers' dollars to do so. Now, why doesn't he right the wrong that he committed and pay back these illegal expenses?
Government House Leader.
On numerous occasions now, immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. As has been the case for past Prime Ministers and is the case for this Prime Minister, whenever and wherever the Prime Minister travels, there are costs related to security. We accept the advice of our security agencies as to how to best ensure the safety of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister has also said, going forward, he will engage with the Commissioner to discuss personal and family vacations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
This is a terrible example that the Prime Minister is setting. If one of our children takes something that doesn't belong to them, we tell them to give it back. If a teenager is caught shoplifting, we teach them, you return the merchandise. We as leaders and adults ask our youth to give back something they might have taken illegally or wrongfully. The Prime Minister had absolutely no business going on that illegal holiday. Will he show some moral fortitude and pay back these illegal expenses?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the security agencies make determinations on what is needed to protect the Prime Minister, as has been the case for previous Prime Ministers, and we follow their recommendations. The former Commissioner has acknowledged that these costs are incurred as part of the role of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner to clear future family travels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, when an individual is found guilty of misconduct, then they're given a penalty, a fine. The Ethics Commissioner clearly stated in her report dealing with the Prime Minister's family vacation that he had contravened the Act many times, including by accepting a trip from a supposed friend he hadn't seen for 30 years. The Prime Minister is not above the law. He must set an example. When will he finally do the right thing and pay honest taxpayers back who shouldn't have to pay for his illegal vacations? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, security agencies are the ones that decide what is necessary to do to protect the Prime Minister, as they have always done for former Prime Ministers. We followed their recommendations. The former Commissioner recognized that those expenses have to be made during the Prime Minister's duties, and the Prime Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner and clear any family vacations with them in the future. We trust the Commissioner.
For Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, the recent women's marches and the Me Too and Time's Up movements are all highlighting public discussion on sexism, misogyny, and gender-based violence. As a result of this growing focus on gender equality, organizations working to promote gender equality and address gender-based violence are facing increased pressure to deliver positive systemic change. Can the Minister of Status of Women tell this House what this government is doing to support these organizations so they can focus on delivering these much-needed services?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Mississauga and Erin Mills for her effective leadership, and of course thank and acknowledge the courage of survivors who have come forward with their stories, and all the advocates and organizations who are working to provide them with supports. We are listening. As part of our government's gender-based violence strategy, not too long ago I announced a new call for concepts, $20 million to support organizations who provide healing for those underrepresented populations and those most vulnerable. That $20 million can be spent over the course of 5 years. We're including eligibility for unions and think tanks. Many thanks to all those who've contributed to this movement.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, broke the law. For a year, he dragged his feet and denied any wrongdoing, when he should have already known that receiving a personal luxury vacation from someone who has business with the Government of Canada is illegal. The Prime Minister seems to think that rules don't apply to him. If the Prime Minister accepts the Ethics Commissioner's findings, when will he pay back the more than $200,000 that he's billed Canadians for his illegal gift?
To start by congratulating the member on her election and welcoming her to this place. And I would like to share with her, as well as all members, once again, that immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility, as any Prime Minister should, and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister has been traveling the country and visiting town halls, visiting Canadians, and taking questions directly from Canadians. He has also answered over 1,400 questions in this House from members of Parliament. The Prime Minister will continue to make himself available to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, last night the City of Windsor unanimously asked the federal government to partnership on a crucial environmental property, Ojibway Shores. The property is currently under the stewardship of the Windsor Port Authority, who has threatened to destroy it by developing it as a commercial opportunity. This is not acceptable. My community will never allow it. We stopped them before, we'll stop them again. We won't let this happen to this ecological treasure for all of Canada. Will the government show leadership on this environment and constructively work with the Port Authority and my community to make sure we have a model of success? We need leadership now. Will the Minister finally step up?
Here. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Ojibway Shores are federal property. They are under the control of the Windsor Port Authority, which has a mandate as one of Canada's port authority to develop itself and to maintain port capability. I would recommend that anyone who wants to propose changes to the Ojibway Shore speak to the Windsor Port Authority.
Honourable Member,
the Honourable Member for Saxville Preston Chedsey-Cook. Mr. Speaker, this past summer, we saw another tragic and unprecedented number of North Atlantic right whale deaths in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. In order to protect this endangered and iconic species, our government applied a mandatory 10-knot speed limit on vessels 20 meters in the Gulf, and they announced the closure of snow crab fishing area 12 in the southern Gulf, where whales were present. Can the minister tell the House what new measures will be undertaken in the upcoming fishing season? Thank you.
Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government takes very seriously the protection and conservation of the right whales in the North Atlantic. And last week, I announced new concrete measures that would be taken to protect this important species, as well as other measures that are forthcoming. The measures for the snow crab will limit the number of floating occasions in the water, and I'd like to thank fishers for their constructive contribution. We will take every necessary measure to protect these species.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim to defend supply management, but they are doing nothing for dairy, egg, and poultry producers who are working very hard throughout Canada. The Prime Minister is just letting his Minister of Agriculture hide and not attend these meetings, and he's incapable of protecting our producers. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether, yes or no, he will implement mitigation measures for these producers, or will he just sit back with his arms crossed and drop these farms?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. The fact of the matter is, and my honourable colleague is likely well aware, this is the party that fought to implement supply management. This is the government that's going to protect it. And just the example, the set-up program, we put a $350 million program in place just to make sure that the dairy farmers were on the cutting edge and the manufacturing sector was on the cutting edge. We have and will continue to make sure that the supply management system in this country remains strong.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, we now know what the Prime Minister's grand plan is for his cannabis industry. We know what it is. It's Liberal influence and tax haven money. Who are the investors? Organized crime? Foreign interests? Friends of the regime? We don't know. What we do know is that there's a big group of good Liberals who will be lining their pockets. When will the Liberals stop putting both their hands in the cookie pot? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government will be implementing a fair, balanced process for licenses so that the health and safety of Canadians is protected and so that we can have a strong regulated industry that is a diversified one. Like the regulations for medical marijuana in 2013, the decision to grant a license or not will be done in an impartial way, and it will be merit-based. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, there's good news for the Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker. She has a nice career waiting for her in the flourishing cannabis industry, just like there was for 4 former Liberal health ministers. Today we learned that the former minister, Pettigrew, is the administrator of one business's consumer's loyalty plan, a type of air miles plan for pot users. Except that under Pettigrew's miles, you won't get points to fly, you'll get points to get high. When will the Liberals start working in the collective interest and stop working in the interests of Liberals? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, as I said earlier, this government will be implementing a fair, balanced process to grant licenses in order to protect the health and safety of Canadians and to allow an industry to grow in a regulated fashion. As is the case today, under medical marijuana rules that was implemented in 2013, granting or not a license will be decided in an impartial way and in a merit-based way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the attention of honourable members, the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jackson Lafferty, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories. And the Honourable Wally Schuman, Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment and Minister of Infrastructure for the Northwest Territories. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills. Senate. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Take their conversations outside, and I trust members will assist me in my effort to quiet the place by saying, shh. Let's try that again, one more time. I thank colleagues for their assistance, and especially those who are now going to continue their conversations that I know are important and valuable outside in the hallways. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The
honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
No, excusez-moi.
No, sorry about that. We'll be continuing.
Or Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill S5. Bill S5 amend the Tobacco Act and add and regulate vaping products as a separate class of products and aligns other existing acts to conform. Bill S5 is a complex piece of legislation. This omnibus bill brings up many issues for us to consider. It touches on implementing plan packaging for tobacco products. This legislation outlines both cigarettes and e-cigarettes. I believe these issues should be studied at Health Committee in order for us to get things right for all Canadians. We can all agree that cigarette smoking is harmful. That is why I stand proud today highlighting the record of the previous Conservative government that implemented measures which resulted in the number of young people in Canada smoking tobacco to be cut in half. Because of the previous Conservative government's tobacco policies, smoking is now an all-time low in Canada, with the greatest reduction shown among youth. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you some figures. According to the Stats Canada data from 2001 to 2011, the smoking rate of male aged between the age of 15 and 17 years dropped from 19% to 10%, and those aged 18 to 19 years dropped from 33 to 20%. Further, the smoking rate of female aged from 15 to 17 years dropped from 22 to 9%, and those aged 18 to 19 years dropped from 34 to 19% in that same period. Smoking rates overall under the previous Conservative government fell to an all-time low to 13%. While there have been many new studies conducted surrounding tobacco and tobacco products, it is also important to bear in mind history. I strongly believe in the health and safety of Canadians, and I must say, we don't have enough about this. We don't know enough for this legislation. It must be studied at committee. More than 50 years ago, Canada heard then Minister Lamarche rose in this place right here and said, there is a scientific evidence that cigarette smoking is contributed to the cause of lung cancer, and it may also be associated with chronic bronchitis and coronary heart diseases. At the time of the statement, about 50% of Canadians smoked, 61% of them were men, and 30% of them women. Smoking was normal and permitted virtually everywhere. Today, the public health problem of tobacco use in Canada and around the world has been addressed all over half a century. However, we are faced with a new question. In the last few years, a new product has come to the market. So we are tasked with how to regulate e-cigarettes or vapes. In Canada, in 2015, 1 in 4 Canadian youth aged 15 to 19 years reported ever having tried an e-cigarette, or 1 of 3 young adults aged 20 to 24 years. The U.S. Surgeon General released a report in 2016 indicating that 25% of students in grades 6 to 12 had tried e-cigarette. There are alarming statistics. We need to ensure that our youth are aware that e-cigarettes are still harmful. Research and education are imperative here. I am committed to reduce the smoking of tobacco products as it is proven health hazard, just as I'm committed to advocating keeping dangerous drugs like marijuana out of hands of our children. I know we all agree that Canadians' health and safety is something we all care deeply about. I understand that the number of stakeholders and concerns surrounding this legislation. For these reasons, I believe that Bill S5 should go to committee to address their specific concerns. It is important that stakeholders from all sides of the argument are able to have their concerns addressed in committee. For this bill to be studied and for us to get this right for Canadians. E-cigarettes are quite a recent invention, so there is a much we do not know still, and we need to be prepared to hear from experts. E-cigarettes that are being used today reflect significant technologically advances that are consistently changing. I understand they are expecting to surpass traditional cigarette sales within the next 10 years. While some studies suggested that e-cigarettes are a pathway to quitting smoking, we need to bear in mind that there are still health risks here, especially when it comes to relaying the message to our children. Developed in 2003 by pharmacists in China and first introduced into the U.S. in 2007. The e-cigarettes is one of the category of product called electronic nicotine delivery system. The e-cigarettes, a battery-powered device designed that with the look and feel of the traditional cigarettes, is meant to deliver inhaled doses of nicotine containing aerosol to users. In 2016, a total of 24 studies, including 3 randomized clinical trials, were reviewed. 2 of the trial, with a total of 662 participants, showing that people using e-cigarettes with the nicotine were more likely to stop smoking for at least 6 months, compared with those who received placebo e-cigarettes without nicotine. We want healthier Canadians, but before we make this decision, this legislation should be studied at committee. Recently, there have been some very Interesting studies conducted on e-cigarettes. Some suggest that e-cigarettes are less harmful as they reduce exposure to the combusting tobacco. So, for example, because cardiovascular risk associated with smokes are dose dependent, to reduce the number of cigarettes smoked from the pack of a day to 10 a day with reduced risk. Second-hand exposure to vapor from e-cigarettes has been tested to some extent, and there are studies that say it was found to be less toxic than cigarette smoke, as it does not contain carbon monoxide or volatile organic compounds. However, we know that people smoke marijuana, it is unhealthy, just as when they vape marijuana, it is unhealthy. This raises a concern that there is a still great deal of uncertainty when it comes to vaping. It is important to know that because nicotine is a drug, it is subject to requirement for Food and Drugs Act and must be authorized by Health Canada prior to sales based on evidence of the safety, efficiency, and quality. No vaping product has been authorized to date in Canada, and all nicotine-containing vaping products are being sold illegally. It is very important that all restrictions of access and sales of tobacco cigarettes to those under 18 would also apply to vaping products. We need to keep our children safe. I would support restriction on how vape products are branded and marked. But I think it is important, and I hope the committee will have the chance to study this in greater details. The Canadian Cancer Society, Canadian Medical Association, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation, they expressed the opinion that this could be one of the most important amendments we make to Tobacco Act in decades. That is why this bill should studied at Health Committee, and we should get this right for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it is important for us to recognize that, you know, every 14 minutes here in Canada, someone will in fact die from the consequences of tobacco and nicotine. So it is an issue in which this government is very much concerned about. And, you know, there are many health benefits for vaping. That's often made reference as somewhat glorified to a certain extent. But there's also a risk factors. And what is being vaped is of great concern. You know, we need to see more science on the issue. Bringing this into the Tobacco Act is a positive step. I think a vast majority of stakeholders, if not, I wouldn't say quite unanimous, but a very high percentage of people understand and appreciate the need for what it is that the government is doing today. My question to the member across the way is specific in regards to the packaging, cigarette packaging, looking at having standardized packaging. So there's, you control the font size. Australia is doing a fantastic job on this. It's aimed at trying to decrease the number of young people starting to smoke cigarettes. That is a substantive goal that we want to achieve. And I'm interested in the members' thoughts and opinions on the standard packaging. Does he see that's a good thing? This is something that's already taking place in Australia.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Honourable Member, for the good question. Mr. Speaker, years ago, my family owned a convenience store. In those days, I'm talking 40-plus years ago, close to 50 years back, the packages were fancy. They were displayed on the counter. They were displayed right behind us, and we were all over the place. In that time, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the Smoking Joe cigarettes in the United States and all the actors, actresses smoking, that was the fashion. That was the design. That was the thing of the thing of the day in those days. That the time has changed. Many, many people understand cigarettes cause cancer. Most of the people, as you know, the smoking is cut basically in half in this country. And the cigarette packages are hidden in the cabinets. Either you go to Shop and Drug Mart or convenience store or any other place. I don't think this will make any difference because there is no display stuff. Somebody have to know I'm looking for whatever the name of the cigarette. I never smoked in my life. Whatever they want to smoke, they will ask for it. But in my personal opinion, I don't think this will make any difference. But this S5 should go to the committee to go back, to listen to the people, to listen to the stakeholders. Their opinion is more bigger than myself. Regarding the packaging, I think it makes no difference since all the packages are hidden in the cabinets in the back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased that this question gives me a chance to put on the record that I have heard concerns from constituents who have found that the vaping products have made an enormous difference in their quality of life. I don't have the permission for this particular constituent to read his name out in this place, but I do want to write that what he wants to share is that I'm 45 and a smoker of 25 years. I have finally made some progress in quitting smoking, and the current bill, if passed, would be devastating to the vaping industry and my ability to get vape products. Particularly concerned about the restrictions on flavors. Now, personally, and I always want to work for my constituents, I think we need this legislation because we do need to regulate. We're balancing here constantly the benefit of trying to get people off cigarettes and recognizing that there could be health effects from vaping as well. And I asked my honourable colleague if he doesn't agree that we really do need to regulate this. It's an emerging and new industry, and any changes that we'll have vigorous discussion after we hear from the experts in the Health Committee. But in the end, don't we need to regulate this industry in a way that protects it, but also protects the health of Canadians?
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for this question. I totally agree with the honourable member. This S5 bill goes to the committee, listen to all stakeholders. At the same token, in 5% people or 7% people or 2% people, they'll be making their life much easier or something they like. We have to balance it with the other 95% people who they may be opposing it or they don't smoke this thing. At least we know that at least 50% of the Canadians do not smoke. They are not in favor of this bill, but at the end of the day, this bill should go to the committee, listen to the experts, listen to the stakeholders, let all the opinions come to the table, and then we can decide on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a great speech. But I do have to say that I think the government is bringing mixed messages with this bill, because I've heard passionately from the other side them declare that they want people to stop smoking because it's bad for you. But then they legalize marijuana, but only in the smoked form. And then we're talking about vaping, and we're saying that, yes, it's for less, we're not going to sell it to people under the age of 18, but we want to make sure there's no, child favorite flavors in there. On the other hand, within a year, they're going to legalize edibles on the marijuana side, which all come in candy flavors, and 12 to 17-year-olds are able to have up to 5 grams. So I think the government is sending some mixed messages, and would my colleague agree?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the Sarnia-Lambton. It's a good question. Absolutely, this is a mixed messages, especially when we are selling. The numbers I heard, we are spending $16 billion a year to quit smoking on the TV ads or many other ads against the smoking, and all of a sudden we are bringing the new mix in. For the marijuana product, the police isn't ready, studies are not done, nothing is done. It's a mixed messages, which is the bad news for the kids in school. And by the way, it looks like there's going to be marijuana sold in every single corner, just like a convenience store. Absolutely, it's a mixed message. The government should relook at the whole situation, what they're telling the kids down the road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have another question that has to do with one of the topics that was raised earlier about popcorn lung and the negative effects that vaping can have, especially some of the flavors have an additive in them. So I'm wondering if the member would agree that when this goes to committee, they ought to be considering specific ingredients that should be prohibited in vaping products.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, thank you to the member from Sarnia-Lambton. The many things are unknown. Many of these things we don't know. Just like the cigarettes, as I said when I came to the country, the smoking was the thing. If you were not smoking, looks like you are not a normal person. And this is how everybody felt. Everybody smoked. Everybody smoked all around you. In the hospitals, in the houses, in the cars, you name it. It took some time to find out that smoking is bad, tobacco is bad, all those things. Same thing on the vaping. The many negative things will come out in the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 5 years. Many of these effects, they're unknown. So this is one of the reasons we should send this bill to the committee and let all stakeholders talk and bring all sides to the table. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to just reference my colleague from Winnipeg North this morning. He, in the House, referenced the fact that he is, in his time as health critic, he learned about the vagaries of smoking and a number of those issues. Just like to refer that when there was only 2 of them in the House, he was the deputy or the critic of just about everything in Manitoba and his colleagues at that time. But anyway, I just wanted to reiterate the question about that was asked this morning. I mean, they talked about the wonderful parts of this bill, but didn't associate the licensing of marijuana with it in Bill 45 in this House. And does my colleague think that that's a contradiction of terms from the government?
A very brief answer from the member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his wonderful question. As far as I know, I know my life experience is marijuana is bad. It's all about balancing act. Anybody want to smoke, anybody want to vape, it's fine, but the industry has to be regulated, and that's the only way to go. The S5 must go to the committee to clear all the negativities in it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to have the opportunity to speak in support of Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This legislation is a critical step for our government in delivering on our commitment to introduce plain and standardized packaging requirements for all tobacco products. Tobacco use is the leading preventable cause of premature death in Canada. It is considered to have a role in causing over 40 diseases and other serious health outcomes. Every year, 45,000 people die in Canada from cigarette smoking. In my 2 decades as an emergency room physician, I lost count of the number of patients I saw who suffered from the effects of tobacco. I watched patients with chronic lung disease as they struggled for every breath. I called surgeons to amputate gangrenous limbs. I told families of heart attack victims that their loved ones had just died. I diagnosed advanced cancers in patients and informed them that they were going to die. And in almost every one of these instances, I heard the same statement from patients: I wish I had never started smoking. In Canada, tobacco use has been declining, but despite decades of efforts, in 2015, 115,000 Canadians became daily smokers. Studies show that most tobacco use begins during adolescence. In fact, the vast majority of daily smokers began smoking by the age of 18. I can confidently say that no one wants their kids to smoke. The government and its provincial and territorial partners have undertaken some key legislative and regulatory measures in their fight against tobacco use. These measures include restrictions on most forms of tobacco product promotion, especially those targeting young people. Restrictions by provincial and territorial governments on the display of tobacco products at retail. Bans on most flavors that contribute to making cigarettes, blunt wraps, and most cigars more attractive, in particular to youth. Restrictions on smoking in public, including bans on indoor smoking and workplaces. The introduction of large pictorial health warning messages on tobacco product packaging, and the sponsoring of prevention campaigns. These measures have been effective, but additional measures are needed to further discourage youth and young adults from becoming consumers of tobacco products. Tobacco packaging is one of the few remaining channels available for the promotion of tobacco products. The design and appearance of packages and of tobacco products are extensively used to develop brand image and identify, to create positive associations and expectations for consumers, and to reduce the perception of risk and harm. The tobacco industry's own research indicates that tobacco packaging, product design, and appearance can shape consumers' perceptions about the product. For example, packages with rounded or beveled edges are seen as conveying stylishness, elegance, and class. Research also shows how tobacco packaging can impact the perception of risk and harm associated with the use of a tobacco product. For example, tobacco products with lighter colors on their packages have been associated with less harm and perceived lower strength. Studies have shown that promotion through tobacco packages and products is particularly effective in adolescence and young adulthood when brand loyalty and smoking behavior is established. Young adult smokers associate cigarette brand names and package design with positive personal characteristics, social identity, and status. Notably, in 2012, the U.S. Surgeon General's report, The Evidence Reviewed, strongly suggests that tobacco companies have changed the packaging and design of their products to increase their appeal to adolescents and young adults. This is unacceptable. Our government is committed to protecting young people and others from inducements to use tobacco. And this government is seeking to accomplish this by introducing plain and standardized packaging requirements for all tobacco products. Now, you may be wondering what we mean by plain and standardized packaging. Quite simply, plain and standardized packaging refers to packaging without any distinctive or attractive features. Packages of any brand are similar in appearance and the same ordinary color. Since 2010, the World Health Organization has been calling on parties to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to consider introducing plain packaging measures. Canada is a party to that international convention. Australia was the first country to successfully implement plain packaging in 2012. The United Kingdom, Ireland, and France have also adopted plain packaging measures, and these countries are in various stages of implementing those measures. In total, over 10 countries, including Canada, are taking steps toward standardizing tobacco packaging. My colleagues may be asking themselves if plain and standardized packaging works. What I can tell you is that independent research studies spanning more than 2 decades and multiple countries have shown that plain and standardized packaging requirements reduce the appeal of tobacco packages and the products they contain. In 2016, Australia published the results of its post-implementation review of its plain packaging efforts. The review concluded that tobacco plain packaging is achieving its aim of improving public health in Australia, and that is expected to have substantial public health outcomes in the future. In fact, in Australia, since 2012, there has been a decrease in the prevalence of tobacco use, which has been in part attributed to the standardization of tobacco packaging. The expert analysis of the post-implementation period found that the packaging changes, which included both plain packaging and graphic health warnings, resulted in an estimated 108,000 fewer smokers. Recently, Cochrane, a global network of researchers, released a view of 51 studies that found there is a consistency of evidence from a variety of differently designed studies and from a range of diverse outcomes that shows that plain packaging and standardized packaging reduces the appeal of tobacco packages. These are the same conclusions as found in other comprehensive reviews. I think it is clear that even a small change in initiation and cessation of tobacco use would be sufficient to produce public health benefits that outweigh the estimated costs of implementing plain packaging. Bill S5 is critical, as it would provide the necessary authorities to implement plain and standardized packaging through future regulations. In particular, Bill S5 would prohibit the promotion of tobacco products by means of the packaging except as authorized by the Act and regulations. It would also provide the necessary authority for future regulations to set out the details for plain packaging. As a first step in the regulatory development process, our government launched public consultations last year on World No Tobacco Day on its proposal to implement plain and standardized packaging for tobacco products. Our government published a detailed consultation document online for 90 days. That document, entitled Consultation on Plain and Standardized Packaging for Tobacco Products, highlighted a number of measures where public opinion and feedback were sought. Over 58,000 responses were received. The overwhelming majority of responses were in favor of plain and standardized packaging. Specifically, the responses from non-governmental and public health organizations were resoundingly supportive of plain and standardized packaging and included recommendations to strengthen the proposed regulatory measures. There was also a high level of support from the general public, with over 90% of participants in support of plain and standardized packaging. In contrast, comments received from the tobacco industry and retailers opposed the proposed measures. There is still a lot of work to be done, but our government is committed to moving as quickly as possible to implement plain packaging. Should Bill S5 receive royal assent, our government would proceed with the development of regulations. That regulatory proposal would go through the typical regulatory process, which would include another period of public consultations on the draft regulations. Our government believes that it is important to continue to take decisive action to help protect young people and others from inducements to use tobacco products and the consequent dependence on them. It is our government's firm belief that the measures in Bill S5 are essential to further reduce the attractiveness of tobacco products for youth and young adults. Remember, tobacco is a deadly product that kills 1 in 2 long-term smokers. With the support of members in this House, all Canadians will reap the benefits of improved health outcomes thanks to a further decline in tobacco use. I trust that all members will agree and join us in supporting Bill S5. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech and for his great work on the Health Committee. One of the things that I think will be really important with this bill is enforcement. You know, part of the problem with the contraband discussion that we've had today is that the current law about, you know, who can produce and distribute is not being enforced. And so I do have a concern that with the vaping industry not wanting to be regulated and not currently obeying the law with respect to some of the vaping products that are sold, like cannabis, etc. What does the member think we ought to do to make sure that the enforcement part of this issue gets dealt with?
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would likewise like to thank the honourable member for her excellent work on the Health Committee. I agree that enforcement is an issue. This bill, once passed, will also lead to the permission or the authority of the government to produce regulations. And certainly part of the regulations will have to include a rigorous enforcement regime. Thank you.
Excuse. The questions and comments, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and say what a pleasure it is to serve with him on the Health Committee. I always appreciate his knowledge that he contributes as a physician and hardworking member of the committee. My question has to do with the provisions around the vaping part of this bill. And it seems that there's 5 or 6 sections of the bill that have been identified as needing attention that have to do with perhaps tightening up rules around promotion of vaping, advertising of vaping, to ensure that the same kind of approach is taken to vaping as is taken to tobacco. So I'm wondering if he had any comments on that. And second, civil society has indicated that we need to see some funding to go into the tobacco control strategy. And I'm wondering, does he agree with New Democrats that we need an infusion of at least $10 million a year to help bolster the anti-tobacco strategy in this country?
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to thank the honourable member for his work on the Health Committee. In regards to vaping, I agree. I think there's many provisions of this that need to be reviewed in detail at committee, and I think there is room for improvement. As for the funding, I agree that there will need to be funding. As to the exact levels of funding, we need to review that. And I'm not in a position right now to commit to any funding levels.
Comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague another question about the plain packaging part of it. France was the first country in Europe to implement plain packaging, and a year after plain packaging, the numbers are out. Official data published the 29th of January by the OFDT, which is the Observatoire Français de Drogue et la Toxicomanie, showed that plain packaging had not had an impact on smoking rates. Indeed, in the course of 2017, cigarette sales remained stable with a slight decrease in volume after a 1.3% increase in sales. The Minister of Health in France, Agnès Buzyn, also stated, "We know that plain packaging does not lead smokers to stop smoking," and concluded that unfortunately in 2016 the official sales of cigarettes have increased in France. Plain packaging did not contribute to the decrease of official tobacco sales. I was wondering, this is a big move. And is it something that we need to study a little bit more in Health Committee before we implement this plain packaging? Because there seems to be differences around the world where it's being implemented.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I appreciate the study that the honourable member has brought up. However, this one study flies in the face of peer-reviewed studies of 51 different research papers done worldwide by the Cochrane Organization, which is an objective research organization, as well as other countries that have instituted this, have shown clear evidence through their departments of public health that there has been a decrease in smoking rates, particularly Australia, which has attributed their smoking rates to be decreased by 12%. Due to these measures. I should add that with the difference of opinion, the vast majority of so-called studies that show that there's no effect on plain packaging are studies that are actually sponsored by the tobacco industry and their lobby groups.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor-Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for this speech, and my focus, which I've raised a previous question to a member opposite on this, was the focus on youth and the impact of the packaging. And I'm not sure if my honourable colleague mentioned this in his speech, but we know that Canadian youth are at most risk. In 2015, 115,000 Canadians became daily smokers, and 82% of all current daily smokers began at the age of 18. There's been some suggestion from across the way that the packaging really doesn't have an impact, or they're minimizing the impact that it has on people deciding to smoke or picking up a package of cigarettes at the stores. So I'm wondering if my colleague can comment on what he believes the impact this is having on youth if we go to a standardized packaging as this bill presents.
Honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. There is, again, a number of different studies, again, a systematic review of world scientific literature, supported also, in addition, when I mentioned the Australia Department of Public Health, and the World Health Organization as well, shows clearly that this decreases, these measures, plain packaging, do decrease the initiation of smoking by young people. And of the studies that show that there is no difference, in addition to many of them, these studies being by tobacco companies and their lobbyists, one of the studies that's quoted most often is by KPMG, which in terms of their study actually says it's to benefit the beneficiaries, being the tobacco companies who paid them, and have even said in their own conclusions that the methodologies changed during the study and that they could not make any concrete conclusions from the rates quoted from year to year in their study.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did actually consult with the tobacco industry, and as the volumes have dropped off of their production in Canada, they export some of the plants, almost 50% of their production, to the U.S. And the concern that they had was, will this bill keep them from being able to produce packaging, that's colorful and lovely to sell to a different country? And if the member could answer.
The honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is something that has to be reviewed in the regulations. Certainly, these packages being displayed in Canada will have to be plain packaging. Whether or not they can export packaging with labels, I do not know the answer to that. However, if we had the power to do that, I would certainly advocate that they not have the ability to do that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you so much to the member for his speech. I think what's really important here is that we have to look at the regulatory framework for vaping products to make sure that we're maximizing their potential as a harm reduction tool while minimizing their potential risks and curtailing that access for young people. And I think this is a really important discussion that we're having here because so many young people are feeling like this is a safe alternative for them and something that we should be really concerned about. So I'm just wondering if the government will commit to funding independent research on the health effects of electronic cigarettes and related devices and their impact on the uptake of nicotine products by youth and on other tobacco control efforts. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. A brief answer, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sir, our government is committed to increasing medical research as illustrated in our recent $370 million commitment to the Canadian Institutes for Health Research. Whereas we have not made any commitment at this point to research in a specific direction, this is certainly an issue that we agree there needs to be much more research done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brook. I want to begin by giving a shout out to the member from Caribou Prince George. He has had some very difficult health issues, maybe watching today, and this is an important issue for him too, Madam Speaker. And so hope he's doing well and is back with us very quickly. The S5 that we're discussing today has two objectives, and one is to deal with the packaging of tobacco products. And we've just heard testimony, a presentation from the Liberal member on plain packaging. And the other part of the objective of S5 is to regulate e-cigarettes in the vaping industry. I want to first begin by talking about the plain packaging. The Liberal member that just spoke, and I want to thank him for his work also in this place. But what was shared and what's happened in Australia has been referenced a number of times by that member. And I would encourage him and members of the Health Committee to approach this with an open mind. It's keeping tobacco products out of the hands of our children, out of our young adults, and seeing the use of tobacco products reduce even more, I think is a goal of all of us, because there's a very clear link between some catastrophic health problems that go along with the use of tobacco products, whether they're inhaled through smoke or chewing. It does bad things to the human body. There is no argument on that. It's on packaging. Now, presently, and I'm not going to say which government gets the credit for this, because as politicians we all want to get credit for good things that are happening. But the facts are that we are at an all-time low of the use of tobacco products in Canada. So that's a good thing. It probably was the former Conservative government that got it done, but I don't want to take credit, as I said. But who is the enforcement? And there was just a moment ago a discussion about the importance of enforcement. And who is the enforcement body that really has helped us achieve that great goal of reduced use of tobacco products in Canada? Well, I would argue it is the stores right across Canada that make sure that those tobacco products are behind a covered, locked, age-restricted way so that children aren't getting those tobacco products from the stores. And the fact is, when they are covered, out of sight behind these flap doors, our youth, our customers don't see that. They have to be opened up, and the customer will request, this is what I want. And then if they are an adult and older, then they can have access to it. Children cannot have the cigarettes, these tobacco products, because of our stores, our merchants in Canada, who are doing a very good job. So we have achieved this lowest in Canadian history use of tobacco products. So will having plain packaging, which is required in S5, presented, authored from the Senate by a independent Liberal senator, and I want to thank that senator for the work and for sending this to this House. And that's the question on the packaging. Will it make a difference? Will it reduce it even more? So what we've heard is in this House, the Australia example. So definitely the amount of legal tobacco products that have been sold in the period since 2012 has gone down. Therefore, there's a deduction that because the amount of sales of legal tobacco products has gone down, therefore the use has gone down. But in the KPMG study that the member referenced, at the same time, we've seen a change in the pattern of purchase. There's had a number of young people have asked for where can they get cheaper tobacco products when they went to the plain packaging. Where can we get it cheaper? And they've also, KPMG study showed that there has been a dramatic increase in contraband, illegal tobacco products. So the argument that there has been a reduction really is on very shaky ground. That it may have gone down, I don't know. I know the legal sales have gone down, but the illegal sales have gone up. And that's why throughout this debate today, there has often been question of contraband tobacco has come up. And I think it's a very important part of the discussion. If it doesn't make a difference in the actual use of the tobacco products, if that's the end result, if that's the truth part that comes out in the study, then really why would we do this if it's not going to make any difference? If it does make a difference, then obviously plain packaging has a strong argument to make. But if it doesn't make a difference, then why head in that direction? I hope, and I think every member in this House, most members, will support S5 going to the Health Committee to do a study. I just encourage my Liberal colleagues across the way that are all excited about and endorsing S5. The previous member said it's essential. And I think that's not going into this with an open scientific mind. Minds are already made up, and I would caution against that. I think the witnesses that you call have to be witnesses not that are going to say what you want them to say, but witnesses that are going to be esteemed people, scientists, statisticians, people that are going to give us the information that we need to make good decisions in this House. So I encourage that. At this point, I will remain open to finding out the truth, the facts of will it make a difference. If it will, then we should support it. If it won't make a difference, and in some cases there could be an argument that it would make it worse, then we shouldn't go in that direction. The next issue that arises from S5, Madam Speaker, is vaping, e-cigarettes. Now, this has been around for a number of years, not that long, and the argument in favor of e-cigarettes and vaping is that it's less damaging, less harmful to our health by instead of inhaling products that have been ignited, we're now breathing in products that have been vaporized. And vaporized there's different contraptions, and I think it's a generation 5 now over the years, so they're getting better and bigger, and actually the bigger that they get, the hotter the vaping, and actually more chemicals can be created that can be harmful to the health. Now, sadly, in the Greater Vancouver area, Metro Vancouver area where I live, in beautiful Langley, we were saddened to hear on the news that there was a young 14-year-old boy from Delta. His name is Kyle Lucy, and he just passed away. His family heard a noise in the washroom, found Kyle dizzy, and he had fallen, and there was an e-cigarette vaporizer was on the floor. And they took him to the hospital, and it was, I believe, less than a week later he had passed away. And they believe he was vaping nicotine. Now, you can vape all kinds of different products in these vapors, e-cigarettes. You can vape nicotine, which is a drug. You can vape taste, things that taste wonderful. You can vape marijuana. And the THC, the advantage for youth in vaping is you don't have the bad breath smell that you do with smoking. And you then, it's very difficult for parents to know that a youth has been vaping marijuana products because there is no odor. You would have to be a drug expert, like a DRE with training with the police. So it's we're living in a new world with new challenges. So should vaping be regulated? Absolutely. I don't see a problem with that at all. And
time is up. Oh my goodness. Yes, but I am sure that since you've got more to say, that you will be able to work it into the questions and comments. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for that speech. I am glad that the honourable member agrees that anything we can do to decrease the rates of smoking is helpful. I would like to just clarify some of the items from the KPMG study in which there was an actual increase in contraband tobacco. This was reviewed by independent university academics. First of all, the methodology of the study was very questionable. It basically involved going through garbage cans to look at empty packs, a very questionable research methodology. In addition, it actually says in the afterword of that very study that due to methodological changes during the course of the study, that the apparent increase in usage of contraband was likely overestimated. And again, I should say that this study was done by KPMG at the behest of the tobacco industry, which already makes this a very suspect study.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member, I would remind him that statistics can be used in many different ways. The same statistics can be used to make one point for this group and a different point for another group. And so the numbers were, those that argue that plain packaging is actually reducing the number of people using tobacco products are using the statistic that the sales, the legal sales, have gone down. So they're accepting that argument, but then they're saying, well, we don't want to accept that the contraband may be going up. As I said in my speech, I don't know if they're going up. There was a study, and he doesn't agree with the way that research was done, but it would be very difficult, Madam Speaker, to be able to accurately determine who would you ask to find out what percentage the contraband has gone up. Would you go to the people that are selling it illegally? No. Would you talk to the customers? Maybe. But so it's a very difficult statistic to get. The encouragement I give to the member is use statistics scientifically and honestly, and come at this with an open mind so we make good decisions. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for his comments. I'm encouraged, as always, to hear members of the House speaking, I think, in unison about the need to ensure that there's better approaches to ensuring that the Canadian public reduces their tobacco use, and particularly for youth. Now, in my riding in Vancouver East, we also have a population, and I think studies have also demonstrated that individuals who are from the more vulnerable communities tend to be higher tobacco users. So to that end, I wonder whether or not the member would agree for the government to adopt an approach and to resource programs and services to support people in moving towards cessation and using harm reduction approaches so that we can get people less addicted, if you will, with tobacco and onto the path towards better health.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Yes, and I want to thank the member for her work in her community, and I think we all agree that having healthier bodies in Canada for Canadians is a goal that we should achieve to. Reducing the amount of tobacco products that are being used, consumed, smoked, I think is a goal. I'm very concerned with the government's goal of allowing children to have legally 15 joints of marijuana in their pocket that right now can be confiscated. And the government's plan, ill conceived, I think, to allow children to walk around with 15 joints each is a very dangerous precedent, and I don't see it happening anywhere else in this world. So I think we need to work as a House to make sure Canadians, particularly our children and our seniors, are healthy as can be. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here today to speak about Bill C-5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Speaker, for nearly 55 years, the Canadian government has taken a position on cigarette smoking and protecting the health of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. When mounting scientific evidence clearly and conclusively demonstrated that cigarette smoking was a contributing cause of lung cancer and coronary heart disease, so began a half-century of addressing the public health problems of tobacco use here in Canada. At that time, about half of Canadians smoked. Currently, there are two federal acts that address tobacco products and their use at the federal level. The Tobacco Act, administered by Health Canada since 1997, and the Non-Smokers Health Act, administered by Employment and Social Development Canada. More recently, in 2001, Speaker, the Federal Tobacco Control Strategy was introduced in Canada. It focused on smoking prevention for children and youth, smoking cessation, and secondhand smoke prevention. In 2005, Canada became party to the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Speaker, I'm very proud of the Conservative Party's record on reducing tobacco smoking. When the Conservative government implemented measures in this area, the number of young people in Canada smoking tobacco was cut in half. Today, through the concerted efforts of government, public health agencies, national and local advocacy groups, and schools, the number of Canadians who smoke has been reduced to just 13%. Bill S-5 aims to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act by adding and regulating vaping products as a separate class. The bill goes a fair distance in addressing some very important public health questions, but there are some instances where I feel it doesn't go far enough, and this is why I hope that it gets a closer examination at committee. Speaker, I think everyone here agrees that smoking is harmful. We want to reduce the number of people smoking and the harmful effects associated with it. We need to make sure these products are safe for Canadians. We also need to make sure that we combat the crime involved in all of these things the bill addresses. We need to be concerned as well about the many economic impacts we might see as the bill is implemented. The vaping industry today is fully unregulated. That is a problem if we are concerned about vaping products getting into the hands of children, and rightfully so. I would like to see the industry regulated, and I support this part of the bill. The recommendation to only make vaping products available to those over 18 is a very good idea. With this legislation, we are faced with a question of how to regulate a new product on the market, the e-cigarette. In fact, there are conflicting opinions in Canada about what to do at this particular juncture. Regulate, wait for more evidence, or ban the e-cigarette. Since 2015, Speaker, the U.S. Surgeon General has issued recommendations to legislate standards for the manufacturing, distribution, marketing, and sales of e-cigarettes. The U.S. Surgeon General concluded that e-cigarettes are a rapidly emerging and diversified market class to deliver nicotine and flavorings and presently surpass conventional cigarette use among youth. Bill S5 ensures that all the restrictions of access and sale of tobacco cigarettes to those under 18 years of age would also apply to vaping products. These include the ban and sale of all vaping products to youth under the age of 18 years, no vending machine sales, and age verification with postal delivery for online purchases. In addition, Speaker, flavor ingredients that appeal to youth are prohibited, such as dessert, cannabis, and soft drinks. Also, the manufacture, promotion, and sale of vaping products with ingredients that give the impression that they have a positive health effect are prohibited, such as probiotics, caffeine, and vitamins. However, as of yet, no standards for maximum levels of nicotine contained in the vaping liquid have been established. I would encourage the committee to explore this through witness testimony. And here's why, Speaker. The Canadian Student Tobacco, Alcohol and Drug Survey of 2014-15 found that 65% of students thought there was a great risk of harm from smoking traditional combustible cigarettes on a regular basis. The survey found, Speaker, that only 12% thought there was great risk of harm of smoking e-cigarettes. Almost 1 in 4 students thought there was no risk of harm from using them once in a while, and sadly, 1 in 6 students had no idea whatsoever. Clearly, we have our work cut out for us in educating young Canadians, which is why we cannot ignore standards for nicotine use in e-cigarettes. There are 4 questions to be considered, Speaker, when examining the scientific evidence on vaping and e-cigarette health and safety. As I've already mentioned, as a gateway for youth to tobacco use, as an aid in smoking, the toxicity of the emissions in the inhaled vapor, and potential risks from second-hand smoke exposure. One concern is that the e-cigarette will actually use and serve as a gateway to tobacco addiction for young Canadians. A recent review by the University of Victoria suggests that tobacco use in the U.S., Canada, and other countries is declining significantly among 12 to 19-year-olds as vapor device is increasing in use, unfortunately. While 3 small studies have been done on the use of e-cigarettes as an aid in getting smoking down to the levels where it reaches almost zero, strong evidence is now lacking on whether or not there are serious adverse effects associated with e-cigarette use in the short term. Long-term safety of these devices remains largely unknown. There are also serious concerns about the health effects associated with vapor devices' emissions. On a positive, vapor devices do not deliver tar, and emissions do not contain 61 out of the 79 cigarette toxins. However, a recent 2016 study in the journal Environmental Science and Technology identified more than 31 compounds generated with vaporizers and stated many more have yet to be identified. Secondhand exposure to vapor from e-cigarettes has been tested to some extent and is found to be less toxic than cigarette smoke, as it does not contain carbon monoxide or other volatile organic compounds. However, the vapor does produce a measurable absorption of nicotine in bystanders, and how to measure that risk is not yet clear. All reviews of secondhand exposure have called for more testing to clarify the conflicting findings on the emissions of particulate matter, metals, and other substances. As we all know, the government is intending to legalize marijuana in now just about 150 days. I find it interesting that as we're trying to modernize regulations about smoking, the government, even though they want to reduce smoking, have added marijuana smoking to their must-do checklist. The Canadian Medical Association, Speaker, has come out with studies that show the harm to young people as their brains are still developing. They see a 30% increase in schizophrenia, psychotic disorders, depression, anxiety, and addiction in young people who consume marijuana just once a week. Both vaping and marijuana, as well as smoking, are harmful. If we are talking about reducing overall harm, particularly to our young children, we need to make sure we do not incentivize young Canadians to use vaping products with marijuana. I urge the committee to examine this important matter and to bring amendments to this bill that would include marijuana. Bill S5 is a complex piece of legislation that also implements plain packaging for tobacco products. There are some inconsistencies here which I believe need to be addressed at committee. There is inconsistency in the approach of packaging marijuana versus tobacco, for one. There are also concerns about quality control and how we would make sure to protect consumers from contraband versus the well-regulated and quality-controlled production of cigarettes. In 2012, Speaker, Australia was the first country to legislate plain packaging for cigarettes. The outcomes were twofold. On one hand, the number of Australians smoking slightly decreased. On the other, incidence of contraband cigarettes increased from 10% to 26%. In my home province of Ontario, it's estimated that 40 to 60% of cigarettes sold are contraband. It can also be bought all over the province. There are important consumer health considerations within the contraband cigarette market. There have been numerous complaints about the content of some of the contraband tobacco. We have heard stories about dirt, bugs, animal manure all being mixed in. From a quality control point of view, Speaker, if a cigarette has absolutely no markings on it, we have no idea where the product came from. More than 1 in 3 cigarettes purchased in 2014 was an unregulated contraband product. If the aim of S5 is harm reduction and one instrument is plain packaging, I really think the committee needs to weigh plain packaging versus the health and safety risks of organized crime and tobacco cigarettes. And while no one would argue against the need to modernize these acts, we must do form in a view that weighs all intended and unintended consequences of Bill S5. And I know my time is up, Speaker. I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member across the way. One of the things about the whole issue of vapor is the fact that we do need to have some regulations put into place. We see other provinces, many provinces actually have already some form of legislation, regulation. Ottawa now is recognizing that, look, in order to prevent and to ensure the health and better well-being of many, in particular our youth, but all Canadians as a whole, this is an area in which we do need to move forward. Legislation looks as if it will pass and go into committee where it will ultimately be able to be closer in terms of looked at and possible amendments. Hard to say for sure at this point. But my question to the member is in regards to that image that vaping gives to the Canadian population as a whole. Some would argue that it's a healthy thing. And at the end of the day, a concern I have is with young people trying to be lured in to vaping because it's a false perception, I would ultimately argue, in many cases, where it is not a healthy thing. It's great that vaping will often assist people in quitting smoking, but the worst case situation is that if we have people at a younger age taking up vaping and then ultimately taking up cigarettes. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would share those type of concerns and one of the reasons why it's so important that we have this debate today.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way for his question. I totally agree. As I mentioned in my speech, the Canadian Student Tobacco, Alcohol and Drug Survey of 2014-15 found that 65% of students thought there was great risk of harm from smoking traditional cigarettes, as the member opposite agreed. But here's where it gets scary, and I agree with that as well. The e-cigarettes, the number of students thought there was great risk was only 12% of students thought there was great risk of smoking e-cigarettes. And that, I think we agree, we have some common ground there. And, you know, and I go further, Speaker, if I have some time. 1 in 4 students thought there was no risk of harm from using e-cigarettes once in a while. And sadly, 1 in 6 students had absolutely no opinion on it and didn't think it was a bad thing at all. So clearly, I agree, Speaker. We have some work to do ensuring and educating younger Canadians that there are some risks involved. So I thank my member opposite for the question, and we do have some common ground there, absolutely.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. He proposed a number of improvements that he would like to see. We know that the national strategy to fight tobacco use will be expiring next March. I think that if we want to include all of his ideas, we would need to strengthen that strategy, which is the strategy of Health Canada. I'd like to know if my colleague, because of course we need to pay for the new fees that would be associated with strengthening the strategy, but would he support the idea of imposing fees on some of the tobacco licensors in order to have the money to finance that strategy?
Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend across the way. I think one thing that we do have to watch out for as government imposes regulations or additional fees or taxes, all of that is rolled into the price of the product, and that is a price the retailer has to pay to the marketplace. And unfortunately, a number of smokers that have been found in the survey are on the lower income level, and they would be forced to either pay more for that product for those people who are least able to do so, or buy contraband cigarettes, which I talked about earlier, about the dangers of buying contraband cigarettes and the lack of regulation in that. So I think there is a balance that industry, the retail market, government all has to find in order to ensure that the black market doesn't continue to keep going while we're trying to solve a problem on one end. So I do understand what the member was saying. I just don't agree on the avenue she was taking.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm speaking today in regards to Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act to make consequential amendments to other acts. And to be clear, Madam Speaker, I think we've heard today everyone's committed to reducing the smoking of tobacco products as it's been a proven health hazard. We support the regulation of vaping products as well as other consumer products, but some stakeholders have some legitimate concerns and some things need to be looked at, so we support the bill going to committee to address these concerns. I just wanted to start by talking a little bit about a recent conversation I had today. I have a 16-year-old, and I was having this conversation with her about smoking, marijuana around the schools and stuff like that. And I asked her about vaping and what she thought about that. And she told me, she said, you know, Dad, I have an older friend that vapes. And what he said to me is he said, don't start. Don't start, because if you start vaping, you're going to want to stop. And I think coming from a 16-year-old and a young person that obviously is already addicted to it, it's good advice, and I think we all have to take this into the big picture of things, that we all want to see less of these products used. But there are two parts of this bill. One part of the bill speaks about this plain packaging part of it, and the rest is the vaping. And the bill aims to build strong regulation and legislation that builds upon what our previous government has done. About 55 years ago, Canada's Minister of Health, Judy LaMarche, in 1963 declared there is scientific evidence that cigarette smoking is a contributory cause of lung cancer and that it may also be associated with chronic bronchitis and coronary heart disease. So began a half a century ago addressing this public health problem of tobacco use in Canada, but also around the world. And at that time, Madam Speaker, about 50% of Canadians had smoked at that time, and a lot has happened since then. Personally, I'm very proud to be part of a government where I served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, and we made some gains in that regard. We tackled the issues of smoking rates throughout the introduction of legislation to encourage smoking in Canada to decline. Today, approximately 13% of Canadians are smokers, and smoking is now at an all-time low, with most progress shown amongst our youth. Smoking rates of males aged 15 to 17 dropped from 19% to 10%, and those 18 to 19 years dropped from 33% to 20%, according to StatsCan statistics. Smoking rates of females 15 to 17 dropped from 22 to 9%, and those 18 to 19 dropped from 34% to 19%. So it's going in the right direction. But over the last few years, e-cigarettes and vapes have been emerging onto the Canadian market, and they create a set of new challenges for Canadian lawmakers and health officials. These were developed in 2003, apparently first in China. They were introduced in the U.S. in 2007, and these e-cigarettes are part of a category of products called electronic nicotine delivery systems. The e-cigarette, it's a battery-powered device designed to look and feel like a traditional cigarette, and it's meant to deliver inhaled doses of a nicotine-containing aerosol to users. It does this by heating a solution commonly referred to as an e-liquid, and the vaping industry has been keen to share figures regarding the use of vapes among Canadians, and I'd like to summarize a few of those stats for you. In Canada, 2015, 1 in 4 Canadians youths aged 15 to 19 years reported having tried an e-cigarette, and 1 in 3 young adults between the ages of 20 to 24. And some of the research out there suggests that e-cigarettes are safer than combustible tobacco cigarettes, and I think that makes sense. In 2016, a total of 24 studies, including 3 randomized clinical trials, were reviewed. 2 of the trials, with a total of 662 participants, so it was a good study, showed that people using e-cigarettes with nicotine were more likely to stop smoking for at least 6 months compared to those who received placebo of e-cigarettes without nicotine. So we're seeing some evidence here that these may have a use, particularly for people that are trying to quit smoking. Some of the research suggests that e-cigarettes are less harmful as they reduce exposure to these combustible tobaccos. So, for example, cardiovascular risks associated with smoke are dose-dependent. So to reduce the number of cigarettes smoked from a pack a day to, say, 10 a day would reduce the risk. So there's something to be said, perhaps, about these vaping and these cigarettes that will have less of these combustibles. Secondhand exposure to vapor from e-cigarettes has been tested and to some extent has been found to be less toxic than cigarette smoke, as it does not contain the carbon monoxide and the volatile organic compounds. Madam Speaker, it's important to note that because nicotine is a drug, it's subject to the requirements of the Food and Drug Act and must be authorized by Health Canada prior to for sale, based on the evidence of safety and efficacy, things along these lines. But to be clear, and people don't realize this right now, no vaping product has been authorized to date in Canada, and all nicotine-containing vaping products are being sold illegally, and people don't understand that. So that's why this debate is so important today, and it's important that we move it forward. Of importance is that the restrictions of access and sale of tobacco cigarettes to those under 18 years would also have to apply to vaping products. So to be clear, these are still unregulated products, and the average Canadian may not know a lot about these products. And I just want to thank my colleague from Caribou, Prince George, I think he's watching tonight, for an article that he sent calling for stronger vaping regulations. A big shout out to him, and to get better soon, because we still don't know the long-term effects of these products, and we have to keep them out of the hands of our kids. However, Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to witness a demonstration of the technology with people from the vaping industry in my riding of Oshawa. I watched these devices, I watched the inhaled vapor, I had a conversation with them, and I listened to them. And many vaping advocates champion vaping as an effective quitting mechanism for cigarettes. And some of these folks, I got to tell you, it works. They start with a certain nicotine percentage and eventually work their way down to lower amounts or just to nothing at all. A study in the UK on vaping showed that a 95% reduction in harm from vaping over regular tobacco products. So this is something we have to keep in mind. Another large aspect of the vaping industry is the flavors, and this is something that's going to be very controversial because you can make this e-liquid in almost any flavor out there, but are all these flavors safe? What do we know? What do we not know? But we do know that the vaping industry is totally unregulated and there's no government quality controls in place. A majority of the products in Canada that are out there on the market are regulated. So we do have to move it forward, and it's the sensible thing to do. Another reason for regulating is the variety of products on the market. So many companies out there are creating new devices for sale in Canada, and e-cigarettes are no different. And we're seeing new emerging technologies from the tobacco industry aimed at reducing harm versus the traditional cigarette. So these technologies, again, are out there, and they need to be properly regulated by the federal government. These products are not the same as vapes. They actually heat tobacco without burning it to create a smoking sensation with less harmful methods of consumption. So there has been some research to suggest that it's less harmful, up to 75% harm reduction for these products. So they can be reviewed, or they can be viewed as positive trends in reducing harm and moving Canadians off smoking. But in order to have this positive narrative continue, we all urge the government to regulate these things appropriately. The second part of the bill, Madam Speaker, is about plain packaging of cigarettes and the contraband and the quality control issues that must be addressed. And let's review what we know about plain packaging in other countries. Now, there's been a lot of extrapolation about Australia, and as a matter of fact, in 2012, Australia was the first country that legislated plain packaging. And March of last year, the World Health Organization released an executive summary that said basically that they've witnessed a decline in smoking prevalence rates between 2010 and 2013. However, this decrease in the Australian national smoking rate had brought on an unintended increase in the import of contraband tobacco. Now, Madam Speaker, I think you're aware, Australia imports all of their tobacco. And what happened was the contraband part of it grew from 10% to 26%. So these things need to be addressed. I know in my community in Oshawa, studied by the Convenience Stores Association, 30% of cigarettes sold in my riding of Oshawa are contraband. And as my colleague said earlier, there's a lack of markings on these cigarettes, and it's hard for the consumer, and this is where we have to, I think, focus about consumer protection. Because we've seen an increase in this contraband cigarettes, but we've heard the stories about these cigarettes being contaminated with animal waste, dirt, harmful bacteria. And we've heard about consistency. As you know, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government is going to be regulating marijuana, and unfortunately, it's not going to be consistent and have the same protections in here. So I look forward, Madam Speaker, in moving this legislation towards committee so that we can address some of these issues. But I think all of us here in the House can agree that we need to do more to protect our kids against these smoking products. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to question and comments, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Business Affairs, the Honourable Member for Windsor West Air Transportation, et l'Honourable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
And the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Public Services and Procurement.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for such detailed speech and lots of information, very, very informative for us to know what he has to say to us today. One of the elements in the bill is the plain packaging, and that is where we really have to watch. The contraband industry is always growing, and it's always a big concern. So what would the Honourable Member recommend for the government to do and how to tackle on this point when the bill proceeding toward committee and aftermath?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague for a very important question, because this is one of the major questions that hasn't been addressed. Madam Speaker, what the government is proposing is to have all the markings taken off these cigarettes. And from a consumer protection standpoint, you could go out there and you may have a cigarette. It could be a contraband one, and it could be a properly manufactured cigarette. And we all know cigarettes are bad, but we also know that these contraband cigarettes are worse, way worse. They can have all kinds of chemicals in there, animal feces, sawdust, things along those lines. So my colleague has brought up, I think, the key point that's going to have to be addressed at committee, because there are ways to make things much more easier to be counterfeited. And by going to the plain packaging portion of it, there are suggestions, and it just intellectually sounds that it would make it much easier for people to make more contraband cigarettes, which would be an unintended consequences, because I think everybody in the House would like to see less cigarettes. And if it is going to be out there as a product, a safer product, and we may end up having the exact opposite occur. So I think there should be allowing of some of these special markings so that it's not entirely these plain packages that go out because they're too easy to counterfeit.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and also for his service on the Health Committee. I enjoyed serving with him on that committee. My information is that the Conservative Party's 2015 election platform made no mention of tobacco or smoking, and I don't say that as to take an underhanded shot, but rather to indicate that I don't really know what the Conservative Party's position on tobacco is. Because of that. The New Democrats, of course, are strongly supporting this legislation. We believe that we're overdue for plain packaging of tobacco products in this country. We believe it saves lives. We also believe that we need to crack down on contraband tobacco, and we believe that we need to, as soon as possible, create a regulatory regimen for vaping products, because right now there isn't one in this country. So my question to my honourable colleague is just, in light of the fact that there really isn't any indication from the last election as to what the Conservatives would do on a tobacco strategy, I wonder if you could tell this House what the major underpinnings of the Conservative anti-tobacco strategy would be.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague as well. I really enjoyed my time serving on Health Committee with him. I think he is aware that there is a tobacco strategy out there that it is going to be sunsetting. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think all of us want to put in things into the public domain that will help decrease the amount of smoking. You know, when we're talking about the regulation of these products, the vaping products, e-cigarettes, I think that is something that everyone around the House is in full agreement with. One of the concerns I do have, and I'm not in a total agreement with him, we've heard members in the House today try to extrapolate the experience in Australia and say that it's going to apply directly to Canada. Canada has a different situation where even today we have a huge contraband industry in Canada. In some places up to 60% of the cigarettes are being sold that are contraband cigarettes. These in themselves are going to be, I think, increased by going to the plain packaging. So I'm not sold on it as much as he is, but I do very much support this legislation going to Health Committee, and I do trust him and the members of Health Committee to work on this legislation to get the best possible piece of legislation that we can, with the understanding that all of us would like to see less smoking, especially amongst our youth.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Madame Petitpas-Taylor, appuyée par
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
On division? On division? Yes, on division.
Second reading of this
Carried.
bill. Deuxième lecture de ce
Carried
projet
on
de loi.
division. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Orders of the day. Oh, ordre du jour. Oh, j'ai-tu manqué quelque chose? Okay. C'est fini ou ben non, je reprends-tu mon chose? C'est bon. Ça, j'ai pas besoin de faire ça. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government Orders, Government Bill Senate, consideration of report stage of Bill S2, the Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act.
Je fais-tu résumer le debate? Je fais ça là. Non. Elle a un point d'ordre à l'autre bout, là. Je fais tout ça avant. Tout de suite. The honourable member from North Island Power River has a point of order.
So I apologize so much, my first day as Deputy Whip in this House, and I may have made a mistake, but what I understood is that we can't do this on division. Somebody said no, and I think it should come back, and then we should be able to stand to force the vote. And so that's what we were hoping to see happen, so if you could please advise me on the next steps to take.
So I wish to advise the member that when I did ask on division, I did not hear any no's. The honourable member for North Island Power River wants to follow up.
So there was a no from the member, one of the members from Timmins James Bay, sorry.
Clearly the no was not very loud enough to be heard. I did hear the on division. The vote was carried on division, and therefore the House is proceeding with the orders of the day. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at the report stage. Ms. Gould for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Hussain. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act as amended be concurred in that report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Carried? Adopted? Carried, sorry. When shall the bill be read a third time? Maintenant. Ms. Gould for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'm very pleased.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In support of Bill S2, the Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act. J'aimerais commencer par.
I'd like to begin by thanking the members on the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities for their hard work in the consideration of this bill. I'd also like to thank the member for Nova Centre, Mr. Sean Fraser, for presenting amendments specifying the rights of dealers as well as the contractual mechanisms between dealers, ensuring that there's no hindrance to the contractual mechanisms between dealers and manufacturers.
Stronger, better motor vehicle safety for Canadians. This bill delivers exactly that. Motor vehicle safety is something that touches each of us on a daily basis. Unfortunately, many of us have been personally affected through the death or serious injury of a loved one, friend, or colleague involved in a vehicle collision.
In 2015, the last year for which full data are available, 1,870 Canadians were killed and over 158,000 were injured when there was a collision on our roadways. These are the highest numbers for any mode of transportation. In most cases, these tragedies were unfortunately avoidable. Canadians' safety is paramount to the current government and Transport Canada. That is why we are constantly seeking means of improving safety through our policies, laws, and regulations. This bill would make up for a number of shortcomings that have existed for a long time in the area of Canadian automobile safety by providing much better tools to strengthen or bolster the security of all Canadians.
Connected vehicle revolution has arrived. The pace at which new innovative technologies are being introduced is unprecedented and is accelerating. This bill would help ensure that Canadians can safely benefit from these new technologies by supporting industry in bringing these innovations to market through clear provisions under the Act. The changes proposed in this bill are some of, well, if not the most significant to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act since it first came into effect in 1971.
During discussions that took place after the tabling of the bill, some compared the bill with the United States, and the main concern was that the Motor Vehicle Safety Act does not provide Canadian consumers with the same level of protection that is provided to American consumers for similar, even identical vehicles. The changes in the bill would make up for those expectations of Canadians, even though there are different provisions in the American legislation. The result would be the same. That is increased protection for our citizens. Our goal is to increase safety for Canadians while ensuring that we have the necessary flexibility to allow for technological innovation, for example, new types of fuel or new ways of increasing the safety of motor vehicles.
Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the new provisions that will strengthen the safety of Canadians. One of the most significant proposed changes to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act are the new powers for the Minister to order actions by companies. Currently, under the Act, there is no requirement that obligates companies to take corrective actions if a defect or a non-compliance is found. We acknowledge that Canadian automotive companies have had a good track record of addressing defects in their vehicle. However, if a problem arose today and a Canadian company refused to do anything about it, there would be very little the government could do quickly. All that Canadians would receive would be a notice of defect. This is not an acceptable situation for Canadians. Companies are responsible for the products that they sell. That is why the ability to order a company to correct a defect or non-compliance, as well as the ability to order a company to pay the costs of correction when it is in the interest of public safety, are some of the key proposed amendments in this bill. These are key tools that would help to protect Canadians in those rare situations where a company decides not to fulfill its responsibilities, and would also help to ensure a level playing field for all of Canada's automotive companies.
The proposed order powers would go hand in hand with current powers to order businesses to issue a defect notice or a non-compliance notice. And the draft regulations would require a company to include in its notice the date at which the components would be available to correct that defect or non-compliance. Whether that correction be done voluntarily by the business or after a minister's order has been made in the case of a defect in motor vehicles, Canadians would receive a defect notice that would contain information about the potential safety issue in their vehicles. The notice would also include information about the date when the necessary components would be available to correct that defect. If that information were not available at the time the notice was published, then the business would be obliged to issue another notice when that information becomes available. Correcting the issue then is the second step. Usually, businesses undertake that step as a routine part of their operational practices. However, if a manufacturer or a business does not voluntarily correct the defect or non-compliance, then the minister would order that business, if it is in the interests of public safety and after the process described in the bill, to correct that defect with no cost to the consumer. Those businesses would then have to correct the defect as described in the bill. That is to say, by repairing the motor vehicle or by replacing the motor vehicle or by reimbursing the cost of repairs already undertaken or the sale price of the vehicle.
Au besoin,
As needed, the minister can also order a prohibition of sale. That would be a stop order on that sale. The vehicle, therefore, would not be put on the market.
Concerns raised by dealers, the government proposed at the Standing Committee on Transport Infrastructure and Communities amendments to this bill. These amendments would replace the amendments made in the other place and provide clarification to clauses that already contain many of the benefits sought by the dealers while preserving the original intent of the bill. Notably, the government amendments would clarify that the corrective measures and the payment of costs detailed in the bill would apply to individuals and dealers alike. The amendments would also make it clear that there are existing mechanisms to address contractual issues between manufacturers and dealers which are not to be impeded by the bill, and that the implementation of a correction does not limit a person or dealer from exercising any other right available by civil law. Excusez-moi. Too much talking. The well-intentioned amendments proposed by the other chamber to attempt to protect dealers delved into the contractual relationships between dealers and manufacturers. For example, they included prescribing the rate at which dealers would be compensated for vehicles on their lots that were subject to a correction or stop sale order. However, the purpose of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act is to protect public safety, not to manage contractual financial matters for the dealer-manufacturer relationship.
I would like to thank all those stakeholders for the efforts they made to respond to dealers' concerns. The amendments brought forward by the other place allowed the government to work with the the Automobile Retailers Association, in order to clarify their concerns and to find a mutually acceptable wording that had been proposed in committee. That exchange between stakeholders and both houses is a very positive aspect of our legislative process and leads to better results for Canadians.
Another order power that would contribute to the safety of Canadians is the authority for the minister to order a company to conduct tests, analysis, or studies on a vehicle or equipment in order to obtain information related to a defect or to verify compliance with the Act. This is a similar power to one in the Canadian Consumer Protection Act. It would help Transport Canada in instances where, as part of a defect investigation or to verify compliance, the department may not have had the tools or the capacity to undertake tests, analyses, or studies. The need to use this power could arise from, for example, components that require proprietary tools for which the departmental staff may not have access, or specialized knowledge or capacity.
This tool will definitely be useful in the current context, but I feel that it will become even more useful over the years to come. Motor vehicles are going to become more and more complex with new technological advances. In terms of innovation, I'm pleased to be able to say that the bill's provisions will make it easier for new technology to be used in Canada, including in the automobile sector. These innovations are very promising for Canadians in terms of economic development, environmental performance, and of course, in terms of road safety. The speed at which these technologies are being developed and introduced is unprecedented. Unfortunately, our current regulations are not flexible enough to be able to quickly adapt and keep up with these changes. And that is why we are proposing an amendment to the process, and we are adding a suspension order. Even though the Act currently has this type of process, the one we are proposing will be more efficient. Currently, that authority under the Act authorizes the Governor and Council to provide this suspension for reasons of economic difficulty or for
de sécurité.
Safety reasons. In new vehicles or new technologies.
Authorize the minister to order an exemption, making the process more efficient, and to modify the reasons for an exemption to support the development and safe introduction of new vehicle technologies. It must be noted that it would be up to the company requesting the exemption to demonstrate that the safety performance of the vehicle would not be compromised. All exemption orders would be published as soon as feasible on the internet or by any other appropriate means. This transparency of critical importance to Canadians. Much like their right to know of potential safety defects with their vehicles, Canadians would have access to decisions on the granting of exemptions so that they are informed and aware of how the government is supporting innovation and maintaining their safety. I'm going to skip a couple. There are several other aspects of the bill that would also positively impact Canadians. Enforcement is a key part of any safety oversight regime. An act can have a multitude of provisions to protect and benefit Canadians. But if there are only limited means to enforce them, then they really aren't beneficial. The Motor Vehicle Safety Act, in its present form, has limited enforcement options to illicit compliance. In fact, criminal prosecution is currently the only option, but in some cases may not be appropriate, depending on the severity of the particular violation. Bill S2 would change that. I'm going to cut it short. Yeah, it doesn't seem to help. Kind of makes it worse in some ways. Oh, no, I had. Yeah. Madame la Présidente, to the Minister of Transport, I look forward to the passage of this bill to better protect Canadians so that my family and all our families and all Canadians can benefit from its safety provisions. As I noted at the beginning of my speech, S2 would dramatically improve the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, addressing long-standing gaps in its safety framework, facilitating innovation, and protecting Canadians. This bill has been before Parliament for some time. If we include its predecessor, Bill C-62, it has been nearly 3 years since it was first introduced. That is much too long for Canadians to wait for amendments that would improve their safety. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to pass this bill so that Canadians may start to benefit from it as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the remarks that she's made on Bill S2. At committee, numerous amendments were made by the opposition, which I believe would have increased transparency and provided clarity to a number of provisions in regards to the minister's powers. It may come as no surprise that out of the 19 amendments that were proposed, only 2 were accepted by the committee, by the members of the governing party, and those were the 2 Liberal amendments that were put forward. So I'm wondering if the member could comment, because I know she spent her time at committee listening to the testimony, listening to the debate on the amendments. If she would comment as to why perhaps her party, the members on that committee, did not support any of those, I think, very good amendments that were put forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for a question. And these kind of complex provisions, these bills, it's always a very much a balancing act. And this one particularly, it was a balancing act between the automobile manufacturers and the automobile dealers, and then the consumers who bought the vehicle. And we thought that it was very important to be fair to everyone. And that's why the particular formula that they came up with and ended up agreeing to, I think was fair, did represent that balance. And the fact that the automobile companies and the dealers and us acting on behalf of consumers were able to come to a solution that we all could accept and live with, I think that's an indication that we did indeed find that balance. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. You know, one of the concerns the member before me mentioned was just about the reality that many amendments were proposed. And a lot of these amendments were proposed to really look at transparency and make sure that there was a higher state of accountability. And I think Canadians are really hoping to see that. And it was rather disappointing to see all the amendments from the opposing parties not even considered and not even put forward. So, you know, when we talk about what a transparent government looks like, what a collaborative government looks like, I don't think we're seeing some of those steps being taken. So can you please share with this House why the Liberal MPs voted against the NDP amendment to require the minister to table an annual report detailing how the minister used his new powers and their impact on auto safety? What do the Liberals have against transparency?
That would be through me, right? When you said you, I just want to remind the member that she's to address the questions and comments to the chair and not to the individual members. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the honourable member for a question. And, you know, and it's exactly the same thing. It's the balance between getting the information out there and getting the problem fixed, and getting the cooperation of both the manufacturers and the dealers. And we did ensure that Canadians would know about any of these changes that were required. I mean, we have to publish them on the internet or any suitable means so that Canadians are informed. And I think finding, again, something that we all could agree and that we all could commit to was really key in this particular piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member mentioned in her remarks that autonomous vehicles and new technologies change very quickly. And I'm wondering how S2 will help Canadian interest and Canada keep up with other countries in this space. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And as I mentioned in the speech, the technologies when it comes to automated and connected vehicles is just advancing so rapidly that sometimes the regulations that are in place right now slow us down. They're slowing down, and I think there's so much talent in Canada. There is so much opportunity here on the business side, on the environmental side, on the safety side, to make some really significant gains, that we needed to make the legislation, we needed to make the regulation a little bit more responsive, a little bit more flexible, so that if there was a particular piece of regulation that was impeding their research or their testing, they could apply to Transport in Canada and say, we'd like an exemption here, but we're going to do it slightly different, but we'll make sure everyone is still safe. So we've embedded that power inside Transport Canada so they will have that flexibility so we can keep this technology moving along. Thank you.
L'Honorable Député Saint-Hyacinthe.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The city of Saint-Hyacinthe, which I represent, is often called the Auto City because there are many dealerships there. And the city aims to become the electric car city. Now, dealerships are small retail operations that often don't have enough compensation from manufacturers when the cars that are bought are recalled, for example. So I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain why the Liberal government is refusing to protect Canadian dealers when their American counterparts are protected by the law in such a situation. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the honourable member for a question, and excuse me if I answer in English. It is a balancing act. There is a commercial agreement that links the automobile manufacturers and the dealers. And we didn't feel that that was the place of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act to play a role in that commercial agreement. But we wanted to make sure that the dealers were not left hanging, and I think hanging in that kind of situation. And I think that even the dealers have come away saying, yes, we can live with that. At first, they didn't understand that they were also eligible to use some of the mechanisms in this piece of legislation to redress from the companies, from the manufacturers, so that they weren't put at a significant disadvantage. But once it was explained to them that what's in this bill applies not only to the consumers, but also to the dealers, they felt they were much reassured knowing that they had these tools that they could use, that if they were in that position, they could make redress back to the manufacturers.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, and I really regret asking the Parliamentary Secretary anything at all, given how clearly she's suffering through a very, very sore throat. But partly the question I had was just put, some of the answer just was in the last answer she gave. So my question is very concise. I am very interested in the new role of our more independent Senate. the amendments that were made to deal with the dealers' concerns. Certainly we'll find out in committee how content the dealers are with the new changes. But I'm wondering, and this is a novel question for me, because generally when we see a bill here and a minister or the government is speaking to their bill, the text before us is what the government wants. So this is one of those rare occasions when the text before us is not what the government wants. And procedurally, normally we wouldn't see an amendment till the bill gets to committee. Is there any procedural objection to ensuring that those of us who are interested in this provision will see the government's alternative before we get to committee and having it presented in clause by clause?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to take it back and I'll get back to you shortly. Okay, thank you.
Again, I'd like to remind the speakers when they're addressing questions or comments that they're to address those to the speaker. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. I was going to call you minister for a minute there. But
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to be here today to speak to Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act. And perhaps I may need to apologize for my voice as well. I know probably many of us have returned to this place not at top form. I am also pleased to see that the Liberal government is willing to take good ideas from the previous Conservative government and implement them in a bipartisan manner. S2 bears a striking resemblance to Bill C-62, as was mentioned. C-62, introduced by then Minister of Transport, the Honourable Member for Milton, was a solid piece of legislation designed to increase our safety standards. S2 proposes to increase the involvement of the Minister of Transport in the area of vehicle recalls to bring Canada in line with the recall standards of other countries around the world. The power of the Minister of Transport to issue recalls is a welcome addition. While this power is expected to be required only rarely due to the willingness of the manufacturers to issue recalls quickly, it is an important deterrent to help avoid any issues going forward. The power of the minister to issue fines to manufacturers for up to $200,000 per day for non-compliance gives this legislation the horsepower it needs to be taken seriously as a legitimately enforceable piece of legislation. An interesting idea in this legislation is to impose a non-monetary penalty on the company in lieu of or in addition to a monetary fine. Such a penalty could take the form of, for example, a requirement for additional research and development to be implemented. I doubt that these penalties will be imposed often, if at all, as the company would want to avoid any public embarrassment that such a fine would cause. That said, having this power will be very useful for the minister should any conflict over safety concerns arise. This act also codifies into law what the market has set as the standard for recalls, ensuring that manufacturers are the liable party for the cost of replacing any recalled parts. Again, this is the current market standard, but ensuring that the standard is clearly expressed in law is a positive step for manufacturers, the dealerships, and the consumers. It is important to note that while it is indeed laudable to increase our safety standards, this bill is not a response to a significant issue within the industry. Canada does not have an excess of dangerous vehicles on our roads that the manufacturers are refusing to repair. In fact, it is quite the opposite. In 2015, manufacturers recalled over 5 million vehicles of their own accord for everything from bad hydraulics on a trunk to important engine repairs. Manufacturers voluntarily spent their time and money to ensure that their products were safe and that they met the standards that consumers expect. With the advent of social media and 24-hour news, Manufacturers cannot afford the bad publicity that comes with widespread complaints and potentially dangerous faults. That is why in 2016, there were at least 318 recalls issued without a complaint having been filed with Transport Canada. Again, I believe vehicle manufacturers do not want to be put in the difficult situation of having the press catch wind of a defect before they know about it. The reason I bring attention to this is due to Section 15 of the Act. This section gives several notable new powers to Transport Canada inspectors. Some of these powers are worth noting due to how they change the current relationship between the manufacturer and Transport Canada. Considering the extent of these powers, I will read from the Act itself, and I quote, "The inspector may enter on or enter through or over private property without being liable for doing so and without any person having the right to object to that use of the property. Examine any vehicle, equipment, or component that is in the place. The inspector may make any copies of documents that is in the place, make copies of it or take extracts from it. Use or cause to be used a computer or other device that is in the place to examine data that is contained in or available to a computer system or reproduce it or cause it to be reproduced. Remove any vehicle, equipment, or component from the place for the purpose of examination or conducting tests." End quote. Furthermore, the Act states that, and I quote, "Any person who owns or has charge of a place entered by an inspector, and every person present there shall answer all of the inspector's reasonable questions related to the inspection, provide access to all electronic data that the inspector may require, etc." End quote. Perhaps now it is clearer as to why I highlight the good record that manufacturers have regarding the timely issuing of recalls. These additional powers seem somewhat unproportional to any issues we currently experience with safety recalls. It is very reasonable and indeed a requirement for Transport Canada inspectors to have increased powers to go along with their increased responsibilities in this bill. However, I would suggest a measured response. It simply is not the case that manufacturers are hiding serious defects from both the public and Transport Canada. Again, I call attention to the 318 recalls that manufacturers issued without any complaint made to Transport Canada. As I mentioned the last time I spoke to this bill, the reality is that the last time a Minister of Transport criminally prosecuted a manufacturer was nearly 25 years ago in 1993, when Transport Canada took Chrysler Canada to court over defective tire winch cables. The case was dismissed in 2000. I believe that those numbers show that vehicle manufacturers are working with the public in good faith, and we ought to work with them in that same good faith. That is why I proposed an amendment to S2, which would have ensured that the minister act in good faith while exercising the additional power granted in the Act. I will read from my amendment to give context to what I am saying, and I quote, "The minister may, by order, require any company that applies a national safety mark to any vehicle or equipment, sells any vehicle or equipment to which a national safety mark has been applied, or imports any vehicle or equipment of a class for which standards are prescribed to, if the minister has evidence to suggest that there is a defect or non-compliance in the vehicle or equipment," end quote. To add clarity, the amendment I proposed would have required that the minister have a suspicion of defect or non-compliance prior to ordering tests or imposing on a manufacturer. This is as opposed to the original wording, which insinuates the ability of the minister to order tests to prove compliance. While this difference may seem subtle, I believe it is paramount. While this is not an act amending the criminal code, I still believe that the presumption of innocence ought to be the standard in any legislation that contains punitive enforcement options. Remember, the minister can issue fines of up to $200,000 per day. This is far from an insignificant amount of money. In addition to the text above, my amendment also required that the minister consult with the manufacturer before ordering tests in order to determine if the company has conducted or had planned to conduct the tests he was considering ordering. This could have potentially saved the manufacturers the cost of conducting tests, which have already been completed. I saw this as recognition of the effort that manufacturers are currently placing on safety testing, along with their strong safety track records. The Act, in its current wording, seemingly assumes that there is widespread and intentional noncompliance. This is simply not backed up by statistics. Remember, there has never been a case where the manufacturer refused outright to repair a defect in a vehicle, especially one which would lead to a dangerous situation. In fact, there is evidence of the opposite. I would draw your attention again to the over 300 examples from 2016 of voluntary recalls, without any complaint having been received by Transport Canada. I see those examples, Madam Speaker, and recognize the importance manufacturers are already placing on safety. Again, this is not to state that we do not need a legislative framework to ensure that these high standards are maintained. However, improvements could have been made on Bill S2 to correct the issues I noted. Unfortunately, the Liberal members of the committee rejected my reasonable amendment. In fact, the Liberals rejected both of the Conservative amendments and all of the NDP amendments. For a government that likes to claim bipartisanship or collaboration on these kinds of bills, that is a remarkable statistic. I would now like to take a moment to speak about the larger framework into which S2 will fit. The Auditor General released a report in November 2016 titled Oversight of Passenger Vehicle Safety, Transport Canada. The report was less than glowing in its review of the current state of Transport Canada. In particular, the report noted that Transport Canada is slow in responding to new risks, which poses a significant problem for a bill meant to increase the speed and clarity of recalls for Canadians. And I quote, "We found that Transport Canada did not maintain an up-to-date regulatory framework for passenger vehicle safety. There were lengthy delays, sometimes of more than 10 years, from the time work began on an issue to the department's implementation of new standards or changes to existing ones. 10 years, Madam Speaker. The report states that Transport Canada generally waited until the United States had updated their motor vehicle safety standards. I ask you, what is the point of conducting research if the safety recommendations are not implemented until another jurisdiction leads the way? Canada has very different requirements than the United States. We expect more from our government agencies than simply waiting and mirroring the actions of our neighbour to the south. Going forward, this will become an even more pressing concern as autonomous vehicles are introduced onto our roads, as has already been noted by previous speakers. We will need a nimble legislative and regulatory framework to ensure that consumers are protected while recognizing that manufacturers do indeed have a strong track record of ensuring safety. Furthermore, the Auditor General notes that there is a problem with inconsistent use of evidence and research in determining safety standards, and I quote, "We also found that Transport Canada, did not have complete collision and injury data to inform its decisions. We could not always determine how the department used evidence and research to develop or amend safety standards. Transport Canada did not plan or fund its research and regulatory activities for the longer term. Madam Speaker, these are significant issues facing Transport Canada. They should be resolved if the agency is going to be expected to take on additional responsibilities for proactive review of vehicles. The Auditor General report noted that Transport Canada possesses incomplete data on collisions and injuries in the National Collision Database because provinces are not providing the information. In addition, the report noted that Transport Canada does not have access to data from insurance companies, hospitals, police, and others involved in vehicle safety matters, so they are missing information that could help inform future vehicle safety priorities. Transport Canada will need to work towards addressing these issues as it prepares for the additional responsibilities entrusted to the agency in S2. I think it is important to note that the agency has indicated they are taking the recommendations of the Auditor General seriously and working to implement those changes. I do, however, question how much of a change they can make while dealing with reduced funding. For example, the budget for crashworthiness testing was cut by 59% for the 2016-2017 fiscal year. At the same time, funding for 6 regional teams situated in engineering departments in universities and colleges that were charged to assist in outreach activities on vehicle safety also saw their funding cut. These regional teams will no longer be able to feed information into the regulatory decision-making process, which the Auditor General had noted was not functioning as well as it could be. So while the agency is dealing with a lower budget, S2 seeks to increase their responsibilities. I question how they will be expected to fulfill these new responsibilities if they do not have the resources to fulfill the responsibilities they currently have. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill S2 does advance vehicle safety standards and is a positive step in ensuring safety. However, the Act is missing some key aspects that would make its enforcement much more effective and fair for both the manufacturers and the consumers. It was disappointing that the members of the governing party did not work with the opposition to ensure that the amendments that were proposed by the opposition were added to the bill, which I have said would have provided more transparency and increased clarity when it comes to the powers of the minister. However, all in all, Bill S2 is important legislation and will result in increased road safety. That is why I will be supporting the bill at third reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich, Saanich-Sooke, if I remember correctly. Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke. Almost.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek for her remarks, and I do, in substance, agree with them, although I always find it a little odd when the Conservatives start talking about the Liberals cutting budgets when the process was actually started under the Conservatives. But one of the questions that I believe she earlier asked to the Parliamentary Secretary is of concern to me, and that is the responsibility for the financial losses of dealerships if a car is subject to recall and becomes unsaleable, is stuck in the dealer's inventory. And I believe that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said that she didn't want to interfere in this commercial relationship. But I would submit there's hardly any commercial relationship more unequal than car manufacturers and dealers. And so that amendment, which had been made by the Senate, was taken out by the Liberals, seemed to me an important part of leveling the playing field for dealers so they're not stuck with the cost of what is essentially the fault of the manufacturers. I'd like to ask the honourable member whether she shares that opinion.
A member for Carleton Creek Eagle Trail.
Carleton Trail Eagle Creek, you bet. Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question that was put forward by my honourable colleague. We recognize that this bill was introduced in the Senate and that the Senate put forward an amendment that they believed would have addressed some concerns raised by dealerships all across the country. And I know that at the time that we were debating this bill, there were some, I believe there was support for the amendment that was put forward by the Senate. And at the time that it was debated, we understood that there were discussions that were being held by members of the governing party with an association that was there representing the dealership, and apparently this amendment that was put forward by the governing party was amenable and acceptable to them. And so at the time that the committee was debating it, we certainly saw some merit to the amendment that had been put forward by the Senate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What's encouraging is that, as the Parliamentary Secretary talked about earlier, is that we actually have very proactive, progressive legislation that is actually going to benefit the consumers of Canada. And this is legislation that has been put together over the last period of time in which we're getting close to the final stages. And I appreciate the member across the way's comments. She seems to be of the opinion, as we definitely are on this side, is that this is, in fact, a step forward. And there's always room, as the Prime Minister talks about, being able to improve things. We can always make things better, and no doubt the Ministry in itself will continue to look at ways in which we can continue to protect consumers. My question to the member across the way is that I can appreciate some sensitivity in terms of amendments as we go through committees. I can recall the days in being in opposition, and Harper was the Prime Minister, and we saw 0 amendments ever pass. A lot depends on the content of the amendments, and I'm sure the member across the way can appreciate that fact. This is a government that has recognized on many other pieces of legislation good amendments that have been brought forward by opposition members where they were adopted by government. But would she not at least recognize that in the passage of this particular piece of legislation, we are in fact protecting Canadian consumers, and that is a positive thing.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. You know, I certainly agree that when legislation is tabled, it certainly may not be in its perfect form. Certainly, this legislation is an iteration of a piece of legislation, or this bill is a bill that was introduced in the previous Parliament, and even members in the Senate and ourselves as Conservative members brought forward amendments to a bill that very much resembled one that our own party had introduced in the previous Parliament. So yes, I understand that there is always an opportunity to make a bill better, and I do think ultimately that this is about ensuring that Canadians are safe when they are traveling on our roads, and that is why we are committed to supporting this bill at third reading.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her comments. You know, it's interesting to note with this bill, the member from Winnipeg Centre just raised the issue around amendments, and then of course being that it needs to be centered around consumer protection. So to that end, I note that the NDP advanced 15 amendments to this bill. None of them were supported. One particular one speaks to, I would assume, consumer protection, and that is for the minister to be able to grant an exemption for any model of vehicle manufactured by the company from conformity with any prescribed standard if that exemption from the standard would, in the opinion of the minister, promote a technological development. So that's what's in the bill. the NDP moved an amendment to ensure that such an exemption would only be granted on the condition that the minister ensures that the new vehicle model is based on the safety standards that are equivalent to or superior to that prescribed by the regulations. So that's for consumer protection in the name of safety. But yet that amendment was defeated at committee. It was not passed at the committee. So I'd like to ask this member about her comments around this amendment. Would she support this kind of amendment, and would that not be in the protection of the consumer?
The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. You know, I want to start by saying that the safety of Canadians and everyone who uses our roads is of paramount importance to me and certainly my colleagues here in this place. While not perfect, I do believe that this bill does strike a reasonable balance. However, I would agree that the member from my colleague's party on our committee, the member from Toronto-Riviere, proposed a number of amendments which would have increased transparency when an order was made under the powers provided for in this bill. My Conservative colleagues and I supported all of the amendments I believe that that member made at committee. Maybe want to go back, and if I'm wrong in that representation, I will certainly correct the record, but we were very supportive of that member's amendments to this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her answer. But just to follow up in the vein of that, on this issue around safety, I would think that it is critical and is mystifying to me why that the government would actually not support such an amendment. One would think that openness, transparency is the hallmark to which the Prime Minister himself had campaigned on and promised in this House of Commons here to the Canadian public. So on the issue around safety related to regulations with manufacturers, why would the government not support this? Now, this amendment was further justified given that the Auditor General stated that the government was behind in coming up with regulations adapted to technological developments. So before using his power to issue exemptions, the minister should first address this problem. So surely this would be the right thing to do, but yet it is not the case. And again, I wonder if the member can shed some light on the rationale behind that.
We are at time, although I will allow the honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek a brief moment, say 45 seconds to respond, and then we'll switch over. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No, I cannot, because that was the very question I asked of the Parliamentary Secretary.
There will be 1 more minute remaining in the time for questions and comments when the House next resumes a debate on the question. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration and second reading of Bill C-348, an act to amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, Persons with Disabilities. Standing in the name of Ms. Hardcastle.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to talk about Bill C-348 put forward by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Windsor, Tukameski. Today, my colleague is giving us the opportunity to talk not only about service delivery for Canadians with disabilities, but also about accessibility and inclusiveness. In fact, I would like to use the time I have today to talk about efforts to make our society an inclusive and an accessible one. Today, 1 in 7 Canadians report having a disability, and that number will only continue to grow as our population ages. That's why we are taking the necessary steps to ensure that greater inclusion of Canadians with disabilities and to develop new federal accessibility legislation. The goal of the proposed legislation will be to increase the inclusion and participation of Canadians with disabilities by proactively removing barriers to accessibility. Last year, we launched an ambitious public consultation process. We met with stakeholders and the public to talk about what an accessible Canada means to them. And we did it in the most accessible way possible, Mr. Speaker. We held 18 public consultation sessions and 9 thematic roundtables across the country. We had a significant online component. We also held a national youth forum, which featured the Prime Minister of Canada. As well, the government provided funding to 5 partnerships of disability organizations, as well as 3 Indigenous organizations, for them to engage with their members and communities. Throughout this process, we gained valuable insight into the everyday obstacles Canadians with disabilities face. Last spring, we also released a report summarizing what we learned through these consultations. We heard about barriers that impede people's ability to move freely in the built environment, to use transportation, to access information, and to use technology, as well as people's ability to access services. We also heard about the barriers that result from people's attitudes, beliefs, and misconceptions about what people with disabilities can and cannot do, as well as outdated policies and practices that simply don't take into account barriers related to disabilities. We are hoping to break down all of those barriers with our proposed accessibility legislation. Mr. Speaker, our proposed legislation will focus on more quality opportunities across all federal areas and jurisdictions. This includes employment, access to buildings and other public spaces through a built environment, transportation within the federal transportation network, service delivery, information and communications technology, and procurement of goods and services by the Government of Canada. Over time, this proposed legislation would mean real change for Canadians with disabilities, as users of services, as clients, as travelers, as members of the public, and as employees in federal jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, we want to change the story around ability and accessibility. Don't get me wrong, our government knows disability is complex. Disability is challenging, and nothing will be rectified overnight. But we truly believe that all the work that we are doing, in collaboration with all of our partners, will lead us to tangible results. When I say partners, I mean leaders in accessibility, key stakeholders, provinces and territories, not-for-profit organizations, and of course Canadians, including those with disabilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I speak to families in my riding of Longueuil-Chalamoine who have a member with a disability, often some of the challenges that I hear about is that it's difficult with having to deal with, school boards and health care, and the lack of coordination among various levels of government and jurisdictions. I work closely with my counterparts at the municipal, provincial, and education levels and institutions, and I think it's really imperative that we do work in a collaborative way in order to address all of these concerns. It's already difficult enough to be having a family member with a disability, but having to also then navigate many, many different levels of government makes it even harder. And thanks to our collaborative work, we will see real change, and we believe Canada will lead by example. It's our responsibility as change makers to make sure everyone is included, and together we will make Canada an even greater nation than it is today. Furthermore, we are anticipating the tabling of federal accessibility legislation in Parliament next spring. Last December, the Government of Canada announced that we had begun the process towards possible accession to the optional protocol to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, a complaints mechanism that enables individuals or groups to file complaints with the United Nations if they believe their rights have been violated or are being violated in a systematic manner. The government has been working over the course of the past year to undertake all of the necessary reviews and consultations required to move this forward. Through these consultations, stakeholders clearly demonstrated their strong support for accession. We've made great progress. In fact, the Government of Canada tabled the optional protocol in the House of Commons on November 30th. Tabling is a significant and necessary step in the federal process, bringing Canada closer to accession. We are continuing to work collaboratively with our provincial and territorial partners and are seeking their formal support for accession. Provinces and territories must undertake their own formal processes to do so. Upon accession, the optional protocol would provide Canadians with disabilities additional safeguards at the international level for the protection of their rights under the Convention. This announcement represents an important development in our work on improving the protection of rights of Canadians with disabilities everywhere across the country, and one that is consistent with Canada's long-standing commitment to equality, inclusion, and full participation in Canadian society for persons with disabilities. We are very encouraged with the progress to date. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, our government takes inclusiveness and accessibility for people with disabilities very seriously. And when we see colleagues table legislation initiatives like Bill C-348, we can only applaud them. We agree that we need better application processes for disability-related programs and services. That's why our government is already taking the necessary actions to that end. In addition to our work towards proposed accessibility legislation, I must point out that Employment and Social Development Canada, or ESDC, is already developing a department-wide strategy that will improve the quality of service to those with disabilities. There are other reasons why Bill C-348, while well-intentioned, is not the right avenue to take. If passed, the bill would amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, also known as the DESDA, to designate that department as the primary point of contact for access to programs and services related to disability assistance. In other words, the bill is intended to bring about a single application process for all disability-related benefits and programs from the Government of Canada, but it's not clear how it would expedite the process, and indeed how it would improve the level of service across departments. Based on our understanding, Mr. Speaker, C-348, as it currently stands, each department will still operate under its own authorities. So if ESDC was to become the sole interlocutor for all disability-related programs, we would in fact be creating an additional administration for the many programs not currently delivered by this department. Mr. Speaker, instead of improving the process, it would worsen it by adding another level. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to improving its services for people with disabilities, and we want to do this the right way. People in my riding voiced that to me, and I'm sure the people in ridings across this great land have said the same to their members of Parliament. We owe it to the Canadians living with a disability to once and for all make things easier for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is certainly an honour to speak to this bill today, and I just wanted to compliment the member who brought this forward, because issues facing Canadians who are living with disabilities, who are dealing with issues on a day-by-day basis that I haven't had to deal with. We need to ensure that we're doing everything we can as a government, as parliamentarians, to ensure that we are actually making life easier. Now, this bill will continue the work that was done under the previous Conservative government that started to centralize information across government and to reduce red tape as a whole. And this is incredibly important and something that I find actually very close to home personally. Mr. Speaker, when I was about 10 years old, almost to this date, I believe it was the 30th of January, I think we are today, my mother was walking across the street and she was struck by a vehicle. And she was disabled, probably permanently in many ways, and she's healed in many ways since then, both mental and physical disabilities. I can tell you that the difficulty that families face and individuals face when they first start to figure out, how do I reevaluate my situation when there are major life changes. And that's not all persons with disabilities. Some are born, some are dealt with in these types of occurrences. But there are always life-changing incidents that happen, whether it's those who are supporting persons with disabilities or others coming in and out of their lives that affect the ability for this person to be able to move forward. And so when we see a bill coming forward before us that's trying to centralize the approach, trying to bring all of the information that the Government of Canada has into one place, trying to ensure that all of the forms that a person would need to fill out are in one single place, it is going to do nothing but help those people who are on the ground. And oftentimes we think that we come up with better ideas and better solutions here in Parliament or as a government, than what is requested on the street by people who are dealing with these issues, people who are living with disabilities. I can tell you, as I've been traveling across the country, whether it was when we were in Vancouver or when we were in Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal, and other places, when we're meeting with groups who are advocating on behalf of persons with disabilities, the number one thing we hear is it's too complicated. We have to go here for there, we have to go there for that, and getting it all into one place at one time is a very difficult thing to do, specifically for people who are dealing with these types of situations. On top of that, you have the ability or the disability also to deal with, whether it is one of mental or physical form, which can oftentimes get in the way of being able to either accurately fill out the information or interpret the information and return it back. And so it's a very, very important matter for us to make this as easy and simple as possible for those people who are dealing with disabilities, as well as their family members, support workers, etc. I can tell you the red tape is a major, major issue. It's a major issue for the families. It's a major issue for those who are dealing with the disability specifically. And I have one personal story that aligns with this bill specifically, and something that affected our family. When my brother was 18, he decided that he wanted to go to college, and he wanted to work, and he's in high school. He's going to school every day from 8 until 2:30, and then going to work every day from 3 until 11 p.m. at Pizza Hut. And every day he'd go to work, he'd come home, and where I'm from, we respect those people. They're working hard to break the cycle of poverty. They're working hard to create a future, to create opportunity for themselves. The result was that the funding for my mother was then cut off because my brother was saving too much money to go to university or college. Therefore, we end up in a situation where the cycle of poverty is essentially enforced by the same government that I know the intent is to actually end it. The intent is to provide support, not to break it. And what we end up with is, in government, rules made, regulations created, responses off a cuff oftentimes to situations on the ground that bureaucrats or government members see. And the result is that those regulations are enforced by those who work for the Government of Canada or the provincial governments or the school boards or municipal governments. And in doing so, they are merely enforcing regulations or other things that are in place, which actually end up enforcing this cycle of poverty to continue, or these injustices to continue, Mr. Speaker. So it's very, very, very important that we get the obstacles out of the way and ensure as much ease as possible for those people who are seeking to improve their situation. Now, this bill will begin to make life a little bit easier, making sure that all information can be found in one place, as I said, by creating a single comprehensive application that accesses all programs for the federal government. My hope is, through this process, that we'll actually be able to align not just all of the federal government application processes in one place, and it's not just about the rejig of Canada.ca and everything coming in through one portal, etc. But if we can actually work with our provincial and municipal counterparts to ensure that there is a process for persons who are dealing with disabilities, because a lot of these funding formulas have overlaps between federal, provincial jurisdictions, and the effects of one application process and result will end up actually affecting the ability of another government to be able to proceed. And even within the federal government, we have programs that depend one on another. If you're accepted for one program, then you can actually be accepted for another, like the disability tax credit and the savings plan. In order to be able to pull up the savings plan, you have to be first accepted to the disability tax credit. This bill continues the work, as I said, of the previous government, which introduced landmark registered disability savings plans, which helps parents and grandparents of children with severe disabilities contribute to their child's financial security. The previous government also invested $200 and $18 million per year for labour market agreements for persons with disabilities to assist provinces in improving the employment situation of Canadians with disabilities. And it's important to remember, we need our federal government to continue to implement hand in hand with other jurisdictions to ensure that the taxpayer, as there is only one taxpayer, that the taxpayer is able to access all programs equally. The previous government invested $30 million annually in the Opportunities Fund to help persons with disabilities prepare for and obtain employment, and supported caregivers by recognizing their enormous contribution through tax incentives. Now, Canadians with disability are already struggling because of increased cost of living under this Liberal government. We've seen it already with their changes made to the disability tax credit, and we know that the cost of living is going to continue going up with the introduction and the implementation of a carbon tax across this country. Those two items will have a debilitating effect on the ability for persons with disabilities, specifically those who are struggling in terms of financial means, to be able to respond to and to create a future that's full of opportunity. I wanted to finish, Mr. Speaker, with some of the things that I heard when we were out meeting with groups across the country. Persons with disabilities are not looking for the government to provide everything for them. They're looking for the opportunity to succeed, the opportunity for employment, the opportunity to access the programs that will help them reach the successes that they're looking for. And I think what we see here is a bill being introduced that will do just that. It will simplify, it will make it easier, it will make it a better process for the persons with disabilities to be able to be successful, for the persons with disabilities to be able to work with their government in the future. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I know that we will support this bill and say thank you to the member for introducing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates, and the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To most of the people in my community, and I am sure this is true for most Canadians, government is government. That is to say that in our daily lives, we don't distinguish between municipal, provincial, and federal levels of government. And we know that research has actually borne this out, that when someone has had a bad experience or struggles to get a service to which they are entitled, that frustrating, confusing experience translates to their government isn't helpful. So what this means is that people don't say the provincial government and that department of fill in the blank isn't helpful, or the federal government and Service Canada isn't helpful. What happens to citizens is that their negative experience gets attributed to all governments. And that makes sense, because people's lives aren't divided into compartments or neat boxes along jurisdictional lines or departmental lines. Jurisdictions and departments are there to help governments deliver services, to meet mandates as vehicles to implement policies and laws. We also know that when someone is accessing service from the government, they don't distinguish distinct points along a process and say things like, my phone call was answered right away, that was good service, and then say, but the application process was horrific and complicated. What they say is that the entire journey of the process wasn't good, or was difficult, or confusing, regardless of whether along the way there was good and helpful service. This is what the research and evidence tells us. Which brings me to the topic we're discussing today, and that is improving the journey for people living with a disability when accessing services and benefits provided by their government. Currently, if you went to the government website to apply for Canada Pension Plan Disability, you'd be confronted with 8 documents totaling 45 pages. 17 of those pages are a guide, so 28 pages need to be filled in to apply for the Canada Pension Plan Disability. That sounds like a pretty intense and thorough process. And if we put aside some of the difficulties associated with understanding the questions on the application, that could be for another bill on another day on plain language and applications, the application sounds like the gold standard to me for determining someone's eligibility for disability benefits.
Bill C-348 would eliminate the onerous burden of multiple forms and duplication for Canadians with disabilities. Once an individual has completed an application and is determined to be eligible for disability benefits, we shouldn't put them through a government application process over and over and over again to prove they have a disability. Through this bill, my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh is trying to ensure that people with a disability get the benefits they're entitled to without the demoralizing, disrespectful, costly, and time-consuming process of having to prove over and over again that they have a disability. This bill, I think, is brilliant in its simplicity and brilliant in the actual positive impact it would have in people's lives. And sometimes it really is the smallest gestures that can make the biggest change in people's lives. I don't want anyone to get me wrong. Parliamentarians in our government have a lot of work to do to address the high level of poverty among people living with disabilities. My honourable colleague reminded us in her introductory speech on the bill of just that. 5.3 million Canadians live with some form of disability, and the poverty rate for persons living with disability is high, much higher than those from the general population. And according to the Disabled Women's Network, or DAWN, 58% of women with disabilities are living on $10,000 or less a year. My colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, shared with this House what those high rates of poverty look like on the ground in our communities. Half of Canadians who are homeless have a disability, and half of those accessing food banks in Canada are also living with a disability. And that member dared us to imagine, what if Canadians living with disabilities were accessing the benefits they are eligible for? Benefits that, as we have heard, often go unclaimed because the government process in itself is a barrier. It's costly, it's complicated, confusing, demoralizing, and a process, as I've described, asking people to prove over and over again their disability, their worthiness for benefits. My constituency office in Saskatoon West is a busy place. And as an opposition MP, you would assume we'd be busy with town halls, consultations, meeting with community members to change or improve or get rid of or introduce new laws and policies to make lives better for people living in my community. And you'd be partly right. We are busy with those activities. But we are equally busy helping people in my community access benefits that they're eligible for. We daily help people navigate the system for disability benefits because it's complicated and it doesn't work for the people it's intended to help. A common refrain of mine when hearing people's stories about trying to apply for disability benefits, and I'm sure my staff are sick of hearing it, is, but that doesn't make any sense. And that's exactly how I say it. That doesn't make any sense. One community member came to my office for help because although she was deemed eligible for Canada Pension Plan disability benefits and was eligible for her long-term disability plan at work, she could not access the disability tax credit. That doesn't make any sense. People in my community shouldn't have to go to their MP's office to gain access to benefits they're eligible for. And for sure, people should not have to resort to paying private consultants to help them complete a form. That really doesn't make any sense. This bill will ensure that individuals living with disability won't have to incur the expense of their time, and most importantly, their money, to prove their disability over and over again to different government departments. During an earlier debate on this bill, the Parliamentary Secretary for Sport and Persons with Disabilities mentioned the current initiatives the government is undertaking to improve the lives of Canadians living with disabilities, including the much-anticipated accessibility legislation. And to that I say, that is awesome. The Parliamentary Secretary also stated that the government supports the spirit of the bill, but won't be supporting Bill C-348. Their main reason for not supporting this bill, as I understand it, and from my perspective, is that there is a misunderstanding of what the bill would do. So I thought I would use an illustration in the hopes that members opposite can find a way to support the bill and ultimately help those in their ridings who are living with disabilities access disability benefits they're entitled to. Filing your income tax is a one-stop, in a way, application for a variety of government benefits. You provide the required information, and using a checkbox, and your signature, you give various government programs the ability to assess which benefits you're eligible for. Your privacy is protected, and it helps public servants with assessing your eligibility. This is exactly what Bill C-348 would do: cut through the government red tape and make the process more efficient. Having one application that includes the information needed to assess eligibility and a consent mechanism that allows various government programs to process the appropriate benefits, I think makes a lot of sense. And in my constituency office, we're doing that almost every day. In Saskatchewan, when someone is receiving the Canada Pension Plan disability benefits, they're also eligible for the equivalent provincial government program. Every now and then, we need to remind our provincial counterparts of this policy, but generally, it works well. It is often simply a matter of one government or one department speaking directly to another department to improve service for Canadians. And this bill isn't an either-or proposition. I believe the government can pursue the work to implement important accessibility legislation and support my colleague's bill. Both will have a positive impact and improve the lives of Canadians living with a disability. By streamlining the process, by having only one application, various government departments will be able to speak to other government departments and assess eligibility for benefits. This is both efficient and effective, which I think should be one of the big outcomes we strive for when administering government programs and benefits. I believe when it comes right down to it, all of us can agree that a person living with disability should not have to prove or demonstrate their disability to the government more than once. Not only is that more compassionate and respectful, it just makes sense. I want the people in my community to see their government, their parliament, as helpful and fulfilling the mandate of making life better for all Canadians. And Bill C-348, as tabled by the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, would do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise and participate in the debate on behalf of the citizens we're elected to represent. Now, this is an important bill and one I'm very supportive of. Now, sometimes I'm asked by the folks back home, what is the point about debating a bill that you support? Now, I believe that's a fair question, and from my perspective, I think it's always important for a member of Parliament to outline the reason they support a bill. Now, this debate can also provide an opportunity to pass on concerns or further suggestions for possible amendments down the road. Now, first, let me outline why I support the bill. Now, in 2016, I opened a shared constituency office with a BC provincial member of the Legislative Assembly in the community of Summerland, British Columbia. Now, some have suggested this may be the only actively operated shared constituency office of this kind in the country. I'm not certain if those claims have any validity or not. However, I do know this, Mr. Speaker. Providing a one-stop shop, so to speak, in providing services to local citizens from both a provincial and federal standpoint has been extremely helpful for many in this community, much as this bill proposes. When you can harmonize, streamline, and by extension simply offer services to Canadians, there are benefits to those who need our help. And I laud the principles that are found in this bill. However, my shared constituency office has also shown me for further need for this bill. As we know, most provinces offer a disability program that is independent and separate from federal programs. Hence, again, the purpose of this bill will help change that. Given that I share this office with a provincial MLA, I also visit with and meet with some of the citizens who are struggling to obtain status for a provincial disability program. In many cases, were it not for the fact of the shared office, these citizens I might not have otherwise had met with. And let me be candid, Mr. Speaker. The struggles these citizens have in attempting to qualify for a disability program are very real. And for many of these citizens, no doctor will see them. In fact, I would wager that if you contacted 20 different physicians for the sole purpose of assessing a disability status application in the area, all would say, sorry, we're not taking any new patients. And of course, there are reasons for that. One being many doctors indicated they do not have time to fill out the onerous paperwork that's required. Again, something in this bill, in the long term, could help to improve. Now, while I support this bill, I do have some concerns. Now, recently I encountered some very troubling actions by the Canada Revenue Agency to deny parents their Canadian Child Benefit support payments. Now, almost always targeted at single mothers. But you might wonder what this has to do with that debate. As you may know, Canada Revenue Agency has repeatedly promised to streamline and improve the process to obtain these benefits. And from a purely administrative standpoint, there have been some improvements. However, when the Canada Revenue Agency bureaucrats can deny your benefits solely for a reason as trivial as an ex-spouse refusing to change their forwarding address from your residence, there's a serious problem. Made worse when CRA basically can say, we think you're guilty, prove us wrong. And then when they do so, when they say, here's the bar, they set it almost impossibly high to do so. So you can see my point here. As much as any program can be made to be as administratively more simple, and certainly that's a good thing, if government bureaucrats still have discretionary power to arbitrarily make poor decisions that adversely impact citizens, then ultimately we are no further ahead. Unfortunately, the only way that these things sometimes are resolved is through ministerial accountability. And we know that this current Prime Minister is not a fan of ministerial accountability. That works against the brand. So to summarize, Mr. Speaker, this bill is needed and is very much a step in the right direction, and I give credit to the member who sponsored it. I'd also like to take a moment to say that it is always a helpful thing for my residents have always said when they see their members stand up on issues that are important to them, that makes them feel part of this great democracy and rule of law we have here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So kudos to the member. Now, when I reviewed the member's comments at second reading, I was struck by a particular statement, and I quote directly from Hansard, from that member, and I quote, I am well aware that private members' bills rarely make it into law, which is why I am determined to propose something modest and achievable, end quote. Now, I would like to agree, and again, recognize the member for resisting the temptation to further complicate this bill. In my view, to be successful, this bill will require considerable flexibility given that it requires different levels of government to work together from different provinces towards a common goal. Now, I believe that the member has taken an approach that will create a path to improvement and in an area where improvement is certainly needed, Mr. Speaker, and certainly wanted by our constituents. In closing, I would like to thank members of Parliament in this place for taking the time to hear my comments. I believe anything that we can do to help those with disabilities navigate the complexities of government to help reap the benefits they need is an important goal that we all share. And again, Mr. Speaker, you know, Canadians do send us here to give examination to the best ideas, and it's nice once in a while we can find something to rally beside. And on behalf of our constituents, thank you for the opportunity to be heard in this place.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to stand in support of better providing government services to people that need our help. I'm going to start us off with a quote from my friend and constituent, A.J. Logan, who has, at the bottom of every email, he has this quote from Robert Hensel. Quote, we, the ones who are challenged, need to be heard. to be seen not as a disability, but as a person who has and will continue to bloom, to be seen not only as a handicap, but as a well-intact human being, end quote. That's how it should be. And instead, I'm going to describe to you some of the experiences from people in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith who are deeply frustrated by their inability to access government services and to be served in the way that they should. I heard from a young veteran with PTSD about dealing with Veterans Affairs. He said, quote, "It's like being given a jigsaw puzzle and turning off the lights." How inhumane, especially for a young man who has served our country. My constituency office is one of many across the country being flooded with urgent requests for help from desperate constituents who can't access basic government services. It's not because they don't qualify, it's because they simply cannot get through to government agencies or can't access the necessary information or the forms that they require. Many feel as if they're being systematically stonewalled by the very agencies that supposedly exist to assist them. My staff member, Hilary Eastmere, said to me, the CRA recently told me that instead of replying to my faxes within 5 days, I shouldn't expect to hear back from an agent for at least 15 days. So the wait time for even our constituency office to get a reply has tripled. That's due to the, quote, service renewal at the CRA, which has caused major backlogs for their staff as their entire system has been changed and staff has been reduced because some offices were closed and consolidated. So it sounds like things are getting worse, not better. And that was not the expectation that Canadians had of this government. Phone lines are jammed to the point where they aren't even permitted to remain on hold or leave a message. Instead, my constituents are advised to call back later, which yields the same result no matter what time of the day they try to phone. Insiders readily admit that some government agency phone trees are designed to send people in circles and eventually drop their call because the system is too overloaded to handle the number of calls pouring into it at any given moment. The agencies themselves are understaffed and under-resourced. Staff who remain are working hard and they are trying hard, but they are stretched too thin and they are scrambling to cover the ever-growing backlog. Wait times are stretching from days to weeks to months to years, and I've lost track of the number of refugee parents who have sat in my office and saying being asked to wait years for family reunification means some parents are missing watching their children grow up. It's inhumane. Whether it's a simple callback or a much-needed refund or an anxiously awaited application approval, Canadians are waiting longer and longer, and they're suffering undue stress and financial hardship as a result. Canadians accustomed to reliable service are quickly becoming disillusioned with our system, which is getting increasingly difficult to navigate. And this is especially apparent in the shift to online platforms. Some that don't have regular access to a computer or a printer, some who are not literate or not computer literate, being told to, having waited on the phone for hours, for seniors especially, to be told to go online and fill out a form is just sending them over the brink. They're so frustrated. These are people with disabilities, seniors, low-income Canadians, exactly the people that often require the most support from our government agencies. So here's a quote from Freeman Dryden in Nanaimo. Quote, "We've been stymied by either lack of confirmations or the reception of refusal letters requesting all sorts of duplicate or impossible to find information. We've been made to fill out innumerable forms both on paper and online, and to date have had absolutely no contact with real people, nor any confirmation of the services we carefully applied for. Surely there is some way to cut through this nightmare bureaucratic jungle." We must do better. We must restore Canadians' faith in this system set up to support them in their time of need. We must invest in those frontline government agencies and the workers to improve accessibility, service delivery, and accountability. Now, federal legislation addresses the issue of disability across a number of different policy areas. For example, legislation that touches on disability has been enacted at the federal level in relation to employment, employment equity, skills training, education, income assistance, tax, health, transportation, housing, as well as recreation and culture. Many different ways. Canada Pension Plan disability, the disability tax credit, registered disability savings program, veterans disability pensions, and the Opportunities Fund all operate as standalone programs with distinct and separate application processes. But this reality makes it cumbersome for people living with disabilities to access federal supports that they may be entitled to. They may have paid for them already in many cases. So I heard in detail about this from another man in our riding, Terry Weens. He said he's had polio and he's facing extraordinary costs associated with his disability. He writes, I recently had to buy a new hybrid cushion for my wheelchair, $820, as well as a hospital bed, $1,800, mattress not included. So I decided to make a one-time withdrawal of $10,000 from my RIF. What I didn't realize was the ripple effects of that decision. That raised my annual income enough to eliminate me from the guaranteed income security, all $18 a month worth. And I have no doubt that next year I will qualify again, but in the meantime, we are penalized for our independence. You can't really compare the income of an individual that is facing costs that the average person never sees. To add insult to injury, losing that GIS also cost me my premium medical services subsidy, another $420 a year, my opportunity for subsidized assisted living apartment, because GIS qualification is required for the subsidized program, and a cutback to my rental subsidy and doubling from $450 to $900 yearly of my pharmacare deductible. It is not the $18 a month payment, but the status of qualifying for GIS that is important. End quote. And thank you to Terry Weens of Nanaimo. It's a really long letter, and it's powerfully written, and it's maddening. And so in that context, my New Democrat colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh has proposed Bill C-348. It is so simple, it is so straightforward, and it is so humane to say we are not going to make every person applying for one of these programs prove again and again and again that they actually face a disability. We're going to have navigators that help these people understand and work through the programs the same way that veterans are asking for the same kind of navigation services, the same way that Veterans Affairs in Australia has put in place ages ago. For people to be supported by a strong social safety net, to be supported by a good government, and to be able to access the programs that they themselves have paid into. Bill C-348 is specifically designed to crack the nut on this problem. We believe that a person living with a disability should not have to demonstrate or prove their disability to the government more than one at a time. Anything more is unnecessarily punitive and disrespectful. It will cost the government nothing to fix this problem. So let us please vote together for Bill C-348 for humanity, for justice, and for the respect that people living with disabilities in our communities deserve. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Please the débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh for her closing 5-minute right of reply. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I had to write down my reply because I knew if I just sat here and listened and was reactionary, that I will get choked up and I won't use my time wisely. But I have to tell you that it is very intriguing to hear so many people having the same insights. So you can imagine how gutted I was to hear the government's response in our first hour of debate, officially letting me know that my private member's bill wouldn't be supported. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, the Canadians have another opportunity to be cynical of this government with that letdown. The intent of the bill is to allow that a person living with a disability can access all 4 federal programs with one application, one process, one doctor's note. However, we want to see this roll out. It takes a bureaucratic role as well, which I mentioned in my introductory speech. Of course, this is practical. And the government's replies during debate have frankly been disturbing. We heard the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities congratulate me on being so determined to ensure that all Canadians, no matter their circumstances, have easy access to government programs and services. Yet, sums it up that it won't be supported because it isn't a practical solution. I'm well aware of the feedback given at consultations nationwide and town halls and constituency offices, roundtables and forums. That's why I'm here. Simplifying access to federal programs for persons living with disabilities is why C-348 was created. And it's a shame that these constituents haven't been heard in their ridings of the governing party. At one point, the Parliamentary Secretary goes on to say that streamlining the application process for these programs under a single department or portal will not make it more accessible, faster, or fair, that it would create separation between the clients and the governing agencies providing the programs and related support measures for which the clients are applying. In other words, this would put some distance between the clients and the agency's expertise. Once again, it's a shame that people have not been listening. Apparently, the Parliamentary Secretary would have us believe that departmental staff lack the means by which to communicate with one another, or that they lack the skills to create the proper structures through which interdepartmental communication can occur. I've toured these offices and have observed that they're all equipped with computers and telephones, and indeed do communicate with the internet and email. They even have 2 shared languages with which to communicate officially. So I have to say that the government's excuses for not supporting this bill are not plausible. If we claim to support the bill in principle, but not the bill itself, as has been expressed by the governing party, I challenge all of us to then take up this principle and make it happen with the anticipated accessibility rights legislation that was announced for next year. Really, right now, with C-348, we have a chance to tell the bureaucracy to work out a plan to achieve this goal, and we will support them in the process to that end. People who have to book handy transit 2 weeks in advance do find it onerous to apply separately for each program at the federal level. That is the reality. It's hard to imagine representatives that would not have any knowledge of this problem and vote against this bill. I can only give Canadians a heads up to watch how this vote plays out. I sincerely hope that this master application process that I've introduced is only being turned down because it will indeed be included in some sweeping legislation introduced with the new Accessibility Act. Canadians have to remain strong and vigilant on removing the barriers that persons living with disabilities face, and I'm privileged to again and again bring forward the practical solutions that maximize the resources we have today. Canada is capable of doing better with what we do have now if we are willing. Thank you.
And the question is as follows. Ms. Hardcastle, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that Bill C-348, an act to amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, Persons with Disabilities, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. My opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 31st, 2018. That's tomorrow, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I got the opportunity to ask the Prime Minister directly why he is excluding the Native Women's Association of Canada from his government's provincial territorial meetings. And he said, quote, "That is simply not true." And yet, in December 2016, Native Women's Association of Canada and the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples were left out of a meeting advancing reconciliation with the Prime Minister. On this conversation about reconciliation, there was not a single Indigenous woman at the table. And in the press conference after the meeting, the Prime Minister confirmed that their exclusion was deliberate. He said, quote, "My answer is that we always have to make choices about who to include in different venues and at different points." He later told the National Observer, quote, "In any given meeting, we have to make choices, and we made those choices." And he has chosen again and again, despite the Prime Minister's commitment to a true nation-to-nation relationship, despite his commitment to feminism, he has excluded First Nations again and again. The Native Women's Association. They were excluded from the First Minister's meetings in October 2017, December 2016, March 2016, and again not invited to participate in the reconciliation meeting I just cited in December 2016. So I would like to know from the representative of the Prime Minister, what is his evidence that he has been inviting the Native Women's Association of Canada to these high-level meetings, these reconciliation meetings, these First Minister meetings, because he told me that I'm saying something that is not true. Quote, "That is simply not true," is what he said to me. And the Prime Minister really is in bad company on this. The mandate letter that he gave to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs indicated the government's commitment to continue to develop and lead a whole-of-government strategy to include Indigenous representatives in meaningful ways in Canada's federal, provincial, territorial dialogues. And I will submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that if the Prime Minister continues to leave out Indigenous women from these conversations, he is not fulfilling his commitment. The United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women indicated its concern that Indigenous women's organizations are not included in Canada's countrywide nation-to-nation relationship on equal footing with other Indigenous peoples' organizations. That report is more than a year old, and it still is not being honoured. UN CEDAW recommended that Canada ensure Indigenous women's organizations are included in the countrywide nation-to-nation relationship in all cases in which issues of relevance to women apply. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People asks the government to commit to Article 18, in which Indigenous people have the right to participate in decision-making matters that would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures. The Liberal government says that they're going to agree to my colleague from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut EU, in his bill, but the actions do not line up with the words. I'd like to hear from the government's representative why they are failing to shut out, continuing to shut out NWAC.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to answer the question that has been posed by the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. I acknowledge as well that I stand here this evening on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, a very proud people. The Government of Canada is committed to a renewed relationship with Indigenous people based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. For over 40 years, the Native Women's Association of Canada has played a vital role in empowering Indigenous women and girls, and they continue to do so today. Its goal is to enhance, promote, and foster a greater social, cultural, and economic well-being for Indigenous women from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has created permanent bilateral mechanisms with the Assembly of First Nations, the First Nations, the Inuit Tapiriti Kanatami, and the 4 Inuit Nanungat regions, and the Métis National Council, and its governing members to identify joint priorities and co-develop policies and monitor progress. This does not mean that NWAC does not have a voice or is being excluded, nor does it mean that others in our Indigenous communities do not have a voice. The Government of Canada has committed to working and meeting regularly with the national Indigenous organizations. We are the first to do this, and we will continue to engage in a robust bilateral discussion with all 5 on issues of importance to their members. Our government has shown through our actions and through our continual engagement with the Native Women's Association of Canada over the course of the past year the importance that we have placed on this organization's contribution and perspective. We recognize the critical role that NWAC plays in furthering the journey of reconciliation, and we look forward to walking this path together. True reconciliation cannot be achieved without the full inclusion of all Indigenous people. Canada remains committed to including the distinct perspectives of Indigenous women in all programs, policies, and all legislation. Canada will continue to work with Indigenous women and organizations and others Indigenous groups across the country to ensure that all voices, those of our youth, those of our elders, those of our women, are all heard. When Indigenous women and girls thrive, our nation is stronger and benefits from the talent and the knowledge that they contribute. Our government knows this and remains committed to working with the Native Women's Association of Canada, their strong leadership and board, and other Indigenous women's organizations across Canada. I thank the member today for posing the statement, as it gives us an opportunity to reinforce our commitment to consulting and working with Indigenous women in Canada, especially NWAC, and for also the opportunity to point out that we are the first government to establish the bilateral tables with the leading government bodies for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member has continued to state the government's commitment, but has failed to explain why their actions do not align with those statements. Last year, again at the United Nations May session to celebrate UNDRIP, NWAC, Native Women's Association of Canada, asked to be included. They were not. They were barred from the delegation. They couldn't even attend the side events. Last year in December, the president of NWAC, Francine Joe, said, the Prime Minister states he's a feminist, he states Indigenous relations are high priorities, yet he specifically excludes an Indigenous organization that has been recognized by the courts. Why? The Prime Minister has not answered my letter on this. I ask again, why are you shutting Native Women's Association out of your highest level government meetings?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, the bilateral table with lead Indigenous governments in Canada, being the Assembly of First Nations, ITK, and the Métis Council of Canada, are the lead umbrella organizations for their governments, for Inuit, Métis, and First Nations people in Canada. We recognize the Native Women's Association of Canada plays an invaluable role as an advocate for Indigenous women. And that's why the Government of Canada seeks to not only acknowledge NWAC as a valued partner, but also to recognize NWAC's vision, their support, and their guidance to so many Indigenous women in Canada. We look to NWAC as a partner in leading the empowerment of Indigenous women in all aspects of Canadian society. And moving forward, the Government of Canada will continue to work in partnership with NWAC and other Indigenous organizations to ensure that all Indigenous voices are heard, including those of women. And together we can create that positive change and ensure that Indigenous women are treated with the same respect as all other women in Canada, the respect that they deserve and the opportunity to have that input that they deserve into the Government of Canada.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise again on an issue that is very important for Canadian consumers and travellers. It's the call for an airline passenger bill of rights. And I asked this question, and the Right Honourable Prime Minister answered it, saying basically he was proud of the Minister of Transport for his work. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there isn't much work to actually talk about with regards to the airline passenger bill of rights, because it was actually lumped together with 3 other bills in the House of Commons as part of a general package. And then worse than that, Mr. Speaker, is the mere fact that there are no specifics in the actual passenger rights bill that is being presented. And I know that maybe the Prime Minister really doesn't have to worry about these things because he's either flying by the government services in his own plane or by the Augie Khan or one other personal friend or acquaintance that he has. But the reality is most of us who travel along the general passenger way faced with a number of different obstacles and rights that we just want a set of rules for and have expectations. Europe has a robust system that's understandable. The United States has a system that's understandable. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that there is clear language that defines what takes place. And so this government has passed a bill that doesn't say, for example, talk about what are the specifics and the rules of the game with regards to cancellations, and they could be from inappropriate late delays related to either it could be their mechanical or rerouting, or it could be appropriate ones where it's weather and there's an issue. There's a number of things with regards to remuneration for meals and for accommodations. And Mr. Speaker, all people want to do is to know what their rights are and have some say. Europe has a very specific way of doing this, same with the United States. And to that as well, Mr. Speaker, there's issues of delay, tarmac rights. There's been a series of unfortunate incidents on airplanes, not only just in Canada but internationally, that have caught quite a robust attention in the media, but also, too, in the United States, hearings that have taken place to actually protect consumers. There is obviously very overt and very public cases with people being dragged off the planes and injured, whereas in Canada here, we've had a number of situations where passengers have been languishing for hours and having feces go up and down the aisles because they're not allowed to actually go to the washroom, or the washroom has not been emptied, and their rerouted plane sits there in basically a holding pattern with very little rights. In fact, Mr. Speaker, at times people have actually resorted to calling 911 just to get water or some sort of attention. So the minister in this case has tabled a bill where he's leaving this all to regulations and backdoor lobbying from the airline industry. There was no attempt in the legislation to specifically identify what those parameters would be and what the compensation would be, and having that at least a participatory element out there for the public and for Parliament. And really, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's a way of not doing your job. Similarly, the Minister of Transportation has taken a hands-off approach with regards to an issue in regards to auto recall. We'll see that on S2 in the next day There'll be some more debate about it. But also, Mr. Speaker, even today in the House of Commons, where we asked for leadership with regards to environmental property that the minister is a custodian of, basically passed the buck again. Not interested in the details, not interested in sharing information, not in setting standards. So again, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister answered this question saying he's proud of the work, but there hasn't been any work. In fact, leaving the decisions for bureaucrats in back rooms and back doors to be lobbied by the industry and by others is not a way for democracy to run. All the minister has to do is try.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to provide an update to the honourable member and to this House on the status of Bill C-49 and our efforts to create and implement a world-leading air passenger rights regime in Canada for Canadians. When Canadians purchase a plane ticket, they expect that an airline will meet their end of the deal and will treat them with respect, fairness, and consistency. That's why our government has introduced legislation for the establishment of new regulations to strengthen Canada's air passenger rights. The Minister of Transport has even challenged airlines to immediately respect the clear intent of this legislation so we can finally move towards greater passenger rights. The Senate Standing Committee on Transport and Communications is currently reviewing Bill C-49. And we look forward to hearing the views of the Senate on this proposed legislation. It is important to note that should the bill receive royal assent, it would be the Canadian Transportation Agency, in coordination with Transport Canada, that would begin to develop the air passengers' rights regulations, not the airlines, as suggested by the honourable member. There has been some concern expressed about having the proposed air passenger rights regime enshrined in regulations as opposed to legislation. Let me address those concerns, as the existence of these rights and the regulations would not diminish their power. Air passenger rights would cover a number of issues, including denied boarding and tarmac delays, and would establish clear standards of treatment and levels of compensation in some instances, with specific penalties against air carriers that do not comply. Utilizing the regulatory process for air passenger rights would ensure Canadians and industry stakeholders have a voice at the table during the development process. We have always said that the most important voice in this process is that of the Canadian public, and the regulatory process would ensure that their voice is heard and that a balanced and effective air passenger rights regime would be developed. As well, the regulatory process would make it easier to make future changes and modifications, as opposed to the time-consuming process of changing legislation. Other jurisdictions, such as the United States and the European Union, have also taken the regulatory approach for these very same reasons. As Bill C-49 continues to move forward in the other place, we will continue to listen to Canadians as we work to develop a world-leading air passenger rights regime that will be the envy of travellers throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the rebuttal to that is quite easy. The fact that, the legislation has passed now in the Senate, then to wait for Canada Transport Agency and other bureaucrats to come back later at some future date to protect Canadians is just a joke. The reality is that there could be thresholds and minimum and also maximum penalties. That's often done in regulations. It's often done in legislation. It is a very common practice. To suggest otherwise is fraudulent and is also a distraction from the actual issue here, is that this government is not doing the work necessary to protect airline passengers. You simply can pass that in legislation. Having those thresholds and having those targets then at least provides parameters. They can also be easily changed in this chamber if you actually want to work. This is a pattern of behavior coming out of the Department of Transportation and the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary, where they do not want to do the hard work necessary to protect people and to be accountable, leaving it to the Senate and whatever they're going to do with it. Potentially, if they change it, it comes back here, and then if they don't change it, it's basically a toothless tiger. It's going to actually be brought forth by clandestine meetings by the industry, which will actually meet with the agency. And we know the agency has a history of not actually following through with complaints, or actually not even following through with investigations that have actually had many, many people complaining about them in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to take this seriously, and that requires action of our parliamentarians. That's what we are elected to. That's what people expect. That's what we should be doing right here, right now.
All Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-49 is presently before the Senate Standing Committee of Transport and Communications. The Senate will debate the merits of this proposed legislation, and we look forward to hearing their views on our efforts to establish a world-leading approach to air passenger rights. The intent has always been to have air passenger rights enshrined in regulations, as is done in the United States and in the European Union. Undertaking a regulatory approach would also ensure that Canadians are consulted before and during the regulatory development phase. These passenger rights are for all Canadians, and this approach will ensure that their voice is being heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on October 4, 2017, I asked the Prime Minister when the government once and for all would do its job and make sure that the Phoenix pay system was working. This government, through its Prime Minister, had called the situation unacceptable at the time. And yet, almost 5 months later, the situation is just as catastrophic as it was and is not improving. For shame. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to repeat that this new pay system was supposed to modernize the former system that dated back to the 1970s, and it was supposed to improve its performance. But you can guess what happened. It's a failure. At the time, the government claimed it would save $688 million with the new system, but the reality is quite different. Phoenix actually could end up costing $1 billion to taxpayers, and it's not working. If the government was hoping to save taxpayers money, well, then it's a failure. Mr. Speaker, this government's failure is the cause of suffering for thousands of civil servants. In fact, one civil servant out of 2 have reported various problems since the Phoenix pay system started operating. This government's mistake has had real negative effects on people, such as losing their health benefits and even their homes. In my riding, there are hundreds of public servants and retirees who are victims and continue to be victims of the Phoenix pay system. And I would just like, in passing, to salute the resilience of one of these public servants who was affected by the Phoenix fiasco in my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. He told me how he'd had to mortgage his home in order to be able to deal with the various financial problems that the new pay system had caused. Mr. Speaker, this is only one example amongst many throughout the country. I therefore have to ask this government for the nth time to deal with this problem in an appropriate manner. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Public Service Alliance of Canada called on the Treasury Board president to issue a remission order in order to protect federal public servants that had received an overpayment because of Phoenix. This order would mean they would not have to pay the gross amount back, which is higher than what was deposited into their bank account. I agree with them, Mr. Speaker. It's outrageous that public servants would have to reimburse more than they actually received. It's ridiculous. The minister has the power to resolve this situation, and that's what we're asking him to do. The government is asking public servants to reimburse the gross amount of the overpayment. What's the argument? The argument is that, in fact, the government will reimburse the difference once they do their taxes. Really? Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to draw you a picture of the current situation, and it's not a rosy one. Number one, there are some public servants who still can't reach the pay system.
and others don't know whether the information they've provided has actually been entered into the pay system. Number two, because of the numbers of mistakes that have been reported, unions fear that the employer will not actually have time to make all the necessary corrections before the T4 slips come out, or that this will prevent those T4 slips from being correct. Three, even if public servants were able to report an overpayment, that they will not be adequately reimbursed and get their appropriate tax credits. It is more than high time that the government take responsibility for this fiasco, and I'm looking forward to the solutions that the Parliamentary Secretary will propose. And I hope I don't hear the same answer as I heard the last time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Our government is committed to doing whatever is necessary to ensure that public servants are paid accurately and on time. When the problems with the pay system first emerged, our number one priority was to address the most serious problems, those employees receiving no pay at all. That's why we hired additional staff at the Miramichi Pay Centre and established satellite pay offices right across the country. This also allowed us to bring down wait times for parental and disability leave, which unions had asked us to prioritize. The problems with Phoenix ran so deep that it took us time to understand what was wrong and to identify solutions to stabilize the system. We are implementing a series of measures focused on bringing the pay system to a point of stability. These measures, developed with employees, departments, agencies, and unions, are aimed at reducing the backlog of late transactions and wait times for missing pay. These measures are also well aligned with the recommendations of the Auditor General. Going forward, our efforts to stabilize the pay system fall into four broad areas, namely accountable and informed decisions, improved processes and technology, increased capacity and service, and partnership and engagement.
Allow me now to provide you with some more information about what we're doing to increase capacity and improve service. Since Phoenix was launched, we have more than doubled the number of compensation advisors. We have also hired 300 employees to staff the pay centers in order to speed up processing times and reduce wait time for employees. We are also aware that there has to be better support for employees, and therefore we will be improving our client contact center by hiring up to 100 new staff. Thus, employees will have an opportunity to obtain more detailed information about their pay files, and they will be able to get this from public servants who are working in the contact center. Finally, employees will also be able to obtain information that is relevant, and they will also be able to obtain updates on our progress in a pay bulletin.
Talking for me today. Over the past several months, we've been focused on implementing collective agreements. More recently, we have focused on additional efforts on overpayments so that employees will have accurate slips for the tax filing season. Once we have completed work in those areas, we will be shifting more resources to reducing the number of outstanding transactions in the queue. In closing, I want to thank the dedicated employees at Public Services and Procurement Canada and across departments and agencies who are working tirelessly to ensure that their colleagues are paid accurately and on time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, this situation truly is catastrophic because behind the numbers and statistics, there are people suffering from chronic stress, anxiety, and every day they're wondering whether they will get the pay that is owed them. The situation is not only insulting, but it is also senseless because in a few days, Mr. Speaker, we will be celebrating the sad second anniversary of the Phoenix pay system implementation. And I think myself and all of my colleagues agree that this is not an occasion to celebrate. I've lost count of the number of times where I have had to stand and condemn the lack of action and lack of leadership on the part of this government on a file that is affecting the lives of thousands of our fellow citizens. It is high time that this government took responsibility. One public servant out of 2 is affected by Phoenix. And for 2 years now, the situation has only been getting worse. I'm asking this government once again to show leadership and to act quickly to resolve this situation, so that at this time next year, we're able to say that the system is working for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Truthfully, there's no greater priority facing the public service than providing employees with an accurate and reliable pay system. There are no shortcuts and there are no quick fixes.
Our government has taken several steps to stabilize the Phoenix pay system.
Work to be done, and we are moving forward with an integrated whole-of-government approach aimed at addressing these unacceptable issues. We also continue to work with public service unions and other stakeholders to ensure that their expertise is part of the solution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.